I'm Wazashire, and this is P90X Gen.
We are once again floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, space fans, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Well, here we are, Thursday evening. Hell of a lot to talk about tonight, but first some shoutouts. Sasha G, Root Interplanet Janet, and Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Mo and Noah pay close fourth. Christopher Tablante, also here. Jetmend, Joe 47771, and BCat. Papa Dukes also here. Sean L. Kearns, Sudden Apollo, and the Green New Deal on Twitch. Sasha G gifting 5 sweet Galactic memberships before we can even get started. Thank you, Sasha. Anyway, like I mentioned, got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Epstein Files, the death of Jesse Jackson, civil rights icon. Oh, other things in the news as well. Not sure what all we'll be able to cover tonight. I have a massive list because we haven't done a real stream for 2 days. What else? Oh, right. Oh, birthday boy Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, behind bars earlier today on his birthday. So sad. And of course, if you were around for the stream earlier, really loony right now. I'm literally in the middle of this right now. Why would you do this?
I'm firing Bobby from the HHS immediately. Also, I want the FBI too.
Okay, Mooney with the resubscribe on Twitch. And apparently he wants the FBI to investigate something about Kid Rock and Bobby Jr. But yeah, a lot to talk about here tonight. Let's get right to it. In the United States. Fuck yeah! We are going to start off in the same place that we have started off almost every single stream for the last.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax that's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would give interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. I don't understand why it keeps showing. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest for what the fascination is.
It's It's all been a big hoax. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. And no different than Russia. They would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
There you go, people. We're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Still talking about him. Yes, indeed. For all sorts of reasons. Mostly because there's an immense amount of information out there already at our fingertips. It's been trickled out for months, slowly by the DOJ. And everyone powerful on the planet seems to be in them. Yeah. All right, let's see. Where do we start? Let's start here. ABC News interview with Representative Massey. From earlier this week. I think it was Monday.
Epstein Files Transparency Act was about getting these survivors justice. We've got some degree of transparency, but it's called the Department of Justice, not the Department of Transparency. And so what these survivors need, they need to see some of their own 302 forms, which haven't been released, and they also need to see some of the men that they've implicated prosecuted.
Do you still have confidence in Pam Bondi as Attorney General?
I don't think Pam Bondi has confidence in Pam Bondi. She wasn't confident enough to engage.
There we go, Thomas Massey, representative from Kentucky, saying that he doesn't think that even Pam has confidence. Aww, poor Pam. So sad. I almost forgot to mention who got those memberships from Sasha. Beer for Us, Brain Bartron, Marsh A. Howes, Teddy Cool, and Lovely Pariah. Thank you once again, Sasha, and thank you, Looney, for the resub. 21 months on Twitch. That's a lot of months. All right. Now, what's interesting is, we've seen some amount of accountability in other places. I think the most amount of accountability, at least until the time of this video, that we'd seen around all of this was, at least in the wake of the latest Epstein Files releases, excluding Ghislaine Maxwell, was Prince Andrew losing his title of prince, being demoted to just Andrew. There was a lot of people who stepped down from positions around the world. It's about the closest thing to accountability we were seeing up until recently. This is a little video, a little clip from one Francesca Fiorentini.
U.S. exceptionalism is some scary shit, huh? Because every other country in the world seems to be taking the Epstein Files even minimally seriously, except the United States. Even though Trump is in the Epstein Files over 1 million times, the files that, by the way, Pam Bondi says are closed now, no more. That's all that's going to be released. But let's check in on the rest of the free world, all right? UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is facing calls to resign after his ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, was found to be besties with Epstein and joked about girls. Mandelson lost his ambassadorship last year, and now 2 other high-level officials in his administration have also resigned. Now, however,
the fact is, I would like to point out that Mandelson got the job after people knew that he hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, yeah, he lost it eventually after the new files came out, but they already knew the guy, they were bros. Ducky, 10 streams.
authorities are exploring a criminal investigation into Mandelson's conduct, namely if he shared sensitive government emails containing privileged financial information with Epstein. I mean, insider trading at best. What about Prince Andrew, who is now just known as Drew from the Castle? He was kicked out of his royal lodge, and now they might investigate him for possibly transferring confidential government reports to Epstein while representing the kingdom as a trade envoy. Norway's former Prime Minister Thorbjørn Jagland was charged with corruption by Norwegian authorities in connection to Epstein. Jack Lang, France's former culture minister, resigned last week from president of the Arab World Institute in Paris. Slovakia's national security advisor to the prime minister stepped down this month over Epstein ties. A Swedish UN official resigned after documents revealed a visit to Epstein's island in the file. DP World Chairman and Chief Executive Sultan Ahmed bin Suleiman resigned. So, where's the accountability in the United States? It's because we are being run by a cult leader. His little dumbling think he's the one who's going to find out who the leader of the pedo ring is that he was mentioned in a million times, including violent acts. And on top of that, the other reason that we don't have accountability is because we don't have an opposition party. We don't have a party who, other than a handful of people, are willing to fight around this. We don't have a party who is serious about accountability. We have a party who, while there are paramilitaries killing people in the streets of Minneapolis who are saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't wear a mask. Wow.
Oh. Thank you, Francesca. Yeah, there's a lot of great points being made in there by Francesca. Fact is we're not seeing much, if any, really the opposite of accountability in the United States. More like a cover-up. And really leniency on the Epstein files. Anybody associated with them seems to be getting a pass. No investigations. And it's a problem. It's probably a problem. It's probably a problem. Hopefully at some point we'll see accountability. Just keep the fingers crossed, I guess. You know how the law works. You just hope and pray that it works. Or I guess we could take to the streets and start asking for accountability. Demanding it, in fact, I suppose. You know who else is confused about the lack of accountability in the United States? Another woman who we've gone to on numerous occasions for her great journalism. Digging on these Epstein files. I'm, of course, talking about Sheila Zolnur.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
I have heard people, the type, discredit the account of the victims because it's more convenient for them to believe that their favorite Epstein class member would never, right? They treat this like it's a sports thing, right? Like you have your team, you have your side, and you're going to want them to win no matter what. And so you want them to prevail because if they prevail, you prevail. And so they have aligned themselves with the interests of the Epstein class, because they see themselves as potentially part of the Epstein class, or they see the Epstein class as the winners of society, and they want to align themselves with those people. That's what I think. And so they have essentially advocated for not believing the victims because they can justify it to themselves by saying that the victims want a payday, for example. In that last video, I read to you the description of a photograph. And the fact that there was a description of the photograph to read means that the photograph was attached within the document I was reading. obviously redacted. But the lawyer who wrote.
Yeah, that's one of the descriptions we actually skipped. I talked about it last stream. Well, the last, like, real stream, not earlier today stream. But it was so disturbing. The details of that photograph, I skipped that Sheila video. Because I just, like, literally could not, like, it was just so graphic and disgusting. Like, it's on Sheila's channel. You can find it. If you want to scar yourselves for life. I listened to it and I had to call a line somewhere on this, and I was like, this is the line. We can't do this. It's too much. I mean, honestly, maybe it was just arbitrary decision on my part, but it was despicable. And she's right. Where's the fucking investigation on the photograph showing a literal crime? Remember, all these photos have come way before the age of AI. So they're all real. There's no, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's almost no question about it. They're all just real, like, actual photographs taken with a camera. In many cases, right? Yeah, sure, he also had video cameras running on his properties. But he also loved, like, things like Polaroids. There was, like, whatever. Well,
that letter is obviously describing the letter or the picture accurately, right? It is hard, truly, to believe that that picture could exist even with an adult woman as the centerpiece. But when you are forced to reckon with the fact that this was a child, a prepubescent child, it is really fucking hard to understand how anyone could have seen that photograph and not done something about it. The fact that photographs of these things exist and they've been available to people in our government for as long as they have been available, it is devastating. It is demoralizing.
Yeah, I'm right there with Sheila on that. It really is. I laugh because it's like two options. It's just be incredibly depressed or just laugh at the absolute circus show of it all. Because that's, truly what it feels like it is at this point. Like, they're putting on a circus for all of us. Like, they're refusing to actually do, like, real accountability, and they're just hoping that this fucking circus, this fucking, like, incompetent cover-up is going to just placate just enough people so they can stop talking about it and nobody ever has to face any accountability. But the more that we find out about it, the more that is just unfucking tenable. Like, descriptions like the one Sheila is referencing, it is literally just untenable that these things aren't being investigated. I don't care how rich and powerful these assholes are. Yeah, and honestly, the rest of the world has some questions. Like, that's the other thing about this, you know? Like, we all naturally have questions. So does the rest of the world. Because the powerful from all across the planet are scattered in these files. And the Trump administration is doing an active cover-up. And everybody's like, wait, are we ever going to get any information about, I don't know, this guy or that guy? Give me, everyone's confused is what I'm trying to say. A little confused why there's not more accountability and transparency over here in the United States.
Just want to return for a few minutes with Emily Maitlis, co-host of Global's podcast, The News Agents, to the very topic that we talked about at the beginning of the programme, that of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Virginia Giuffre, the late Virginia Giuffre now. It seems to me that the road is getting narrower and narrower for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and arguably even the royal family as well, because there are certain demands, aren't there, just growing for action on a number of fronts. Emily, Andy Hughes has spoken, I know, to the news agents as well as he spoke to us about the Metropolitan Police and the role that they may have in all of this. We'll talk about that in just a second, but I know that you've spoken to Virginia Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, because her maiden name was Roberts, of course. Here's a little clip of that interview that you've done.
I think first and foremost, we need to open an active investigation on Andrew. I think you can clearly see within the files that there's some sort of implication there. And, I do know that the king said that he would be supportive of that. I can share with you that the head of the Metropolitan Police had reached out to us a handful of months ago. And they gave us roughly a week. I mean, we were fairly down with the flu that week, so we asked for just a few days to respond. And by the time we were ready to respond, they actually just kind of indicated that it was an open and shut case. And this was specific to Virginia and him inquiring about gaining her Social Security. And so it just, I think for Andrew in particular, I think his brother has done an amazing job of putting pressure on him, but there's no way he should be living where he's living and still holding the esteem that he has. I mean, I know he's been stripped of his titles, but he looks like he's still pretty comfortable these days. I think for some.
Yeah. This is from a couple of days ago. This is like over 48 hours ago. So, of course, the world's completely changed, completely irrelevant now. Jesus Christ. All right, not irrelevant. You get what I'm saying. Takes like literally 30 seconds for everything to change. With this current news cycle, like you look away for one moment and it's, oh, whoopsies. Now it's all different. Hey, Christopher Tablante with a sweet super chat. Sorry about the Cat Collins joke. YouTube won't let me say anything else. What? I missed the Caitlin Collins joke. I missed it. But either way, thank you for the super chat. I know this is a long-standing inside joke around here that I'm supposedly in love with Caitlin Collins.
Effectively Virginia's voice now, hasn't he, since she died?
Yeah, he has. He's taken on her advocacy and he pays tribute to the fact that it was her bravery and her sort of vocal stance that led other survivors and other victims to sort of come forward and talk about Epstein's crimes. But I think what you're hearing from Sky Roberts now is a hardening of a position. He's always been very supportive, actually, of the actions of the king, certainly last October, and the fact that he stripped Prince Andrew then, of his title, and the rest of it, moved him out. And yet that little line that you heard there, that the Met Police reached out to Sky Roberts, opened an investigation, and to put that into context, it was the news we had that suggested that Prince Andrew had gone after Virginia Giuffre, tried to track her down through her social security number and essentially dox her. Like, let it be known that she was, in his words, a sort of a fraud. She'd made up stories. The fact that the Met Police reached out to Sky Roberts, but then within the space of what sounds like a week or 10 days, shut down that investigation, I think is what has led him now to say, this is not good enough. This is not happening at the kind.
Okay, hold on. There's a part in this I wanted to get to. I can't remember where it was now. This was more, the bulk of this was more relevant, I'm not going to lie, like 2 days ago. Point is everybody over here at the LBC are asking why is the U.S. not doing more accountability?
Not all, but many of the survivors of Epstein were standing behind her. And when the Democrat in the room asked how many of them had asked for FaceTime with Bondi and been refused it,
hands went up.
Sky Roberts was one of those in the room. And it was a moment of, I think, quite profound humiliation for Bondi, because she had her back to the survivors. Now, you don't have to be a PR guru to see how terrible that looks.
At least turn a little, yeah.
I mean, you haven't met with them. You're trying to tell us that the whole Epstein thing is over now. She was redirecting people towards the the rise of the stock market, as if to say, oh, don't worry about that, look over here. And Sky Roberts said that he had reached out, never had time with her department, never actually been able to make their case as to why it was important. And crucially, critically, he said to me, Emily, more than a decade ago, Virginia, his sister, had given a testimony to the FBI where she named 40 men that were implicated in the rape and trafficking of her alone. And nothing had happened. They have.
That is a disturbing figure. One woman was able to name 40 different men. You gotta figure there must be hundreds and hundreds. And I need the Dow. I need the Dow drop. Honestly, I do. I feel like I do need that. The Bam Bondi, the Dow. But what about the Dow? You guys want to talk about the Epstein files, but what about the Dow? Come on. Come on, guys. Pam was unhinged. Pam was fucking unhinged at that goddamn hearing. She needs help. Actually, she needs to face accountability. Help after accountability first. Accountability first, then help. That's really the order we need with old Pam. She's had plenty of, she's got access to top of the line healthcare. She's a fairly wealthy woman. She's got plenty of help over there. You would think. Now, somebody else who's sort of tantamount in the non-investigation of the Epstein files is, of course, Cash App Patel. That is, in fact, his name, of course, Cash App. Cash for short. It's like a nickname. Cash App. It's his real name. Of course, you can contribute to the Galactic News Network on Cash App. We have Cash App. We got PayPal. It's a great way to contribute, actually, because it not only is there no fee for contributing on Cash App, it also contributes to the financing of the galactic deficit, and in theory, right now, technically, still contributes to the galactic content goal as well. 2 goals for 1. Really can't beat it. It's a win-win-win.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book?
FBI.
But who? That's
under direct control of the director of the FBI. Just like the manifesto from the Nashville school shooting of the Catholic school. Yeah. We still haven't seen that, right? It's not the Nashville police or PD saying we don't want this out. The FBI airmailed into that operation and said this is not getting out. Because they do that because this is another government gangster operation. All these local law enforcement communities get funding from the DOJ and FBI for local programs. And if you don't cooperate, you're not getting your $1 million for this, and you're not getting and that's a lot of money to these local districts.
Not going to do it.
That's how they play the game. That's why you don't have a Black Book.
So the Black Book, it's not just sitting. I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the Black Book.
Strategy. No intention.
And not just that. On day one, roll out all of the text messaging communications we were told were deleted. On day one, play the rest of the video of the program.
Immediately, if not sooner.
One of the reforms I talk about in Government Gangsters is you need a central node to be continuously declassifying. This is another thing they do. They overclassify.
Day one, says Cash Patel. We gotta end the overclassification, says Cash App Redaction Patel over here. The guy with the heavy-handed black marker. Too many redactions. Well, day one, we're just gonna release it all. Weird. That's yeesh. That's weird.
And I'm telling you, as a former number 2 in the IC, They overclassify 50% of the stuff there to protect the deep state. Oh, no, you can't see that. Nothing to see here. Gina was a master.
Oh, no, you can't see that. There's nothing to see here. Okay. FBI has it. Games they play. I told Trump he should run on it. He never said that he told Trump that he should actually release anything, just that he should run on it. And then the next thing he says, it's the games that you play, it's how you play it. There's nothing to see here. And then what is he?
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like Kash Patel is playing the exact same games that he was saying the FBI was playing during Biden's. It's so strange. It's so strange. It's almost like he never cared about the actual substance of any of this, that it was all just a political game to him. Really disturbing. Really disturbing when you think about it. This is actually a goated message. This is a goated message. Most transparent int ever. So transparent. It's incredible. The most transparency we've ever seen in the history of transparency in the modern era. It's a great use of emojis, I gotta say. Well played. Well played. Hand off, or whatever it's called. A good round of applause. God, I can't think of words right now. All right. Sheila actually had a bunch of fire for Cash App. She was coming in hot for old Cash App. Just a reminder, Cash App, great way to donate to the Galactic News Network. Keep us alive.
I just remembered another thing about the whole there's no credible evidence for us to pursue. There's no credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking girls to anyone but himself. Bullshit. So in the last video, I just remembered things off the top of my head, and I just remembered this as soon as I hit post. There was something that Sasha Riley said, and something that one of the girls from the girl that had the diary entries said, that just popped into my head as consistent. Again, when things line up like that, that is credible. That's credibility. These events happened at two different times. They're on two different timelines, and these people didn't know each other. It was this. The girl that had the diary entries, she has an entry where she's talking about the fact that this old man bit her, and now she's the bad guy. That there's blood all over Jeffrey's rug, and she's somehow the bad guy, that Ghislaine's mad at her, and Ghislaine said that she ruined their vacation, and Ghislaine sent her home. Aww. And she's like, the guy bit me, who bites someone?
This is ridiculous.
Okay? She's the same person who mentioned Dan Snyder. I'll get to that in a second. But there's that. I remember that Sasha Riley also said there was a girl that he was trafficked with who was taken out of the equation because she fought back. Because they didn't like the girls who fought back. They didn't like the girls that were tough. These two things are consistent. These two things are consistent, which makes this credible. Which brings me to the Dan Snyder of it all too, which I covered in another video, but Dan Snyder was once the owner of the Washington Redskins when it was called the Washington Redskins. She names his name in her diary as well, okay? You know what makes that consistent? You know what makes her account credible? There's an email from a USA to another USA saying, oh, TMZ reached out to me today, saying that they heard that Dan Snyder was about to be arrested in relation to the Epstein-Maxwell thing. Someone had done an investigation. Someone had found that there was credible evidence tying him to it. And this random girl who has no business knowing him otherwise named him in her diary. What do you mean there's no credible evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself?
The fantastic question from Sheila. What do you mean by that?
That's
it's
really
strange.
weird.
Don't quite understand. It seems like there is just a mountain of credible information. Certainly just evidence, allegations, witness testimonies, photos, videos, emails, text message exchanges. I mean, what about it isn't credible? There's like a bunch of corroborating, as Sheila pointed out. There's a bunch of corroborating and like things that like maybe on their own wouldn't be a big deal, but like with the corroborating existing information, it's like you can't look past that at this point, because there is a bunch of other information that seems to be pointing to this crime, this alleged crime here being potentially true. There should be at least an investigation, and they're like, nah,
not gonna do it. Wouldn't
no.
be prudent at this juncture.
An investigation? I don't have time for that. We're too busy talking about the Dow. Have you seen the Dow? Anybody? $50,000? Oh my God. But maybe you're thinking to yourself, maybe this is all just good. Maybe if you're Donald Trump or one of these people, Pam Bondi, Pamela Joe, Cash App Patel.
What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe like it's all gonna go away. We've released so many files. People can't possibly go through them all.
Extreme interest.
Why would they want
is
more?
Not going away here.
No, it is not going away.
What
If the
now?
Trump administration and Donald Trump in particular believe that they can wish this story away, the American public have a different tune to sing. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at Google searches for Epstein. In fact, in the month of February, it is higher than it's ever been. Up like a rocket, up 900% versus a month ago. And the top name associated with
Just like the Dow, higher than it's ever been. You guys really want that Dow sound trap, huh? Oh boy. 900%, just like the Dow. Why aren't people talking about that more? Up 900% month over month. A month. By the way, we were talking about the Epstein files a month ago. So for it to be up 1,000% from last month, when we were already talking about the Epstein files a fair amount, it's a shocking figure. Makes you think. Oh man, literally everybody is.
Are you still talking about
Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Googling for Epstein? Well, it is Donald Trump. So the story isn't not going away. It's actually getting searched more and more and more, becoming more relevant in the minds of the American public.
It's so interesting. This is, more than it was when Congress voted to force the release, and more than it was when they actually released some of them, more than it was when they released more of them.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's 1,000% more than when we were literally talking about this so much that the Senate and the Senate did a unanimous. I can't say words. That the Senate did a unanimous consent vote to release the files. That's how much we were talking about it already. That literally the government was like, "Fuck it, have it. Yeah, please. We don't even want to talk about it." Everybody's on board. That's how much we were already talking about it, and it's 1,000% up from then. All right. Because people are clamoring. Like a bunch of toddlers with pots and pans banging them around the kitchen, demanding
immediately, if not
The
sooner.
Dow.
The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to
did
impeach him
everything right,
twice.
and they
And you,
indicted
Mr.
me.
Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference
Illegal.
in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller
China.
found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016.
That's not true.
Have you apologized to President
That's
Trump?
not true, Pam. You know
Have
that.
you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing.
You apologize.
You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going
Apologize, Congress. How dare you not apologize to the Supreme Leader? Pamela Joe is very
How
upset.
rude.
It's incredibly rude of you. How dare you not apologize?
have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to
Not
do,
gonna do it.
all the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50.
It's an incredible historic quote. I mean, this is now part of our historical record. I'd like to point this out. This happened in Congress, not at like a you know, like a comedy show or even like say like a political rally. This was in Congress. This is in Congress. Sacred halls of Congress. How dare we not be talking about the Dow more? It's incredibly rude. Pam makes a great point. Why aren't we talking about the Dow? I don't understand. It's clearly, I mean, how can there be better things to talk about than the Dow? Not making any sense. It's clearly partisanship. The people want to ask Pam Bondi about Jeffrey Epstein rather than the Dow. That we can all
One word
agree.
about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over.
You know what that just reminded me of just now? I don't know why. But this is lit. Oh my god. The Dow right now. It almost sounds like am I the only one that thinks Pam Bondi is gonna like break into song? It genuinely sounds. Why doesn't this come up? There we go. I feel like she's about to break into song. Something like, maybe like this, you know?
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
What was that?
A what now?
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
Again.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
I think she's got it. The Dow right now. Why doesn't everybody want to talk about the Dow right now?
The Dow right now
it's
is over.
50,000.
The Dow is over $50,000. I
The Dow right now. It's 50,000. The Dow, I say. Has anyone seen the S&P? All right. I have the sound shot. I have nowhere to put it, though. It's a real big problem. The soundboard's completely full. That's why I had to start using the RM Brown soundboard as well. To add to... I've got 128 sound shots. I had to add... the only way I could add more at this point was using the RM Brown soundboard. Times is tough.
Arun Brown. Arun Brown.
Now it's the most it's ever been.
The most it has ever been, and the previous highs were also very high.
All right, let's talk about what this means for President Trump. How do people view his handling of the whole issue?
Yeah, this is bad political news for President Trump. You know, yesterday we spoke about the fact that Donald Trump's overall approval rating, his net approval rating, was at a record low for term number 2. What is the worst issue for Donald Trump of any of the major issues? Look at this. We got them all up on the screen. Immigration, foreign policy, the economy, trade and tariffs, and then all the way down in the bottom is the Epstein case. Look, he's underwater on immigration, foreign policy, the economy, and tariffs, all between -16 and -25 points. The Epstein case, though, is on another planet. Look at this. Negative 39 points. He's 39 points underwater. Basically a split between 30% approve and 70% disapprove. The Epstein case is not the story the Trump administration and Trump in particular and Republicans at large want in the news, because it is a big political loser for him, and these numbers have remained very consistent. No matter which poll you look at, he's about 40 points underwater in the Epstein case.
So basically everyone on the planet, including in the United States, is not happy with Donald Trump's handling of the Epstein case. There's like 5 guys somewhere. It's basically... what's his name? Nick Fuentes. It's like 3 guys. It's like Nick Fuentes and, I don't know, is Asmongold on board? I can't remember which one of these Groyper idiots. His despicables are like, isn't what's his name? Isn't Nick selling Epstein t-shirts or something now? Did I not hear that he's selling Epstein t-shirts somewhere? I could have sworn.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Where's my Dow sound drop?
The Dow right now is... The Dow right now is over... The Dow is over 50.
What is going on? Oh, shit. I need a new soundboard. My MPC is so old and shitty. I've been looking at, but like, unfortunately, I just don't have the extra cash right now to do it. I've been thinking of going to, here, I'll show everybody what I'm talking about. So this is the sound, this is what I use for a soundboard. Here, oh, little galactic lore. I use one of these. This is from like over a this is like a 15-year-old MPC. I use this right now for all my sounds. Well, not all of my sounds, because once again, I use the old RM Brown sound drops these days as well. I use one of these. One of these fancy things. Not those ones. Those are the updated versions. This one. This is the old school. This is the old school. I think this came out in like 2011, 2012. I think I bought it around that time. I've had it ever since. And now we use it for sound drops mostly, but that thing is breaking fast. Just because it's like a 2-decade-old piece of technology. It's just not holding up. And it's been abused over and over again, you know? I'm constantly banging on this thing. It's probably seen its fair share. What I think I want to get is one of these. Unfortunately, I just don't have the money for it. Like, not the new one. I don't need an Ableton Push 3. It's fucking $2,000. But you can buy one of the old school ones, like on like Soundwater or like some sort of like used site for very reasonable prices, like $100. I don't need one. I don't need this $2,000 for the Ableton Push 3 standalone. Don't need that. We're not DJing. We're not doing an actual DJ set. But like, I could afford one of the old school ones, like the original or like the number 2. Although they're going to run into some of the similar problems. But I would have access to 4 times as many sound shots. So I could go from 128 to like 600 sound shots. If I could possibly memorize that many things, I don't know. I mean, I've already got 128 memorized. I don't see why I couldn't do 600. It's not that hard. It's far too much for my... The current soundboard is complete... It's not too much for my needs, though. I mean, this in terms of the number of sound shots, it would not be too much. There's no way I'm going to buy a new one, but an old Ableton Push would be huge for me. It would literally quadruple the number of sound shots I'd have. And there are so many... Here, just for a taste. Just for a taste. I'm just going to show you some of the sound shots that aren't currently on the board. I'm just going to look through it. Let's see what's not on the board. This isn't on the board.
Everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. I haven't had anybody saying anything bad about me.
That's not on there. I mean, there's a lot of things that just aren't on here. This isn't on here.
I think it is in a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
This isn't on here.
But I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.
I've got like a bunch. I've got a ton of files on here that
So he wants to
are
play
not.
stupid games, you get stupid prizes.
Sadly, I just don't have any space for them. That's completely taken up. Over time, over the last 2 years, it's filled up. Now I just have a ton of sound shots sitting in the wings. They want to be used so badly. Frizzla trying to help us with that plight. Thank you, Frizzla, for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. You know what? I gotta check something. I have to check something. Let me look here. Let's see. Okay. You know, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. That's close enough. That's close enough, in my opinion. With the 5 gifted subs from Sasha and the 2 super chats from Christopher Tablante and Frizzla, And the resub over on Twitch from Looney. I'm going to call it. I'm calling it, people. Confetti time. That's right. We've done it. We've completed the galactic content goal once again, thanks to all of you beautiful people and your donations, space fams like you, keeping programming like this available to the entire Milky Way galaxy. Oh, it's beautiful, it's glorious. Bask in the epicness of it all. You deserve it. You've really earned it. Truly is a glorious moment, one that we cannot disregard. Thank you to all of you for your generous contributions. And if you didn't contribute today, that's totally fine. I understand, times are tough. But you're being here, you're watching the show, you're liking the stream, you're subscribing to the channel on YouTube or following on Twitch. All that stuff, it helps us out, regardless. All right, everybody. I'm ending the confetti party. Last look. It's beautiful. It's glorious. 2 streams one day, everybody. We're about to get a full-on stream. Oh boy, what am I in for? What have I done? What's amazing is we never even started a galactic content goal. We just hit 1 hour, the time when we would normally start a galactic content goal, and yet we've already completed it. You're making my job too easy here, Space Fams. Usually at this time I'd be starting a content goal on YouTube and Twitch, and now I can just skip that. Thank you. You really have made my life easier. That actually does slow me down every stream. All right. Well, let's keep talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Arun Brown.
Arun Brown?
Oh, hey. Hi.
Hi. Don't be creepy.
Great, man. That's great, man. What have you been up to? My sources say you've been up to a little bit of this. And a lot of bit of this.
I'm stomping on the...
We'll be right back.
Crystal, let's move to Epstein. Yeah, so we got some new comments from Trump on, I guess this was on Air Force One.
Okay.
About...
When asked for comment, the president said...
It's weird.
Then the president started wandering off. When asked where he was going, he said... Somalia! Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
There, of course, he feels he's totally exonerated, Emily, and let's take a listen to that.
I have nothing to hide. I've been exonerated. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. They went in hoping that they'd find it and found just the opposite. I've been totally exonerated. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was fighting that I don't get elected with some author. The sleazebag, by the way.
Okay, quick note. Why is there no video of that? Audio only. President Trunk. What is he? Does some crap. in his dumb plane. He's in his plane on his way to
sleazebag.
Why is there no video of this?
He's a sleazebag.
Reporters are asking him questions. Every one of those reporters has like 4 cameras on their person at the time. None of them worked at the time. All 40 of the cameras we had in various locations. On our phones, in our glasses, in our brains.
None of them worked. Okay, whatever.
Okay, so that's what we got
camera.
there. Pretty interesting. No video available for that one of the president. But that would have been a funny one to see where he's like,
They tried to get my ass with this one, but actually it's the opposite. I look amazing in there.
I like when he says it's the opposite. Like there's something in the emails where he's like there's some email from Jeffrey Epstein to Trump where Epstein's like, oh man, you're doing such a bad thing to me, thwarting my criminal operations. Please stop, sir. And then Trump's like,
No.
Illegal.
You're bad. When I'm done with your little butt, you're gonna have to live in
Somalia.
Okay. Like that would kind of be the that would be the opposite. Okay, so this is where that thing about only 2% of the info has been released to the public. Oh, that's Jeffrey.
Toilets.
Right there. That's Jeff.
Pendejo.
Right there. He do like this.
I'm having a hard time.
Jeffrey Pendejo.
Okay, this is from Channel 4 News. Oh, this is British.
Oh, this is British.
Oh, Jeffy. Having a bit. Prince, the prince was having a bit of the Jeffy, wasn't he? That's the kind of stuff they say over there in jolly old
Somalia.
Okay. Epstein Files. Investigation suggests just 2% of the data released to the public. Analysis by Channy 4.
Okay, that's where we're going to end it here, but this is disturbing. I mean, honestly, I was even starting to get fooled that maybe we had more than 2%. Because we were talking about like 1% earlier this year, or actually last year we were saying like we got less than 1% of the files right now. We got like some tiny fraction of the files. The fact that they've released like, I mean, granted, half of it's redacted, but like the fact that they released 3 million documents and we're still at 2% as of February 12th of 2026, according to Channel 4 News, that's bad. It's a bad sign. If you ask me, it's a bad sign. Not good.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Yes, as the great Harry Hemden would say. Awful, awful, awful. Weak. Weak.
Ricky _ said just subscribed for 4 months.
Ricky said with the resub, 4 months. Beautiful. Thank you, Ricky. 2% though, just to think about that for a second, honestly, it breaks my brain a little bit. It breaks my brain a little bit because of just the vastness of what we've seen already. It's truly disturbing, the contents of what has actually been released at this point. What's the other 98%? I was thinking, what's the other 50%? Right? We've been saying numbers like, what's the other half of the files? Like, we've been saying things like, like, oh my god, oh my god, if this is only 2%, we might as well just burn it down.
Burn this
honestly.
motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie.
Like seriously, if this is the 2% they felt was good for release, dude, I don't even need to see the other 98%. That's it. Shut it down. Everybody, we're snap elections. Everybody's out of office. It's just basically all billionaires, CEOs, and government officials are now fired
immediately, if not sooner.
You're fired. Including Donald Trump, of course. We just need a full reset at this point. Everybody. Okay, all right. Maybe not a full, but you get what I'm saying. Like, at this point, like, erring on the side of caution, like, all these people still trying to say, oh, being named in the files doesn't necessarily mean any wrongdoing. Which, I mean, technically is true. Like, the vast majority of people in these files, I'm fairly certain, did something wrong. Not clear what, for sure. But if you were hanging out with Jeff in any capacity, like, okay, if you were mentioned in an email, but you weren't emailing back and forth, it's not a given. I'll give those kinds of people the benefit of the doubt, right? But these files do anything but exonerate practically everyone. The only person I can think of that is in fact being exonerated by the files, it really isn't an exoneration because nobody had accused him of anything really. But like, if anything, the only guy who's come out looking better from the Epstein files is Norm Finkelstein. I don't know if anybody's seen that one yet. We'll get to it later, but it's kind of hilarious. He won the Epstein files. If anybody's winning the Epstein files, Norm Finkelstein won. I know we shouldn't talk about it in such crass means, but if we had to quantify, Norm is winning. You know who's not winning? Les Wexner.
Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. My
Wobegon.
name is Robert Garcia. I am the ranking member, the lead Democrat on the Oversight Committee, and I'm here with many of our colleagues from the Oversight Committee. We're all going to make some brief remarks. I'll introduce them all, and then I'll open it up for a couple questions. And then our deposition is continuing, so we've got to continue that throughout the day.
I'm glad everybody in chat's already seen this and agrees with me. Yeah. Norm, I'll strangle you, Finkelstein. If anybody won, it's him. And granted, we probably shouldn't talk about it in those terms, but honestly, it's a dark time, and it's good to laugh. It's good to have a momentary, respite from all of this horror. What is the deal?
So let me just first of all give a couple overview. So we are right now in the middle of a deposition of Mr. Les Wexner. We are doing the deposition at his estate here. Right now, we are now about 2 hours into that deposition. We are on a break, and we will be going back into the deposition for the rest of the afternoon. So to be very clear, we'll be providing an update now, but there are many, many questions that we have to ask of Mr. Wexner that are important to our investigation, and so that questioning will happen throughout the day as this day moves forward. We're here because we want to talk to anyone that has information about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crime, abuse, and trafficking of women and girls. There is no single person that was more involved in providing Jeffrey Epstein with the financial support to commit his crimes than Les Wexner. That is already, as we all know, in the public record.
My question is why is he just here on his own volition in Congress? A free man. The dude is clearly tied up in this. How are we not looking? Oh my God! Look at Representative. Oh my God, her face says it all right now. That's exactly how I feel. Her face is how I feel right now. I swear to God. Oh my God. 2026 is really going down the tubes right now. Why is this guy not being genuinely investigated by the FBI and the DOJ? Why is he not charged with something? Why is he just hanging out? Just talking. He's freely just hanging. Oh my God. It's beyond atrocious. None of this should be acceptable to anybody. This guy is just voluntarily hanging out in Congress, just not actually bound, even by oath. I don't think he was even sworn in. I don't think Les Wexner was even sworn in. So his testimony isn't even under oath. He's literally just hanging out, talking to Congress. A free man. It's disturbing. How is this the closest thing we can get to an investigation? Like Representative Garcia just mentioned, the most, basically one of the most involved dudes in the files. How is this the closest we're getting to any kind of accountability? It is ridiculous.
Ridiculous!
Also directly heard from survivors about Mr. Wexner, about his involvement, and their concerns as to the enormous amount of money that was essentially transferred over and paid to by Mr. Epstein. To be very clear, we know of approximately over $1 billion, it looks like. It's about $1 billion that was either transferred, provided in stocks, or given directly to Mr. Epstein by Wexner. Now, it's important to note that Mr. Wexner appears to be unaware of much of the money, as he claims, that was given over to Mr. Epstein. In fact...
What a fucking claim. Even billionaires, like, yeah, maybe you miss, like, yeah, like billionaires, sure, they're not noticing their rent payments going through if they rent anything, or, of course, like subscription services, they don't even blink an eye. They don't notice that kind of shit. However much it's costing them for food and entertainment and literally their entire life, they don't miss that kind of stuff. $1 billion transaction, $1 billion in transactions, you notice that. You notice that sort of thing, Also, I would like to point out that you can't just wire stocks to somebody without your consent, right? You can't just wire funds of this size and nature, stuff out of investment accounts and whatever else, without signing it over. The beneficiary of the account has to sign it over. Has to sign that they consent to transferring that money somewhere. It doesn't just vanish all of a sudden. Epstein wasn't stealing it, like it's ridiculous for him to play stupid on this. I had no idea. Just $1 billion. What, $1 billion? You say? Huh? Weird. No, I never noticed. It's super weird. Somebody mentioned it to me yesterday. That money comes and it goes. $1 billion gone.
Committed crimes
never noticed
than
it.
Les Wexner. That is already, as we all know, in the public record. We've also directly heard from survivors about Mr. Wexner, about his involvement, and their concerns as to the enormous amount of money that was essentially transferred over and paid to by Mr. Epstein. To be very clear, we know of approximately over $1 billion, it looks like. It's about $1 billion that was either transferred, provided in stocks, or given directly to Mr. Epstein by Wexner. Now, it's important to note that Mr. Wexner appears to be unaware of much of the money, as he claims, that was given over to Mr. Epstein. In fact, it's interesting that Mr. Wexner has already begun to clarify in his mind that somehow he and Mr. Epstein weren't even friends. We should be very clear that the two were very close, per reporting. They spent a lot of time together. Mr. Wexner admitted that he traveled to both Epstein's island as well as his other properties. Mr. Wexner also admitted that Jeffrey Epstein had access to a lot of Mr. Wexner's wealth. And when asked even simple questions, even as it relates to Mr. Epstein being the co-president of the foundation that established the area that we're in today, Mr. Wexner had little to say. In fact, it's clear that Mr. Wexner is trying to downplay how close Jeffrey Epstein and Mr. Wexner actually were. And we should be very clear that there would be no Epstein Island, there would be no Epstein plane, there would be no money to traffic women and girls. Mr. Epstein would not be the wealthy man he was without the support of Les Wexner. I think it's very important for us to note at this moment. There's a significant amount of questioning that has gone on, but I want to say one other thing and then I'm going to turn it over. We are committed to ending this cover-up. Right now, as we speak, over 50% of the Epstein files have not been released to the public and to the Congress. Donald Trump and
possibly 98% if Channel 4 News is reporting is correct. Perhaps a great deal more than 50%. It's possible that most of the files haven't been released.
Bondi are leading a White House cover-up to protect billionaire, wealthy benefactors, whether it's Mr. Wexner or whether it's anybody else. And that has to end now, which is why we're here and why we're willing to go anywhere and to speak to anyone with information about Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes. And so we have a lot of questions for Mr. Wexner, and we look forward to sharing those with all of you as well today. So with that, let me turn this over to Congressman Steve Lynch.
All right, we're skipping Steve. We're going to skip past him. Go to, oh shit, why can't I think of her name right now? My brain just freaking broke.
Whether we're talking about Donald Trump himself, or whether we're talking about Secretary Lutnick, and the list goes on. We deserve better in this country, and we will get it.
Good morning. Over the course of the last year,
Somebody knows her name. Somebody help me with this. Why can't I think of her name right now? I don't need you to tell me why I can't think of it. But if somebody knows her name, please type it in chat. Any of the three places.
The American public has been witnessing what I can only call the most egregious cover-up in American history. And today was a critical part of our investigation to try to end this cover-up once and for all. We have met with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the rich and powerful people that helped to perpetuate these crimes. And we have heard over and over from these victims the name of Les Wexner and the importance of following the money. Because the story of Jeffrey Epstein is one that can almost, almost is the plot of a movie that is turned into a nightmare. And the real reason Jeffrey Epstein was able to get away with raping and abusing children, young women, boys, young men for so many years was because of the vast amounts of money that he was able to acquire, and that largely came from Les Wexner here in Ohio. So we're here to ask Les Wexner the critical questions, and it's been very interesting to see the types of responses that he's giving and his demeanor throughout the interview. He claims to want to provide information and to be helpful in the investigation, but then quickly follows up by saying that he does not recall details around a relationship with somebody that he had for decades.
Yeah. She's a new representative. She just, if I recall correctly, she just got elected. I think it was a special election, like New Mexico or something. I can't remember. Maybe Las Vegas, Nevada? Fuck. I cannot remember her name. It's bothering me, and nobody in chat can remember it either. Ricky said, I guess they only take 2% of it seriously. Yeah, they're taking it 2% seriously. 98% can't give a fuck. But yeah, Democrats is trying to get answers from Les Wexner. He doesn't seem to be very helpful. Seems like he's really just there to defend himself and get ahead of things more than anything else. Yasmin Ansari. I think you're right. I think you're right. It's AZ, isn't it? I was in the right corner of the country, at least. Yeah, it is. It is Yasmin Ansari from Arizona. Well done, Winnie. Good job. Thank you. I was in the right region though, at least. I was like New Mexico, Nevada. I knew it was somewhere in there. I just could not remember. It's hard. It's tough. It's always changing, and I have to keep myself apprised of this constantly. That's why I appreciate that so much. All right, let's keep talking about these files. I keep talking about the files. Briefly. Well, I think I'm going to try and move on from this. Make it a 1/2 files talk. Mostly, I just want to... Honestly, some of this stuff I want to save for tomorrow's stream for the weekending report. And I hate doubling down on too much of that stuff. Also, we've been talking about the files every single fucking day, every stream for like 4+ hours, and we have so many other things to talk about today. I'd rather us get to that. Plus, we're gonna have to revisit the files. Hope everybody realizes this. That in the Earth half, we're going right back to
immediately, if not sooner.
With the arrest of former Prince Andrew, Mr. Mountbatten Windsor. We've got a plethora of files. And, well, files-related discussions to get into. Honestly, I want to get to talking Jesse Jackson before it gets too late in here. I started late. I meant to start a little earlier. But I needed a nap. My sleep schedule's been all fucked up because I've been getting packages at the apartment on Earth. Had to buy a bike lock for my e-bike that you also generously crowdfunded for me. And I have a helmet coming in the morning, I think. Sometime tomorrow. Today, morrow. Friday. All right, to wrap up the Epstein talk, and probably this half, let's go here to the Majority Report with Emma Vigeland.
A what now?
I don't know. There's a coup. There's some sort of a coup going, an internet coup. Some kind of internet coup. Sam has not been seen all week on the Majority Report. I'm pretty sure Emma killed him.
Illegal.
That's on YouTube.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I'm already wearing a helmet. That's a good point. Oh, I just realized I totally ignored somebody's freaking tinfoil hat. How did that happen? Who
You
did
want
that
to
earlier?
see how Fox News is handling the
Looney.
release of the Epstein files and
Looney Tunes. So sorry, pal. So I got distracted. I heard it. I heard the tinfoil hat notification go off. I didn't put it on.
How
It's very
rude.
unfair of me. You spent your galactic space cash on that, and I've ignored you for like 20 minutes. It's incredibly rude.
So you want to see how Fox News is handling the release of the Epstein files and Donald Trump's cover-up? They'll never lay the blame on Donald Trump, even, any conservative media, even if they're breaking with the administration, even if they're critical of it. Go all the way up to like Candace Owens and Tucker, who it's very overplayed how they're breaking the conservative movement apart and they're going in an entirely different direction. They still won't criticize Trump.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Same thing. I mean, she does a little, but it's all about their
He's being held hostage by the people around him.
Right. Even when she
Illegal.
acknowledges that he was like completely duplicitous to her and used her, and the impulse right now with conservative media to make yourself the main character in every story is really annoying. Just if you pay attention to it, notice Candace Owens is doing it, Marjorie Taylor Greene's doing it. It's about like, I don't know, selling a narrative to people. When you're selling a conspiracy theory that doesn't really challenge power, you make it a story. It might be easy. It makes it easier if you make yourself the main character. But that's digression.
And you can't really go at the king. I mean, it's like when Francis Bacon had Bacon's Rebellion, he was rebelling against the authority of the monarch, but said he was actually doing it because the king didn't understand how bad things had gotten in the colonies.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the dynamic here. Trump's like a deity to these people, so they avoid it at all costs. But and by all costs, I mean the cost of, say, like defending pedophilia or downplaying, I should say, pedophilia and Jeffrey Epstein on Fox News. Here is a clip from The Five with two just men I would not want to be alone in the room with, Greg Gutfeld
Jesse meet his wife again?
and Jesse Waters. Oh, don't you worry. I have that story on memory.
Old, he looks good and he looks hard,
good,
Jesse
and he looks
Waters.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
She's named Emma, unfortunately. She was an intern for him when he was married to somebody else at Fox News, and he tells a really fun story about how he got her to go on a date with him by letting the air out of her tires and not telling her.
Yes. You know, a little bit of criminal mischief. That's a great way to get a woman on a date. That's a time-honored classic right there. That's the old George Bluth.
I made a huge tiny
special.
mistake.
The Job. It's called the Job. No, I just I should have realized that would happen. All of you are under suspicion. What? Honestly, though, every time I hear this story, we have to play this clip. I can't not.
Michael went to help Sally with the car
It's in the
problem Joe
bylaws.
had created.
The hell?
Only to find out things had gotten out of hand for Joe. Michael did look heroic as he went to put out the fire. Unfortunately, Sally arrived too late to see him that way.
God, what happened?
Car trouble?
In the Fox News parking garage.
Looks
so
like
that
you
she
need a
was
ride.
Forced to get a ride with him.
That adds up with what he's about to say.
Yeah, here he goes.
It looks like he's mostly just a fixer, a guy who advises. He helps people with their problems. Sometimes those problems are you need a girl, and
Or some penicillin.
Or some,
Is that a problem? I got a problem. I need an underage girl. I mean, yeah, that's a problem. I'm not sure providing that person with an underage girl is the solution. I'm actually fairly certain that's the opposite of the solution to that problem. This is a fascinating take
he
from
looks
old
good,
Jesse.
and he looks hard.
Good old Jesse, he looks good and he looks hard waters. Frizzla with the sweet gifted memberships on YouTube. Incredible generosity, getting us closer to some new emotes. I don't know where we're at on the progress, but we are making progress yesterday and today. Not last stream and this stream, we've been seeing real progress on the memberships. Of course, the number of memberships determines the number of emotes that we're allowed to add to our channel. Thank you again, Frizzla. All right, back to old car problems.
Like you need a ride.
Forced to get a ride with him.
That adds up with what he's about to say.
Yeah, here he goes.
It looks like he's mostly just a fixer, a guy who advises. He helps people with their problems. Sometimes those problems are you need a girl, and
Or some penicillin.
or some-
what now?
If you need it, he's got it.
He's a sex rabbi.
He should perform at the halftime show.
Yes.
It looks like.
Sorry, I don't follow the
These people
halftime.
are perverts.
That's a callback. They've been riffing for a week on a Jewish halftime show. I don't fully understand, but this has been a running joke with the Five.
Well, because that was pretty anti-Semitic from Greg Gutfeld.
Exactly.
Gotta say, sex rabbi.
A fixer? I'm sorry. Why is that exculpatory? He's a fixer who's advised. I mean, high levels of both parties.
Yeah, I don't know how you could see that as being exculpatory in any fashion. And they're just coping over there. This is just a huge heaping dose of copium. They're just trying to figure out a way to make this narrative not so bad for Republicans. It's honestly pretty disturbing when you think about it. Gifting memberships is somehow deeply unfulfilling? Oh, no, Frizzla, come on, you're really actually helping. Let me explain why it's so helpful. The fact that these memberships are in fact going to non-regular chatters, right? All these people, we don't see them in here. Asterisk, haha dude, snarky something. Carolyn Carter, Chadwick. These people, they now have memberships on YouTube, but we don't see them in chat. They could perhaps be tempted to come into the chat after receiving that sweet, sweet membership from you. So you're helping us out. You're really helping out, okay? I mean, granted, I think you can technically gift specifically to people, or maybe that's just Twitch. I take it back. I don't know if you can do that on YouTube. But honestly, it's good. It's good that they're going out to some people that we don't know. Will hopefully help grow our audience and channel. Incredibly helpful. And of course, it helps us pay the bills around here, something we gotta do, as it turns out.
About things not only and also just the capitalist class, about not only underage women, but also who they should put in charge of various agencies. It's an absolute and why him?
the fact that he's a fixer says nothing. I mean, that's true.
It's the problem.
I mean, that's what the whole.
Yeah, exactly. He fixed things by doing crimes. He fixed people's need. Like, you know, he's the same way that your local, you know, your neighborhood pusher man fixes problems. You know, you need some fentanyl or whatever. Well, I'm here for you, pal. Just come on into my office. I know it looks like an alley, but we're doing painting. Doing painting right now. Usually looks a lot nicer back here. The guy was just committing crimes. He was just committing crimes, a bunch of crimes, because people wanted to do crimes. It doesn't make it better. You're just changing the name. You're just instead of calling him a criminal mastermind, instead of calling him a fucking, you know, a murderer or a sex trafficker, just call him a fixer. It sounds so much better. Then when we talk about how Donald Trump is in those files a million times, it won't sound so bad. Trump's just in the fixer files, everybody. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Not in the sex trafficking files. No, those are completely different. We're talking about the fixer, Jeffrey Epstein. The disgraced fixer. Jesus Christ. It's just another attempt. Like, honestly, it's the same thing as when everybody calls him the disgraced financier. It's just a new version of it. Which doesn't work in the same way that I think that they think it's going to. Like, you don't get to come up with another thing that you want Jeffrey Epstein to be known for at this point. Like, it's so far gone, and like, for them to be trying this, and it's just, it shows just how desperate and pathetic they are. It's just like, dude, nobody's buying the disgraced financier thing. Now you're gonna come in and you come up with a new F word. Not financier, a fixer. That's better. That'll do it. People are gonna love that. Disgraced fixer Jeffrey Epstein. All right, we're way over first break somehow. Nearly an hour and 45 minutes into the stream, which means we got to take a quick galactic intermission. But worry not, we will in fact be back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, Throne. But right now, we need your help very much on places like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. As we're still running a fairly sizable galactic deficit at this point, we need to be raising over $25 a day between now and the end of February. It's closer to $30, I think, if I'm doing the math right. We got like 9 days left in February. And unfortunately, no matter how many donations we get on YouTube and Twitch, won't help us with the bills. The 1st of March. They are coming up immediately. Of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, while also contributing to the financing of the galactic deficit, is Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what time it is. That's right. It is time for the break to end and the stream to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you are going to miss it. Okay, Space Fams, we are back. We are back. Second half, about to begin. Hopefully you've done everything you needed to do during the break. We're about to get started. I'm gonna do a slightly truncated version of this. I'm sorry. The fact is I've got like 150 videos here tonight. There's no way we're gonna get through all of the clips. I know we completed the Galactic content goal. That means we'll get at least an 8-hour stream. But there's no way we can do all of the clips I have tonight. And just because I've been collecting clips for the last 2 days. I was planning on doing a stream yesterday, didn't do it. And I was collecting clips between Tuesday and Wednesday, and now it's rolled into Thursday. So we're going to have to roll over some of these to the week-ending report tomorrow. Honestly, just means more content tomorrow, it would seem. Okay, well, I'll at least do the transition here. Transitioning from the Epstein Files crimes to other sorts of crimes. Let's go here to New York, where one man is still facing charges. 1 year later, the trial has not even begun yet. I am, of course, talking about the only Luigi Mangione. And this next story actually has nothing to do with his case. This has to do with an unhinged individual who decided to take it upon himself to try and free Luigi. CBS New York, 2 days ago.
Man accused of trying to break Luigi Mangione out of jail using a pizza cutter was arraigned in Brooklyn federal court this morning. Mark Anderson of Minnesota pleaded not guilty to one charge of impersonating a federal agent. Court documents say on January 28th, Anderson claimed to be an FBI agent when he went to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn and demanded the release of a specific inmate. A federal law enforcement source tells CBS News that inmate was Mangione. Anderson was allegedly armed with a pizza cutter and a barbecue fork. He faces
Oh my god, honestly, this guy needs actual help, okay? He doesn't deserve to face crimes. This guy needs mental help. This guy needs psychiatric treatment, okay? Like
You have a mental health problem.
Honestly, I love this guy's vigor, but you have to be a complete and utter moron to think you're gonna break Luigi Mangione out of jail with a goddamn pizza cutter and the barbecue fork. What are you talking about? This dude needs psychiatric treatment, okay? He's not a criminal master. He's not even, I mean, I'm fairly certain he's having some sort of psychotic break. Like, you can't tell me that man doesn't need help. He did not think that through at all. Not even kind of. He was like, fuck it. Fuck it, I got this. I got a barbecue fork and a pizza cutter. Free Luigi! Free Luigi time. You idiot. So you've never broken someone out of jail using a pizza cutter? No. No, I can't say I have. I just thought that was a fascinating story. Little comedic segue to other crimes. Speaking of crimes, the DOJ has dropped charges against two men who were originally accused of crimes by federal immigration agents. I think this actually happened Monday? I can't remember when they actually dropped the charges. We talked about this already, but Democracy Now! For
In
a little
Minnesota,
bit more
two ICE agents have been suspended and face criminal investigation into whether they lied to a jury about the shooting of a Venezuelan immigrant last month. The officers claimed Julio Cesar Sosa Celis and his cousin Alfredo Alejandro Algiorno attacked them with a snow shovel and a broom after a traffic stop on January 14th and said one of the officers fired in self-defense. Shortly after the shooting, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described it as an attempted murder of federal law enforcement.
Illegal.
But video evidence directly contradicts claims the men attacked federal agents. Sosa Celis said he'd retreated into his home and was shot in the leg while in the process of closing and locking his door. On Thursday, a federal judge dismissed felony assault charges against the cousins after the U.S. attorney in Minneapolis said newly discovered evidence had contradicted the officer's testimony and after ICE admitted the federal agents lied under oath. For more, we're joined in Minneapolis by Frederick Getz, criminal defense attorney who represents Alfredo Alejandro Algiorno. Thanks so much for being with us. Can you explain exactly what happened? How rare for the Department of Justice to admit that their agents lied?
Well, that is unusual, as is the result in this case, which is not only a dismissal, but a dismissal with prejudice, meaning that my client can never be charged again for anything to do with this incident.
Explain what took place as you understand it, Fred Getz.
What happened from my client's perspective, which I think is actually the truthful version, is that he was on his way home. He's a DoorDash delivery person, and he was followed by ICE agents. This followed the shooting of Renee Good by about a week, so he was filled with fear. He just wanted to get home. He gets out of his car, and he's running in his home when he's tackled by the ICE agent. At that point, there is a struggle. There's no dispute about that. My client slipped out of his sweater and then was in the process of running into his home. His cousin comes out, Juan Sosa Celis or Julio Sosa Celis. They do not strike the agent. There's no attack with a broom. There's no attack with a shovel. They run and retreat inside the house behind a closed door, and that's when they're shot at by the agent.
If you can explain what they were originally charged with.
They were charged with assaulting a federal officer, which is a very serious offense. As a result of this, Mr. Algiorno, he's been branded a criminal, not only here, but, through the internet in his home of Venezuela. And so this person who'd been living a law-abiding life up to this point.
They wanted the Taco Bell bad. Honestly, though, is this the worst of the worst? Are DoorDash drivers? Yeah. Gotta get rid of all the DoorDash drivers.
This is ridiculous!
Is all of a sudden deemed a criminal. So it's had serious repercussions for this man and his reputation.
Can you talk about the significance of the judge dismissing the case with prejudice? What does with prejudice mean?
It means he can never be charged again for anything to do related with this. And I should point out that the judge granted the government's motion. So it was the government's moving to dismiss the case with prejudice that then gave the judge the opportunity to grant that relief. And the government should be commended for taking that bold and affirmative step in recognizing the wrong and making concrete efforts to correct it.
Can you explain where your client, Alfredo Alejandro Aljona, one of the two Venezuelan men, and Julio Cesar Sosa Celis are right now?
They've returned to their families in Minnesota.
And to have ICE issuing a statement admitting its federal agents...
That is kind of a tongue twister, not going to lie. Cesar Sosa Celis. It's a lot of S sounds in there. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, honestly, like this whole fucking campaign, I've had enough with it. I don't know if I assume most of the people in my chat are also because of the way I talk about it. But I've had enough of it. Like, we need to dismantle ICE. That's a given. Like 100% given at this point. DHS is on the chopping block, in my opinion. At least it should be. We should be getting people in office who want to do those two things at the bare minimum. In fact, that might not even be the bare minimum right now. But, like, I guess my point is, which is what we should be shooting for. At least some of the things on this, because I'm done. I'm done with these illegal fucking tactics. And at this point, it's either pack the Supreme Court or abolish it, because they've become a completely undemocratic institution, unaccountable to no one but their billionaire benefactors, essentially. Medicare for all, get it all in. Let's get it all done. I'm done with this waiting around. No more of this pussyfooting around the bush. We need Democrats who can actually stand up and do things about this world that we're living in. Make it better. We already know the things that would make it better. They're just refusing to do them because of their benefactors. You get money out of politics. Trump's about to try and get a new guy in. Yeah, I heard. At this point, it would probably change almost nothing. Considering what the Supreme Court has already greenlit for Donald Trump, there's very little it would change, in my opinion. Like sure, maybe they'd be more brazen and open about it than a Sam Alito. Like, I heard about this. I wasn't even really planning on talking about this, but I will address what you're talking about because it's a fair point. And the fact is, Sam Alito has horrifying views on things. Like, he's no moderate, right? He's an extremist. He just speaks with a soft tone, you know? Like, he comes from a particular pedigree, so he seems, what's the word? Like he has, God, like people like are ascribe character to this man that doesn't exist, right? Like, sure, we might get somebody in there who's more vocally, like disturbing. Like, who might, tonally, cause you and I alarm. But it's not going to change much, legally speaking, because they've already greenlit, legally, practically everything. They've basically given Donald Trump the ability to do whatever the hell he wants. Sure, maybe they'll, I don't know, maybe they'll more openly display their Nazi memorabilia. Oh, wait, no, that was Harlan Crow, the billionaire benefactor who was displaying Nazi memorabilia in his home. Not the justices themselves. But hey, maybe we'll get one now, considering the direction of things. While we're talking about ICE, we might as well, and the law, we might as well talk about another ruling relating to ICE. Because apparently, according to a federal judge, ICE cannot re-detain Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Full stop. Can't do it.
A federal judge has ruled that Kilmar Abrego Garcia can't be redetained by immigration authorities. The Salvadorian national's case has become a focal point in the immigration debate after he was mistakenly deported to his home country last year. A U.S. district judge in Maryland ruled Tuesday that Immigration and Customs Enforcement cannot detain him again because a 90-day detention period has expired and the government has no viable plan for deporting him.
Look at that. Federal judge says, hey, you can't just arbitrarily detain this guy without any reason for it, aside from you don't like him and he makes you look bad in the press. And so now he's been released already, of course. And now, according to a judge, he cannot be re-detained. Well, look at that. Chadwick. Thank you, thank you. I assume that's for the thanking Frizla, who I think gifted you that membership that you now have. Exhibit A, everybody. I literally said it. Thank you for making my point, Chadwick. I was literally just telling chat that, you know, don't dismay that perhaps chatters who you don't know got memberships, because maybe they'll show up. Maybe they'll show up and they'll become space vamps. Maybe they'll hang out with us. I don't know. Just a thought. And look, there you are, showing up. Saying thank you. Proving me right. Hold up, what is a barbecue fork? You don't know what a barbecue fork is? It's like a long fork. It's like a long metal fork used for barbecuing, like on a barbecue grill, right? And it is intended to like keep you away from the flame somewhat, right? And to be able to, you know, work from at least a little bit of a distance away from the barbecue. Let's go here to Representative Andy Kim. Just gonna skip a few videos here that I gotta save for tomorrow, just to keep us on track. Oh, I went one too far.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, Representative Andy Kim of, I believe, California, had some things to say about ICE protests, or at least in response to witnesses' statements here in Congress at the Homeland's... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep saying representatives. Senate. Senator Andy Kim. Why am I doing that? It's very rude. Senator Andy Kim at the Senate Homeland Security Committee from yesterday? No, last week, actually.
Senator Kim, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Bronner, I just want to pick up here. How many people have been protesting in the streets in Minnesota?
Depending on the day, I'd refer to Senator Corran, but dozens, possibly hundreds.
Dozens? Or has this guy just not been watching? Dozens of people have been in the streets of Minnesota? This was 10 days ago. I mean, is this guy kidding me? Dozens of people? There's been like tens of thousands. Perhaps more than that. If you count like over the entirety of the protests since ICE showed up, it's got to be in the like over 100,000. He's like a dozen people or something. Fucking idiot. That's just partisanship, though. This guy is living in a bubble. You can just tell.
Dozens or possibly hundreds of people are protesting in the streets of Minnesota. Is that what you're saying? Does that sound right to you, State Senator Corran?
Thank you. I'd respond thousands. So thousands of them, and there are a variety of groups. So those at the national level, which were just discussed, those that are home-based in Minnesota, as well as all of those that have been encouraged by our leadership.
Of those thousands, how many do you believe are just doing this on their own, or do you really think that the majority, if not most of them, are actually coordinated in the way that Mr. Brunner was talking about?
I think there's a variety. There's 3 tiers again. Those that are national and global, as I just described. Those that have ties based in Minnesota, coordinating with the national efforts, and then those that are homegrown, that just residents that have been encouraged. I mentioned earlier, they talked that they've trained 30,000 Minnesota residents to be observers and to engage and impede federal law enforcement.
Yeah, look, I just want to say that I just
being an
strongly
observer is
disagree
not
with
impeding. I mean, this guy is characterizing it in, I mean, it's not just a disingenuous way, it's just a factually false way. Observers are not impeding. By definition, they are observing and not getting in the way. They're doing what is legally, like, within their rights to do. These guys are fucking, like, the fact that the Republicans call these 2 idiots in here is ridiculous. Also, this.
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
I should get that sound
categorizing this and talking about this. And it's not just people in Minnesota. People all over this country are frustrated and concerned and upset. They're scared and they're worried about things because they just saw 2 American citizens get killed in the street by federal agents. And I just had a town hall in New Jersey this weekend, and the idea that people would be saying that this type of anger and this type of outrage, whether in New Jersey or in Minnesota, is being predominantly coordinated in this type of way. I just had to say it is delegitimizing the anger and the fear that people are facing right now. So I just have to say, the way in which it's been described in terms of, or the majority of the protesters are talking about this, in that kind of way, I just think is very dangerous right now. And I hope that we can still say and recognize that there are a lot of people that are furious right now and worried. And I just wanted to be able to push back on what I've been hearing. To go back to the topic of this hearing in the broader vein on the examining fraud, I guess I wanted to just start here. Mr. Hedler-Gaudet, you talked about this in terms of, this is not episodic, right? You said it's not unique in terms of fraud happening just in one state. This is something I think we can all say with confidence is happened in every single state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Talcove, is that similar in your mindset too?
Yes, Senator.
Now, you talked about it, Mr. Talcove, as a persistent vulnerability and not episodic in that type of way. I want to kind of go through some of the tools that we have to try to address this. Let's start with the Government Accountability Office, GAO. As far as I can tell, some of the stats are saying it's saved $1.45 trillion since 2002. Mr. Talcove, does that sound about right? I mean, not the specific number, but has it saved the taxpayers a lot of money in that way?
They definitely have saved some money, but not to the full extent of the fraud that's taking place.
Oh, certainly not. No, I mean, this is just one tool that we have at our disposal in that way. So I guess I would just ask you, do you see importance in supporting the GAO?
I think the GAOs are GAO is very important as part of the process, but part of the challenge has been their recommendations tend not to be followed. In fact, there was an article in yesterday's Wall Street Journal talking about the TANF program. 165 recommendations were made, 65 were critical. 0 of those recommendations for the past 10 years have been followed up on.
So the concern that you have is actually that their recommendations are not being followed up. Do you have any reason to believe that GAO is working in a partisan way?
No.
I guess I just wanted to follow up on this in part because our current OMB director, Russell Vogt, said that he doesn't think that GAO should exist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Not my bailiwick.
Not your bailiwick. Republicans in the House of Representatives proposed cutting GAO by 50% last year. Do you think a 50% cut to GAO would hurt their ability in terms of being able to shine a light on fraud in our government?
Yeah. The most important thing that can happen right now, if we're serious about saving $1 trillion annually, is to allow the states to start sharing data and to go through the 4 recommendations that I had, front-end identity verification.
I agree with a lot of your recommendations on that front. I'm just trying to get a sense of all of our different tools, so we can get back to that. But Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, I guess I want to ask you those same questions. Do you agree or do you disagree with Russell Vogt's suggestion that we get rid of the GAO?
I emphatically disagree.
Do you have a problem with Republicans in the House trying to cut GAO by 50%?
I have a problem with anyone messing with GAO. I'm a staunch GAO defender, be they Republican or Democrat.
Yeah, look, I think, just in these broad tools that we have GAO, and I hope that we can, in a bipartisan way, think through how we can use these tools, how we can support them going forward in our efforts if we are seriously and earnestly trying to address fraud. Also, when it comes to inspector generals, and I think that that's something that we've seen a lot of challenge on here, as we saw immediately President Trump come in and get rid of 17 inspector generals. Mr. Hetler-Gaudet, does that concern you in terms of how he has dismissed inspector generals in his time in the office so far?
Is deeply concerning. Not only is it antithetical to any serious effort to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, but it's also unlawful in many cases. So it's kind of got 2 dimensions of problematicness there.
Yeah, look, a number of these different efforts, but Mr. Talkov, I agree with you in terms of the data and the efforts we can do on that front. So I guess I just wanted to ask you, what are actions that Congress can take to fix the gaps in data transparency and make it easier for us to follow where the dollars are going?
Okay, I meant to end that a little sooner. But just so that you all understand what was going on, maybe I should have given us more clarity on what was going to be said. But there was a lot of terms thrown around in there. Some people may not know what is being said. GAOs is just a shorthand for something known as a Government Accountability Office. Accountability, the thing government's supposed to technically do all the time. And yet, Donald Trump and the Trump administration has basically gotten rid of all accountability, fired all the inspectors general, defunded all the accountability apparatuses, and just made it all around harder to hold anybody accountable for anything they do in government. Especially then. And getting rid of it is actually costing the government a fuck ton of money, according to Ted Lieu. Okay, now back to talking about the federal courts. And ICE's record with criminal actions. The statistics are piling up, and thousands of instances of civil rights violations, wrongful jailings, being committed by ICE are coming to light. Let's go to Democracy Now! From 10 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh, but first this.
A major investigation by Reuters has found hundreds of judges around the U.S. have ruled more than 4,400 times since October that President Trump's administration is detaining immigrants unlawfully. Reuters reports, quote, the decisions amount to a sweeping legal rebuke of Trump's immigration crackdown. But the administration has continued jailing people indefinitely, even after courts ruled the policy was illegal. This comes as the number of people in ICE detention has reached about 68,000 this month. That's a 75% increase from when Trump took office last year.
We're joined now by Brad Heath, Enterprise reporter for Reuters. He co-wrote the article, Courts Have Ruled 4,400 Times ICE Jailed People Illegally. It Hasn't Stopped. Brad, lay out this expose.
Sure. We've been looking at cases in which people detained by the government during the immigration crackdown have come to court and said, I am being held illegally. You are required to give me at least an opportunity to be out on bond while the government is trying to deport me. And that's something that for almost 30 years, the government has done pretty consistently. But starting last summer, the Trump administration made a big push to try to keep everybody locked up while these cases were going on. And we found, 4,421 cases involving more than 400 judges who said these detentions are illegal. The government can't just deny people bond and hold them indefinitely in this way.
I think that's quite a, it's a disturbing fact. It seems to be, at least according to my own estimation of things, this just seems to be intentionally cruel. The imprisonment of people just for the sake of it. This just sort of despotic, harsh, and unnecessary treatment of human beings for no other reason than, there doesn't even seem to, it's not even clear, but most of it just seems to be about being brown and foreign seemingly foreign. So even if you are an American, you just seem too foreign. Sorry, you're going to have to sit in a jail cell without any civil rights, without having ever been even accused of a crime, indicted for a crime, convicted of a crime. You're just gonna have to sit in there. You can't even ask for bond. You're just gonna have to sit there and wait until we decide what to do with you. It's fucking disturbing. It is genuinely the definition of authoritarianism, right? Is that the supreme leader can, with the wave of a hand, just put you in jail. And that you'll just have to wait until somebody, takes it upon themselves to rid you of your plight, because you don't have any legal rights. And that's the opposite of a democracy, right? Like, we're just living without freedoms now. Like, if you happen to be the wrong kind of American, you just have less freedoms than white people, essentially. And honestly, it's not just brown people. I have to say, it really isn't, because that's why I add in foreign, right? Because we have seen Irish people, some of the whitest people on the planet, get caught up in all this, like actual Irish nationals here on visas, legally documented, and all that other stuff, getting caught up, getting left in detention for months at a time. And it's because it is literally, this is all coming from Stephen Miller and Russ Vought, who are genuinely a couple of sadists, right? They get pleasure from people's suffering, especially people who they view as being other than they, right? They have already otherized these people in their own minds. And that's why they've created insane things like quotas, right? Like just saying you have to pick up this many people. Like it's your job, right? You're literally telling people it is their job to just pick up as many people, regardless of if you have any reason to do it, right? It incentivizes this shit, right? We're creating like a bounty system for brown people in this country.
So, Brad, what's been the response to this expose?
Well, things have kind of kept on as they're keeping on, and the number of lawsuits coming into the federal courts is just piling up and up. And it's a pretty striking number. There were 20,000 when last I looked, and I think the pace is actually accelerating. Now, there's been some action. There was a federal judge in California yesterday who tried to block the administration's policy of just denying people bond globally. And we'll see what effect that has. But, so far, these court orders saying this policy is illegal have not caused the administration to change it.
Tell us about 18-year-old high school student Joseph Thomas from Venezuela. What happened to him? What did the judge rule?
Yeah, he was... He's a Venezuelan. He and his father were both asylum seekers. They'd been in the country since 2023. They were arrested after a traffic stop. They both had work authorizations. They were doing like a delivery run for Walmart, I think. And the government denied both of them the opportunity to be released. So they filed lawsuits along with tens of thousands of others at this point. And two separate judges ruled that the government had to release them. So both have since gone home, but to get there, they had to go through this process of like obtaining a lawyer and going to federal court, which is not how it used to work.
And Brad, could you talk about the impact of this flood of lawsuits on the functioning of the overall judicial system?
Yeah, it's really been quite striking. And we saw like a little bit of it crack into the public view a couple of weeks ago when a DOJ attorney just complained to a judge, about how bad the system was and how she wished she could be held in contempt so she could get 24 hours of rest. But the pileup of these cases is like nothing the Justice Department was equipped to handle. We've found 700 DOJ lawyers who've been assigned to these cases, including people who've been pulled off of criminal prosecutions. There are some lawyers whose name has ended up on more than 1,000 civil lawsuits just since October. That's
Wow. One single lawyer has 1,000 civil lawsuits filed against them. No wonder they want to just be put in jail. It would just be easier at this point. No wonder women no wonder that woman is like, please just hold me in contempt so I don't have to do my job anymore. 1,000 civil lawsuits. That means that you're personally liable. It means that you can be personally, financially liable for the rulings in those things. There's no way those people are getting paid enough money to defend themselves and pay out. I mean, you got to assume at least like some portion, even if it was 10%. Even if it's just 10% of them win their lawsuits, that's 100 different lawsuits. You got to assume they're going to be awarded some amount of money in each of those. You must be talking about millions of dollars. Even with like sort of paltry judgments, a few $1,000s would basically, like $5,000 or $10,000 get you there pretty much. Per judgment, I mean. I imagine I would no longer want to do my job either, if that were the case. Now, one man was doing his job of asking questions of witnesses in Congress earlier. And the Majority Report has the clip.
I understand why the conservative mind reacts to aggrievement, because that is like fundamentally what the conservative mind is. They're constantly searching for an aggrievement. There was a great piece in the New York Times that, like, now that there's no border issues in Texas, they're ramped up their Islamophobia because they need to feel like they are under threat and that there is some fundamental unfairness that is taking place. In this instance, for Saga, it was, that we're the only country in the world that educates undocumented immigrants' kids, which, of course, is, again, anybody can spend 5 minutes on the internet and find out that's not even remotely the case. The vast majority of EU countries do the same. Mexico does the same, Thailand, Jordan, etc. So you have to dig lower as to like what is generating the need to backfill with some aggrievement. And it really is embodied in this guy. His name is Jeremy Carl, and he is been nominated. He's of Montana. He's the Assistant Secretary of State for International. He's being nominated to be the Assistant Secretary of State for International Organizations. And he is,
he's a nominee, not a witness.
To be a Senate, you need.
Somehow I missed that about this. I mean, I assumed he was already, like, I thought he was here as a witness, like in official capacity. I didn't realize he wasn't yet in his job. I thought this guy already had his job. For some reason, I thought he was already in the Trump administration. I was listening to this at like 2x yesterday. So that's my fault.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Senate confirmation. So he's going through a Senate hearing, and the guy, Jeremy Carl, has been in his writing and in his podcast appearances and wherever it is. He's from the Claremont Institute, which is
it's a white supremacist think tank.
Yes. And he worked at the Hoover Institution. And went to Yale, Kennedy School of Government, et cetera, et cetera. He was a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute's Center for the American Way of Life.
The Institute for kids who can't read good and want to do other stuff
here he
good
is
as well.
being asked about all of his sort of like white supremacist stuff. And he's not going to back down from that, folks.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history. There's,
like what?
Let me think about this.
Please. Yeah.
Pause it for a second. You know what's sort of amazing about this? That he's got to think about it, because I maybe he didn't think he was going to be asked the question.
Yeah. No, it's really weird. You would think that if you're this aggrieved and that you're like your entire deal was like white identity is being destroyed in front of our very eyes, you'd think you'd have a couple of examples at the ready, like one or two, right? You'd be able to rattle them off. But this guy's like, gee, that's a tough question. It's like, is it? You just told me it was a serious problem.
Directly. He wrote a book called The Unprotected Class: How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart. He had in 2020 and 2025 was all over, through the years, just espousing white supremacy. Good.
A book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example.
Well, pause it for a second. Now, I got news for you. The Scotch-Irish.
Scotch-Irish military culture?
At the founding of this country, when we had founding fathers. They came out and fought in the Revolutionary War. And they were great fighters.
So did some free black people.
But it turns out when they didn't want to pay their taxes in the late 90s in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion, George Washington,
not going to do it.
one of the founding fathers,
at this juncture.
actually decimated them.
I wonder why it's about the Scots-Irish way of war and not the white way of war.
Because, the biggest probably attacks on Scots-Irish was done by George Washington. Okay.
One example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
But you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about.
Oh, well, pause it. Wait, go back. Wait, now, there were subcultures of white, because I got news for you. When Italians first came to this country, when the Irish first came to this country, they were not considered white.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird Sam would bring that up, because abso-freaking-lutely. And it's strange, how he just accepts that as part of, it's the slow passage of time and the creep of whiteness. And it's like, okay, we need you guys for this, so you're gonna be white today. You'll be white from this day forth, as long as you do this one thing we need you to do. Just come on over to our side. And it's fascinating. It's like, we just need you for this narrative real quick. Tell everybody how repressed you are real quick.
They weren't. So, like, is he saying that their culture melted into, like, that the American culture, like I'm trying to understand this. They're subcultures.
Yeah. The problem is whiteness is a big lie told by powerful people subscribed to by losers.
Good.
Elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more.
But you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average.
Pause it for a second. Now, wait a second. Is the black church threatening the white church?
With erasure? I think it's just people like me not going to church anymore.
But is
black people didn't intimidate me out of it.
Is this black church thing new?
They're taking all the...
Like, what is he saying? Like the big difference between white culture...
You know, white people go to black churches and black people go to white churches. I would like to point that out. In fact, I think... Wasn't Pam Bond? No. Oh my God, I got the blonde white ladies confused for a second. Donald Trump's what's her name? Pam. Her name is Pam too, isn't it? God, they're all melting together. Paula White. I think Paula White used to preach at a black church. Oh, Paula. Oh, God. I gotta do this. I can't do it. Now that we're talking about Paula White and the church, I gotta do this. I'm sorry. Apologies, everybody. Remember this, though? Does everybody remember this? Come on. I know at least some people in this chat remember this. This is a throwback. This is a throwback to like 5 years ago.
Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
From Africa, from South America. Oh my God, the spirits, they're coming, people. Paula White, Donald Trump's spiritual advisor.
In black culture is that the churches have different types of services. Like, I mean, I don't know. I haven't spent a lot of time in churches. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if is a Catholic service similar to like a Pentecostal service. Like, the mega churches the same as like going to the cathedral up the road?
I went to a Protestant mass with a girl in college, and it did not look a lot like the Catholic masses that I went to growing up. No.
Sergeant Flux tells me Italians weren't considered white in the U.S. until the 1970s.
Also, one difference between the black and white church
U.S. Census
is that the black churches opposed slavery, and the white churches, for instance, the Southern Baptist Church, started calling themselves Southern Baptists because they supported slavery.
Okay.
The white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Foodways could often be different.
Foodways. He sounds like
Foodways?
He sounds like a academic.
Foodways.
What is
Foodways. Foodways can often be different. I don't know what that sentence means. That just broke my brain. Foodways can look at him looking way up at the lights. You can see them like shining into his eyes. He's clearly trying to come up with something. He's like, "Dear God, please help me."
Help!
He's like, "Please, God, help me in this moment, this trying time where I have to explain my beliefs in Congress." Oh my God. Nobody knows what foodways are. Don't ask. Don't ask. It's too complicated. There's no way to explain it. I think what he meant is somehow that people eat different food based upon their cultures. And if you get rid of white people, which nobody is proposing, and it's not clear that there's any any likelihood of that ever happening, then we won't have white people foodways. Not food, but foodways. We won't have that anymore. I don't know. It's not clear what that means, though. I still don't understand what the phrase foodways means. But so long as we're able to get past that part of it and just accept that it's some sort of a cultural thing, if we get rid of white people, we won't have that anymore. That sounds bad. It sounds bad. I don't know what it means. You know what's actually bad? Putting people like that in power, rather than guys like Jesse Jackson. That's right, we're talking about Jesse now. Reverend Jackson, who died earlier this week at the old age of 84. Still feels too soon in this moment. Would have been nice if you could have waited until, 2029, Jesse. Losing too many good people right now. And all the worst people are in power. All right, let's go here. First of multiple stories on this. Well, the clips on this discussion. Let's go first here to the AP.
No introduction is needed, but I'd like to
from 2 days ago.
Reverend Jesse Jackson.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson was a civil rights leader and icon for decades. He was a major contributor to the civil rights movement and helped it accomplish many of its goals. Jackson even ran for president in 1984 and 1988.
The only time that we win is when we come together.
He was with Martin Luther King Jr. when King was assassinated at a Memphis hotel in 1968. He helped carry King's mission forward.
I really can't think of any single individual who's had more influence after Dr. King's tenure here than Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Until Barack Obama's election in 2008, Jackson was the most successful black candidate for U.S. president.
He really did help bring the awareness of the black political struggle forward. And I don't think that we can underestimate the impact of him, just the act of running. He wasn't fully successful, but I don't know if that mattered, right? That he showed that there's a need for it, that he really did lay the groundwork for Barack Obama to be a viable candidate.
Jackson attended President Barack Obama's election celebration in 2008 and was clearly moved. Jackson was also influential in international diplomacy. Jackson received the Medal of Freedom in 2000. the highest U.S. civilian honor.
It's hard to imagine how we could have come as far as we have without the creative power, the keen intellect, the loving heart, and the relentless passion of Jesse Davis Jackson.
Wherever you went, where people needed a lift, Jesse Jackson was.
I really don't think we needed the Clinton one in here. I mean, could have skipped on that. Although I get it. God. Right now, I don't think anybody has any good feelings towards Bill Clinton. Ay, ay, ay. It is a huge loss, honestly, to America. Jesse Jackson was a leader in the activist and civil rights community for decades and decades, since before, since the black and white era. And I'm talking about the color of the photos and not the people. Ah, God. And during Black History Month, I feel like it's honestly even harder. Anyway, let's go to a place everybody here is familiar with. Democracy Now! From 2 days ago. Whoopsies, I just hit the wrong button. There we go.
We begin today's show looking at the life and legacy of the towering civil rights icon, Reverend Jesse Jackson. He died earlier today at the age of 84. In the 1960s, Jackson worked closely with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Jackson was with King when King was assassinated in Memphis on April 4th, 1968, at the Lorraine Motel. Jackson later moved to Chicago, where he founded Operation PUSH, People United to Serve Humanity. He also founded the National Rainbow Coalition. In 1984 and 1988, Jackson ran two groundbreaking presidential campaigns. In 1988, he received about 7 million votes. As a presidential candidate, he pushed for cutting the Pentagon budget while increasing domestic spending on education, housing, and health care. Jackson was also involved in international campaigns, from the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa to supporting Palestinian self-determination. The Reverend Jackson was hospitalized in November for treatment of a rare and particularly severe neurodegenerative condition, progressive supranuclear palsy, PSP. In a statement, Reverend Jackson's family said, quote, "Our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world. His unwavering belief in justice, equality, and love uplifted millions, and we ask you to honor his memory by continuing the fight for the values he lived by," they said. This is a clip of Reverend Jesse Jackson speaking at the 1988 Democratic National Convention.
When you see Jesse Jackson, when my name goes in nomination, your name goes in nomination. I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified and you hold on and hold out. Yeah! You must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
That's Reverend Jesse Jackson speaking at the Democratic National Convention in 1988 when he ran for president for the second time. Jesse Jackson was born in Greenville, South Carolina, October 8, 1941. As a college student in North Carolina, Jackson became involved in the civil rights movement. By the mid-'60s, he was a close aide to Martin Luther King Jr. and became National Director of Operation Breadbasket, a campaign run by the SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Over the past 30 years, the Reverend Jesse Jackson was a regular guest on Democracy Now! In 2011, I spoke with him shortly after the unveiling of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial in Washington, D.C.
I think we would do well to use the statue as an occasion to deal with his unfinished business. He was shot down, assassinated at age 39. His last agenda items included a poor people's campaign, the quest to end the war in Vietnam and stop the radical escalation of capital in the hands of the very wealthy. And today, here we are with too few people with too much wealth subsidized by the government, too many unnecessary awards, and too many people in poverty. So in some sense, this memorial gives us a rallying point to keep dealing with his unfinished business. We bail out the banks without link to lending and reinvestment, for example. The Bush tax cut extension is more money than all of the state budget deficits combined. So clearly, Wall Street has made out big time, but the poor are expanding, and we're losing jobs in mass, and we must, in fact, turn it around. He died a very unpopular man, attacked by our government, attacked by the media, shunned by many blacks themselves, for example, civil rights activists, because he dared to deal with the issue of unjust, unnecessary wars. They were spending $1 trillion in Iraq on the wrong target. Overthrowing the government in Libya, $1 billion there and billions more to restore it. $2 billion a week in Afghanistan, and yet we're laying off teachers, firemen, policemen. He would be distressed by that. He would be weeping about that. The bailout for these banks who drove us in the hole, and then they get bailed out without links to kind of in a reinvestment. We refortified them, not restructured them. These issues that Dr. King would have raised would be troubling, but it is his sense of outrage and conscience that make us better today. And I would hope, as Vince said, that the interpretation must lead us to his unfinished business. The dream only makes sense if it's connected to the broken promise that had been unfulfilled for 100 years. And today, the dream is to put every American back to work. That means reinvesting in the common people bottom up. We're cutting public transportation, denying access to jobs, resegregating. Our schools are most segregated. The biggest growth industry in most states, the jail industrial complex. So he would see me raising troubling questions of conscience. So I would see this monument as an opportunity to raise issues of jobs and peace and justice.
The late Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Ah, Jesus. What a loss. It's unfortunate. But he made it a long time. 84 years. In this world, that's quite a lot. Quite impressive, really. All right, we're going to go through these chronologically on the Democracy Now! Videos. I got a few of them. I'm not going to watch all of each, but I'm going to hit them up one at a time. And we're going to see how different people were attempting to celebrate his legacy in the wake of his death. Across the country, mostly in Illinois and New York. Yeah, another Democracy Now! Clip. Continuing the discussion of the legacy of Reverend
This
Jesse
is
Jackson.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We're continuing our look at the life and legacy of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died today at the age of 84. A civil rights icon, two-time presidential candidate. We're joined now by two guests. Larry Hamm is a longtime civil rights activist. He's chair of the People's Organization for Progress. He was co-chair of the Jackson for President campaign in New Jersey in 1988. Also a Jackson delegate at the Democratic National Convention then, and the former president of the New Jersey chapter of the Rainbow Coalition. And we're joined by Clarence Lusane, political science professor at Howard University, the director of the International Affairs program there. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Clarence Lusane, let's begin with you. You woke up this morning with this news of this historic figure having passed, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Your thoughts on his significance, on his life and legacy?
Good morning, Amy, and good morning, Larry, as well. Yeah, my phone has been blowing up with texts from not just people here in the U.S., but from around the world as the news spread. I want to echo what Bernie Sanders said about Jackson's contribution. Jackson's life contributed to making this country more democratic, more inclusive, more fair. What Jackson was able to do was to marry movements, grassroots movements, with electoral politics. Prior to the 1980s, a lot of activists who were working on issues from anti-nuclear kinds of concerns to peace issues to civil rights had a kind of sketchy relationship with electoral politics. And Jackson saw that that was a vehicle for being able to bring this country to its principles that it espouses. And so in 84 and in 88, Jackson was doing two things. One was building an electoral movement that would make the Democratic Party and electoral politics more democratic. But at the same time, he was also building a movement outside of that, the National Rainbow Coalition, which picked up the mantle from the civil rights movement and from what Dr. King and others had been doing in the 1960s and brought that into the 1980s and beyond. And his contributions were not just domestic, of course, but also international, not only working with folks who were working around issues like human rights and peace, but just a range of concerns that people had around the world, including, of course, the anti-apartheid movement.
And talk about that, especially for young people who aren't so familiar with the movement to take down apartheid in South Africa. And going back to 1966, the March Against Fear in Mississippi. Oh, up through, what was it, 2000 with the fight around Gore and Bush.
Yep, the 1966 March Against Fear happened in Mississippi. This was 3 years after King had given his speech at the March on Washington, I Have a Dream speech, and Medgar Evers had been killed. And James Meredith, who was a local activist in Mississippi, started a march. He was shot during that march, but that then galvanized the entire civil rights movement to come to Mississippi. So Jackson was there, King was there, Stokely Carmichael was there. That's where Stokely Carmichael made his famous statement about Black Power. And that's important because what we see with Jackson is that he brought together the disparate parts of not only the Black political movement, people who were nationalists, people who consider themselves socialists, people who consider themselves liberals, even Black conservatives. Jackson would galvanize and rally when he ran in 88 and 84. But Jackson also brought together people outside of the civil rights community and outside of the Black community.
Yeah, I think that is the legacy of Jesse. right there, summed up very, very well here by Professor Lusane. But like, yeah, he really managed to bring people together. He didn't give up. I mean, granted, we don't hear much from him anymore, but he was also an 84-year-old man. But he continued his fight, you know? Even after Martin Luther King died, he did not give up. And he tried to bring in a big coalition of people to fight for really the rights of everyone. All right, now he started off that, I put this in the wrong order. He started off talking about Bernie Sanders. We'll get to that in a second. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit to the other guest that came on, Larry Ham. Just for time's sake, because I've got literally 20 videos on on this topic. Well, partly Jesse Jackson, and then on the topic of Black history in America in 2026. And of course, I don't know if honestly, I'll bet a bunch of you didn't even hear about this, but Donald Trump held a Black History Month reception at the White House yesterday. That was fascinating. One person got the old Medal of Freedom. You'll be shocked to find out who.
He talked about Professor Clarence Lusane, Larry. That's Larry Ham, civil rights activist, chairman of the People's Organization for Progress, co-chair of the Jackson for President campaign in New Jersey in 19...
All right, technically, no, but all right. I misspoke. There was Trump alluded to giving somebody the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's not clear that he's actually gonna do it.
1988, also a Jackson delegate at the Democratic Convention in 1988 and former president of New Jersey chapter of Rainbow Coalition. I wanted to go to a clip of Reverend Jackson speaking again when he ran for president in 1988. We're showing an old clip of you, Larry, holding up a poster that says Jesse exclamation.
Wow, they went back in the footage. Wow. They dug into the files. Is this Larry? Is this Lawrence Ham? Could be. Whoa, Gremlin TV. A chatter I'm somewhat unfamiliar with. Send cake for 1,000 jewels. Why can't I see that? How do I look? How do I see that? That's weird. I think it's supposed to show something, isn't it? Hold on. What if I click this? Do you see it then? It just says sent cake. I probably had to be watching it for it to happen. But thank you, Gremlin, for the 1,000 jewels. I don't know how much money that is. The jewel system on YouTube Short, the vertical over there, still confuses me. But either way, thank you so much. You're surprised no one talks about Jesse Jackson? The Jesse Jackson stunt where he brought the shirt? The blood-soaked shirt? It's really not that big of a deal.
Point Jesse, and your yellow T-shirt says Jersey Jesse. Let's go to a clip.
Never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Keep hope alive. That was the phrase before hope, that remarkable picture with Barack Obama. But you go way back. Go back to 1971, Larry.
Well, that was my first contact with Jesse Jackson in 1971. I had been invited to the SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference National Convention in New Orleans to receive an award. I had just been appointed to the Board of Education in Newark by Ken Gibson, the first black mayor of Newark.
And you were the youngest ever member of the Board of Education.
Yes.
You would later become known as a DEMU, and you were a protege of Amiri Baraka.
That is correct. And I was invited down by Coretta Scott King, and I met many of the civil rights leaders that were still living at that time, including Jesse Jackson. In fact, that was my first introduction to his oratorical powers. He spoke one night for almost like 3 hours, I think, at the dinner. And then again, we crossed paths at the National Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana in 1972. And Jesse gave one of his most famous speeches at the opening of the National Black Political Convention in Gary in 1972. But then, as you mentioned, Amy, in 1984, he ran for president. At that time, we had formed in Newark the People's Organization for Progress in 1982, but in 84, we formed another group called Friends of Jesse Jackson.
Yes, indeed. There's jewels on YouTube Shorts. Yes, there are, Sasha G. On YouTube Shorts, on the vertical stream, you can donate in a completely different way that interacts with the stream in a completely different way than YouTube donations on the horizontal stream. Don't ask me why. I assume it has something to do with competing with TikTok, but I really couldn't say for sure. But honestly, I appreciate the donation from Gremlin, but I gotta say, I think it's probably more important to talk about the achievements and legacy of Jesse Jackson rather than a shirt that he brought to an interview one time.
Campaign for Jesse and to raise money for him. And then in 88, everything came together in the 1988 campaign. I was co-chair of his campaign in New Jersey and a Jesse Jackson delegate. And I want to say one of the major impacts that Jesse had, and I remember this fight pretty clearly, was the question of winner take all versus proportional representation. At the convention, you were selected to be the presidential nominee based on the number of delegates you won. And if you won a district, you got all the delegates. Jesse Jackson helped change that. So it was proportional. You got the number of delegates in proportion to the number of votes you received. And I think that mechanistically was one of the things that helped pave the way, as Bernie Sanders and Professor Hussein mentioned, paved the way for Barack Obama to become president. Jesse Jackson, in that way, made the democratic process, as Jesse said, more democratic.
That's in the Bible.
All right, let's continue this discussion of Jesse Jackson. A lot of people came on to Democracy Now! To talk about the legacy of Reverend Jackson. Honestly, he was involved in organizing for decades, and he left quite a long legacy, organizing and politics. We could use some more democracy these days, I would point out. We need more democracy now more than ever. One man who's still fighting for democracy is, of course, Bernie Sanders.
In 2024, on the eve of the Democratic National Convention, friends and supporters of the Reverend Jackson gathered in Chicago to pay him tribute. This is Senator Bernie Sanders.
I happen to believe that Jesse Jackson is one of the very most significant political leaders in this country in the last 100 years. And I think sometimes we take for granted all that he has accomplished and the walls that he has broken down. Today, when people say, you know, black and white and Latino and Asian American and Native American and gay and straight have got to stand together, people were not talking like that 30 or 40 years ago. And I will never forget one of the most beautiful photographs I have ever seen. Do you all recall the Reverend Jackson standing on a bale of hay in Iowa? Anybody remember that? Surrounded by white farmers. And the point that he was making there, which was a point people were not making in America at that time, is that the people who were destroying the corporate forces that were destroying family-based agriculture for white farmers in Iowa were exactly the same people who were exploiting black workers and Latino workers. And back in 84 or 88, that was a pretty profound statement. So I'm not going to list for you the achievements of Jesse Jackson. You know how often he has ended up in jail fighting against racism and segregation. You know how many countless, probably hundreds and hundreds of demonstrations he has led in every part of this country. You all know his work with Dr. King, his historic and enormously important work. But Jesse's contribution to modern history is not just bringing us together, it is bringing us together around a progressive agenda. So let us be crystal clear. There would not have been, in my view, a Barack Obama in 2008 without Jesse Jackson. There would not have been a Vice President Kamala Harris in 2020 without Jesse Jackson. And there would not have been a President Kamala Harris without Jesse Jackson. You know, when I ran for president in 2016, I talked about Medicare for all and health care as a human right. Well, guess what? Jesse Jackson was there 30 years before I was. 30 years ago, he was talking about health care as a human right and universal health care. 30 years ago, he was talking about profoundly changing our national priorities, taking care of our kids, not giving tax breaks to billionaires. Jesse Jackson, 30 years ago.
Yup, and Jesse Jackson also endorsed Bernie Sanders for president in his 2020 run. Unfortunately, we didn't get a President Bernie Sanders. Instead, we got
I'm staying in the race.
Sleepy Joe. That would have been nice. Sorry, I'm daydreaming, thinking about President Bernie Sanders. Oh, God, feels like so long ago. The 2020 presidential election. Good God. All right. Let's go to ABC 7 Chicago. For a number of people were remembering Reverend Jackson themselves.
Yeah, we already seen some heartfelt tributes. People have been coming by to pay their respects, and people have been dropping off flowers, cards, and candles outside the Rainbow Push Coalition as they honor the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson.
When I prayed over him last night, Mr. Jackson, I thanked him for the friend he was.
Father Michael Flager is spending last night praying with the Jackson family. He has known Reverend Jesse Jackson for years, oftentimes standing next to him, advocating for civil rights and social justice.
We marched together, we went to jail together. I remember we were in jail after fighting at Riverdale, Chuck's gun shop. Now we're in handcuffs in jail, and he looks over to me and says, "So what are we going to do when we get out of here?"
His impacts were felt beyond Chicago. Father Flager says there was so much more to Reverend Jackson than the public persona people witnessed.
We saw him always so strong up at the podiums and the pulpits and the press conferences fighting, but privately he hurt so when he saw injustice, when he thought about the lack of access to opportunities for children, when he'd see the gun violence that was taking children's lives. He felt it so deeply.
Jackson was the founder of the Rainbow Push Coalition, which he led until 2023. This morning, people stood outside the coalition's headquarters to pay their respects, at times getting emotional as they reflected on Jackson's legacy.
I remember being a little girl, how my mother loved him. I felt like he was like family. I mean, he did a lot of things for me and the community as well. Served breakfast for the people and all that. Clothing, anything, everything. It was just a pillar to the community, My father, who was the leader of the local SCLC, which was the organization of Dr. Martin Luther King in New York, coming here and seeing Reverend Jesse Jackson in person was one of the highlights of my entire life.
The Rainbow Push Coalition will be releasing details on public observances as well as
Okay. Now let's go to one man fairly certain most people here are familiar with. Another ABC 7 Chicago clip streamed live 2 days ago. These were the remarks of Reverend Al Sharpton. Oops. Uh-oh, hold on. I have no sound. Shit, I screwed up.
Good morning. About 2:30 a.m. this morning, or around about 3, I received a text from Jesse Jackson Jr. that Reverend Jesse Jackson had passed. And a couple of hours later, Reverend Jackson's son Yusuf called me and put me on speakerphone where I had prayer with the family as they stood around his bed before taking him out to the funeral home. So it has been a very sad day for me, even though we knew he was very ill. When the moment comes, you're not prepared for it. I first met Jesse Jackson when I was 12 years old. I was a boy preaching the...
Not to interrupt the good Reverend here, but in case you weren't aware of this, Jesse Jackson's he had Parkinson's for, I think it was years now. I can't remember exactly how long, but that's why you saw him in a wheelchair at the DNC in 2024. He had been battling that for some time.
When the moment comes, you're not prepared for it. I first met Jesse Jackson when I was 12 years old. I was a boy preacher in the Pentecostal church in Brooklyn, New York, Washington Temple Church of God in Christ. And I'd become enticed with what was going on in activism because I was watching Adam Clayton Powell on television. My mother brought me to Bishop Washington, our pastor, and he said, no, I can put him with some ministers that's involved. He brought me to Reverend William Jones. And they made me the youth director at 13 years old of Operation Breadbasket under the national director, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson was about 27, I was 13, and ever since then, for 69 years, we bonded. The last time he spoke in New York, he spoke at the House of Justice for us. I can't think of a time that we were not spending time together. Now, he was a hard taskmaster. He would always get on me about, why are you on this issue? You need to be more studied on this. But he was one who was more responsible than anyone for teaching me activism. On a personal level, my family and I used to spend every Christmas at the Jackson's house. And the last 2 Christmases took my daughters, one who's with us today, to Chicago. We spent Christmas night at Reverend Jackson's house just 5 weeks ago, and last Christmas. We would feed people at the House of Justice and then go to the airport in the afternoon and fly to be with him. So I will always be able to cherish that I spent his last Christmas with him and spent last days even when he could no longer speak well. What I think on a broader level is Jesse Jackson changed American politics. Jesse Jackson changed the civil rights movement. He was a consequential and transformative figure. And he changed New York politics. Let me go in that order. One, it was when Dr. King died, was killed in '68, he was talking to Jesse Jackson and Ben Branch over the rail at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis. And Reverend Jackson was literally one of the 2 last people to speak to him. I always wondered how much trauma that must have been for him to witness Reverend King's assassination. He never would talk about it too much, but it drove him. He kept saying, we got to keep Dr. King's dream alive. He was 12 years younger than King, as I was 13 years younger than him, and he would always challenge me that your generation's got to do what John Lewis and all of us that were younger than Dr. King did. He kept the movement going by keeping the economic boycotts of Operation Breadbasket going, by dealing with diversity, by fighting for affirmative action. You must remember when the late 70s and 80s, when Reaganism rose and there was this backlash on civil rights, Jesse Jackson took the front with John Lewis and others to restore what Dr. King had done. We romanticized the 60s like they were never challenged. They were challenged. We had to renew the Voting Rights Act every 5 years. We had to deal with state laws. And it was Reverend Jackson that did that into our era.
And that's what we need right now. We need somebody who can stand up for civil rights, stand up for voting rights, stand up for, human rights, just in this country, let alone outside of it. Unfortunately, Jesse did all that he could. Parkinson's is a degenerative disease, and it's really not my understanding. There's not really a lot of getting better from it. Once you have it, you just try to manage the symptoms as best as you can. It's an unfortunate loss. All right, I think we're going to break right there. We're going to come back and talk a little bit more about Jesse Jackson after the break. Do not worry, though, we will. We will not be ending the show. Just a short galactic intermission. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And we are still trying to raise money for the financing of the galactic deficit. End of the month. Got 8 days left to complete it. We gotta be raising nearly $30 a day between now and the end of February somehow. Some way. So, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the ways for you to do that. Of course, Patreon is the best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars. We still have YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. All of it truly does help. So, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. Your ears are not deceiving you. That beeping, it was in fact intended to alert you to the situation ongoing. Break ending. Show starting once again. So get those butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, let's keep going through these clips. In the third half, we're going to continue talking about the legacy of Al Sharpton. We're going to move from Chicago to New York. News 8 WROC from yesterday.
News of the Reverend Jesse Jackson's passing this morning sent waves of sadness as family and friends reflected on the life of a leader who marched with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and ran for president twice. Reverend Jackson's advocacy and campaigns brought him to Rochester several times throughout the decades. Dr. Dwight Fowler, the president of the United Christian Leadership Ministry, remembers Jackson.
Form a coalition for jobs and peace and justice, and we the people can win.
Jesse Jackson's campaign for president brought him to Rochester in 1988, but those who were in the fight for justice will tell you this was not the first or last time Jackson brought messages of unity and encouragement to the Rochester community, and specifically to young people.
He came to Rochester a number of times at the original Madison High School.
Dr. Dwight Fowler was a member of the Rainbow Push Coalition created by Jackson in the early 80s.
He would point out, I am somebody. I may not have any food on my table, but I'm somebody. I may not have any shoes on my feet, but I'm somebody. I may not have any clothes on my back, but I'm somebody. I'm God's child.
Bishop Fowler was also among the group of clergy, including Minister Franklin Florence, working together to help Jackson strategize during his run for president.
He was the predecessor to Barack Obama. He paved the way.
Fowler remembers his last conversation with Jackson. It was during the unrest in Rochester surrounding the killing of Daniel Prude. He says a team of elected leaders and clergy were working together to ensure justice for the family.
And Jesse was actually anticipating coming to Rochester, and he had touched bases with the mayor about some sweet potato pie, which she indicated she'd make if he did actually come. But
He clearly touched the lives of many. Let's go here now to CBS New York from yesterday. Sorry, 2 days ago. As New York leaders mourned the loss of civil rights leader Jesse Jackson.
Influence spanned generations. The Reverend Al Sharpton called Jackson his personal mentor. Alan Devlin is live for us in Midtown, where Sharpton just spoke about Jackson's influence on his life. Alan?
Yeah, good afternoon, Jess. And very few people worked as closely with or were as molded by Reverend Jesse Jackson as Reverend Al Sharpton was. And this morning, he made it very clear that Jesse Jackson's legacy will extend far beyond his passing. Now, Reverend Al Sharpton first met Reverend Jesse Jackson when he was just a teenager, and their mentor-mentee relationship grew from there. Sharpton went as far as to say Jackson was one of the most influential figureheads in his life and showed him how to stand up against injustices and walk through decade after decade of Jackson's leadership and influence on civil rights, politics, culture, both in his home state of South Carolina, here in New York, and on a national stage.
Jesse Jackson changed American politics. Jesse Jackson changed the civil rights movement. He was a consequential and transformative figure. And he changed New York politics. It has been a very sad day for me, even though we knew he was very ill. When the moment comes, you're not prepared for it.
And for Reverend Al Sharpton, that moment came this morning. He was notified of Reverend Jackson's passing around 2:30 a.m. and immediately jumped on a call to pray alongside Jackson's family as they were surrounded the bed where Jackson lay. Reverend took to X hours later and posted a message that read in part, "He told us we were somebody and made us believe I will forever do my part to keep hope alive."
Is it just me, or does anybody else feel like when Reverend Al Sharpton lost all the weight, like he lost something? I don't know what it is, but I feel like he changed. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. No more ranch. No more ranch dressing. No more Epstein ranch. What are we talking about here? Sorry, I have not been looking at Twitch enough. Sorry, I got 3 chats to look at now. It's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot to deal with. I try to respond to everybody, but it is difficult to keep track of all the different things happening. Although Amanda's really one of the only people in the Twitch chat right now. 20 people watching, only 1 person typing. There we go. Donut Secret House. He's secretly watching Donut. All right, let's continue to reflect on the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson. Go web.
To honor the life of Reverend Jesse Jackson, Governor Hochul ordered state flags across New York tomorrow to fly at half-staff. Jackson died today at the age of 84. The Baptist minister was a champion of civil rights, shaping politics, the presidency, and our nation's history. Dick Brennan is here now with more on his legacy, and what a legacy it is.
Indeed, Christine. Jesse Jackson ran for the presidency twice and managed to broaden his appeal among all voting groups, particularly those struggling during tough economic times in the 1980s. Today, President Trump praised Jackson as a force of nature, and President Obama says Jackson helped pave his way to the presidency some 20 years later.
My constituency is the desperate, the damned, the disinherited, the disrespected, and the despised.
On soaring rhetoric, Jesse Jackson became a towering force in civil rights, carrying his message to uplift the poor and the working class, the man from the segregated South who rose to run for the presidency.
Where is Arab Attack? What about Ja Rule? I don't think we have either of those clips, I'm afraid. Like a band dude. Afraid we do not have those clips. Ja, not available. Berta. All right, now. Well, we've been talking about all the people who've been supportive of Jesse Jackson in his life and or knew him, have thought of him fondly during his time on planet Earth. There were people who actively despised him and or worked against him. People like Chucky Schumer.
Jesse Jackson, RIP, passed away at 84 years old. You know, Bernie Sanders himself has talked about how this campaign was inspirational for him. Jackson was born in South Carolina in the 40s. He marched in Selma. He was with Martin Luther King Jr. when he was killed, likely with the push from our own government. He was a champion of multiracial coalition politics. You've probably heard about the Rainbow Coalition. That was Jesse Jackson. Go ahead, Matt.
Bernie supported Jackson, and it's interesting to look at that moment and how Bernie negotiated it and Jackson. That was a moment, sort of a pre-2016 moment where the Democrats could have taken a better path and instead chose a different path. And it's in part why we're here where we are now.
Exactly right. Jackson ran for president twice, 84, 88. And I didn't realize in 88 he won 13 primaries and caucuses. Mm-hmm. That's really amazing. It was a very, very conservative time. Obviously, this is Reagan's America in the 80s. But he performed the best that any black presidential candidate has, with the exception of Obama, in the primary process within the Democratic Party. He spoke out during his life on behalf of Palestinian rights. He was also a key advocate opposing apartheid in South Africa. And he really was a kind of, a trailblazer for black people, for people of color in this country, as a critic of inequality. And his health issues were really significant.
Hey,
in his life.
I'll be right
I think he
back,
had a difficulty because he had a neurological disorder, communicating and moving around. But even still, one of the last things he did was he was at the DNC and, as they were shutting out Palestinians from speaking, at the very least, you had Jesse Jackson, who I believe he spoke about the ceasefire, or maybe that was a different thing, or maybe I'm misremembering. Either way, just to show that the pro-Palestine movement didn't start yesterday. Advocates for racial justice have understood what Zionism and Palestinian rights were really about for quite a while, and how the fight for equality is also linked with the fight to end militarism. So here's Jesse Jackson with this great clip here, with his poem, his famous poem, "I Am Somebody," reciting it on Sesame Street to children.
Ready on the stump? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I am somebody. I am somebody. I may be poor. But I am somebody. I may be young. But I am somebody. I may be on welfare. But I am somebody. I may be small, but I am somebody. I may make a mistake, but I am somebody. My clothes are different. My face is different. My hair is different. But I am somebody. I am black, brown, white. I speak a different language. But I must be respected, protected, never rejected. I am God's child. I am somebody. Give yourself a big hand.
Love that version. Yeah, so great American who we lost. And wonder why the Republicans want to defund PBS and are doing so because of programming like that.
Also, speaking to move on from Republicans, in the fun half, we'll talk about some Democrats who had a problem with him and who got their way, in effect, supported Dukakis in 1988, and when Dukakis ended up getting 111 electoral votes. So in 1988, the DNC had its convention that would eventually nominate Dukakis, so who would get crushed 100-some votes to 400-some by George W. Bush. There was a fight at that convention between the Jesse Jackson wing of the party and the Dukakis/Chuck Schumer wing about a plank that would be added that would propose calling for, quote, mutual recognition, territorial compromise, and self-determination of Israelis and Palestinians.
At this juncture.
As we mentioned, Jesse Jackson, this is 1988.
Yep.
In 1988, Jackson won 13 primaries and caucuses, the best performance for a Democrat in a primary before a black Democrat in a primary before Obama, and kind of lifelong champion of multiracial democracy, like multi-ethnic collaboration, the Rainbow Coalition, and also very much against militarism.
Yeah, and some of that might seem pretty.
Oh my God, everybody! I just realized what just happened. I just got a weird notification and looked at my studio, my YouTube studio just now. People, you were just part of a historic moment. I just gotta give you a round of applause. But in a way, I'm giving myself a round of applause. But some of you have been here the whole time. This is it. This is 2 years. 2 years of Galactic News Network on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
2 full years to the day. It's been a long, long time. But honestly, I'm looking through the chat. There's a lot of new faces in here, although there's a couple of old heads in here as well. That was it. We just crossed over the line, technically. It's 2 years. It's 2 full years of Galactic Streams. Impromptu celebration. We deserve one of these. One of these real quick. Two years, people. It's amazing. You know, I think we deserve a change of confetti color for this momentous event. Let's see, what do we got? That's fun. Spring is coming. Could switch towards more like a spring tone. That seems good for now. Yeah. All right, just a random little celebration there. We've been streaming for 2 years. That's kind of crazy. We've been making a lot of progress lately. A lot of progress. We've grown our YouTube by nearly 30% in the time that we've been back, which is less than 2 months. So 30% in 2 months, not bad. The Twitch is now much, much bigger than it was at the time. I mean, God, it was way smaller then.
right? That plank of just mutual recognition, territorial compromise, and self-determination of Israelis and Palestinians.
We're at 1,000 on both. We're over 1,000, well over 1,000 on YouTube. We're approaching 1,500 at this point. Closer to 1,500 than we are to 1,000, and closer to 1,100 than we are 1,000 over on Twitch. Been making big strides. Honestly, it's shocking how long this has been going for. Just thinking about it. Gotta say, I appreciate all of you. Because you've all been part of keeping me doing this. I could be technically doing something else. This is my job now, full time. Galactic News Network. Oh my god, that really, it's got a lot of weight to it. 2 years. Can't believe we made it. I kept thinking something disastrous would happen. Later today, I didn't even think about it. The weekending report is also gonna be the 2-year anniversary stream. That's wild. I'm glad I streamed tonight. Otherwise, I would have had so much to do tomorrow. I would have had so much to do. Oh my god. It would have been terrible. Well, that's incredible, everybody. It really is. All right, going back to this. Sorry to go on a tangent, but I noticed it. I couldn't help but bring it up. I couldn't help but bring it up at that moment. I mean, come on.
Come on! The response to that from the Zionist wing in the Democratic Party. First, let's read Senator Daniel Inouye. The words of this plank amount to a vicious kick in the teeth of America's interest in that part of the world. A kick in the teeth to our interests. By adopting this minority plank, we could well sow the seeds...
Can we put that up?
Where is it? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Kick in the teeth? Here it is.
By adopting this minority plank, we could well sow the seeds of destruction of America's only reliable and dependable ally in that region. That language sounds familiar. Schumer, with even greater emotion, denounced the proposal as duplicitous and blamed Arab intransigence and PLO bombs for the lack of peace in the region. No one in the world wants peace more than Israelis, he said. He accused Zogby of standing history on its head and using Orwellian language in urging mutual recognition of Israel and the Palestinians as a means of peace. We as legislators, blah, blah, blah. There, he basically says, you don't have the votes for it. We're not going to entertain this anymore. Now, a year later, he appeared at this mayoral forum for David Dinkins. And
I think Zogby is one of the leaders of the Arab American Institute. I could be wrong.
This is him bragging about stopping that plank. And I'll just say, it's easy now.
I think Jim Zogby was the guy who was asking for us to have primaries when Joe Biden dropped out of the race. I think he was one of the guys that was saying we deserve primaries. I was saying, this guy makes a lot of sense right here. Apparently Chuck Schumer hates
now
Zogby.
To see, I think, how nasty of a zealot
But look at this face.
this guy is.
Look at his face
Because
here.
he's a cuddly grandpa now. This
Yeah.
guy is a Stephen Miller-style fascist, but just for the state of Israel instead of for, white people in America. But this is a zealot we are talking about, and here he is talking about...
He almost has the, Stephen Miller about to be, spitting
Yes.
some racism look in this.
If only he was bald. Wait, no. What have you done? I can't spell. What is this photo? That is what the fuck? Oh my god.
Now that you say it.
bottom lip that looks like it's cut on a fish hook, like Stephen Miller.
You're exactly right. Yeah. And both rabid anti-Palestinian racists.
But so the Democratic Party chose this guy's path back then. It chose it recently too. It keeps choosing the path of this guy, and it lost the election in 2016. It lost the election in 2024. It lost the election by huge numbers in 1988. But here's Chuck Schumer. Here's the guy who won. And here's him sort of gloating about having won at that DNC convention.
And then getting smacked around by the Republicans in the general.
Yeah, and he exactly. Who cares? Hey, who
cares?
His priorities were taken care of. And yeah, we'll just play a little bit of this, and I'll just say this is after he's been booed a little bit because people were a little bit upset that he's basically says that there's one reason that there's no peace in the region, which is because of the Arabs.
The Arabs.
They were persecuted. They sat and they had rational argument. And the day that the Jew cannot sit in the room with another Jew and have rational argument is the day we'll begin to be washed up as a people. Let me say something else. Let me remind you the last time I was booed publicly, and this was the last time.
Christ.
Was something you all abhorred, because I was the leader in the fight against the pro-Palestinian Jackson plank at the Democratic Convention. And I got up on that platform and I said just what I thought. The majority of the delegates there were courteous. They listened to me. I think I persuaded a good number of them. The real reason there's no peace in the Middle East is because the Arabs and the Palestinians don't want peace. They still, to this day, cling to their dream of pushing Israel into the sea. But there was a small group there who did just what some of the people in this audience are doing tonight. Aww. They didn't want to listen to the argument. The Jackson delegations from California and Michigan and Illinois,
you're terrible,
and certain other states got up and booed my speech, so that just as tonight, the MC had to get up and say, give the man a chance to be heard. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Perhaps it didn't surprise me that it happened there. It surprises me that it happened here.
This constant, I'm the victim, even though I'm getting my way. Every single.
I cannot believe you people would break decorum and boo me. It's disgusting. It is utterly disgusting, says Chuck Schumer. He's incredibly incensed. Can't you tell just how incensed Chuck is? Hold on, I gotta put my glasses on. I'm very upset. I'm very upset right now. Can you not see how upset I am right now? And it's incredibly rude of you. It is incredibly rude of everybody here to be booing. The people here, they know who they are. They were booing. Breaking decorum. Rudely using their voices to say they don't like what I'm saying. How dare they? Heidi. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation over on the Vertical. Finding the show. Beautiful. That's beautiful. Glad to have you. Hold on. Anyway, Chuck Schumer's very upset. So that's that's Chuck Schumer's relationship to Jesse Jackson. While we talk about the life and legacy of Jesse, we can't forget just how much Chuck Schumer really didn't like him for, recognizing Palestinians as human beings. Wait, did he post? Wait. Did Chuck Schumer post something about Jesse on Twitter? Oh no. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it, okay? It's very rude of you to make me search on Twitter. You know it's not a place I like to go. I have a Twitter account. I'm a media person. I can't not have it. But you know I hate this. You know this makes me upset. Just to have to load Twitter. Yeah, come on. It's horrendous. And then to have to go see what Chuck Schumer... You think I follow Chuck? Maybe I should follow Chuck. He's clearly saying some unhinged things. You tell me. I tell you what? What do I tell you? What does that mean? I'm not actually talking to you right now, Heidi. We have 3 streams going right now, just so you know, Heidi. Well, you found us on the vertical stream. In the shorts feed on YouTube. We also have a horizontal stream going right now, and a stream going on Twitch. Where is it? Oh my god. Chuck's over here posting about Black History Month right now. I can't even find it. He's been tweeting a storm. Why is Chuck... He's tweeting a goddamn storm right now. I can't even find this post. I can't find it. I can't do it. I can't. No, I will not get sucked into scrolling through Chuck Schumer's endless Twitter feed. I'm not doing it.
Not gonna do it.
Not
Wouldn't
doing
be
it.
Prudent at this juncture.
It's not happening, folks. I'm very sorry. You're gonna have to find that yourselves today. That is funny though. I see. No, that is funny though. Dark Sparkle. This is what I'm responding to. Anybody that doesn't know, I gotta do better about this. Well, like clicking the comments that I'm responding to. This is what I was saying. Someone posted this as a reply to Chuck Schumer's Twitter post about Jesse Jackson with the caption, quote, "This you?" question mark, unquote. Yeah, that's him. That's Chuck. I assume he was trying to use Jesse Jackson's death as a way of gaining some sort of political sympathy. Shameless, that Chuck Schumer. Shameless. Oh, you know what? I'm skipping this one. We don't need this one. We've already gone through so many of these. We're almost done with this. I'm going to go here for our last, well, second to last video on Reverend Jackson here before we move on to other topics. As you may notice in the thumbnail and the title, we do have other things to talk about, and we're already like 4 hours into this stream. So we gotta keep it moving, unfortunately. Democracy Now! Hopefully they can help assuage you of your concerns. They've got this. They've got the wheel.
Well, tributes are pouring in from across the globe for the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died on Tuesday. The civil rights icon and two-time presidential candidate was 84 years old. In a statement, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said, quote, "From Selma in the American South to Soweto in 1979, where he visited following the death of Steve Biko, Jesse Jackson defied the architects of apartheid and executors of brutality to declare that all people are equal and that justice would ultimately triumph over injustice," unquote. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres praised Jackson for his, quote, "work against racism, against apartheid, and for human rights." Former President Obama cited Jackson's presidential campaigns in 1984 and 1988, saying, quote, "In his 2 historic runs for president, he laid the foundation for my own campaign to the highest office in the land." This is an excerpt of the Reverend Jesse Jackson addressing the Democratic National Convention in 1988.
When you see Jesse Jackson, when my name goes in nomination, your name goes in nomination. I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified. And you hold on and hold out. must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive on tomorrow night and beyond. Keep hope alive. I love you very much. I love you very much.
That was the Reverend Jesse Jackson in 1988 running for president. In a moment, we'll be joined by Bishop William Barber. But first, Juan, we want to turn to you. Juan Gonzalez has been covering Jesse Jackson for decades. Can you reflect on your time covering Reverend Jackson here and in other lands?
Yes, Amy. Well, I first met Jesse more than 40 years ago, back in 1983, as he was preparing his first run for president. I was a young reporter at the Philadelphia Daily News back then, and the first national presidential convention I covered was the 1984 DNC gathering in San Francisco, where Jesse gave his now legendary first convention speech, urging the Democratic Party to adopt a program of true social justice. A few years later, in 1990, during the historic 5-month labor strike at the New York Daily News, where I chaired the strike committee of the Newspaper Guild, Jesse was pivotal in rallying support for our cause. He joined Governor Mario Cuomo, Cardinal O'Connor, Mayor Dinkins in speaking at a massive rally in support of our strike in front of the Daily News. And later, during Christmas week in 1993, I traveled with Jesse, labor leader Dennis Rivera, and a handful of others to Cuba, where we met with Cuban leader Fidel Castro, and Jesse convinced Fidel to allow Fidel's granddaughter to leave Cuba and reunite with the U.S. with her mother, who defected. I was stunned at how many people in the streets of Havana instantly recognized Jesse and wanted to talk with him, and he spent time with them as well.
Juan, we're just showing a picture you can't see of Jesse Jackson sitting in a rocking chair. Can you explain what this is? This was in Cuba?
Right. Yeah, that's my favorite personal photo of him. Early one morning I came down, we were in a guest house in Havana. I come down the stairs about 7 o'clock in the morning, and there is Jesse in his robe in a rocking chair reading the Bible. No one else in the room at the time.
Let me turn to Reverend Jesse Jackson. As you talk about, you covered Jesse Jackson in that meeting that you all had with Fidel Castro. This is Jackson speaking in Havana in 2013.
There are no rational security threats from us to Cuba. After we have Guantanamo Base in Cuba. Russia is no longer, as we knew it in the 60s, in Cuba. Putin is not where Khrushchev was 60 years ago. And what would it mean to us except a market for telecommunications and cars and tourism? And what would it mean for Cubans? Food and development. We all stand to gain from pulling down blockades and building bridges. I am convinced if the wall between South Africa, white and black, could come down, the wall in East-West Germany could come down. If we could begin to talk with Iran again after 35 years, now's the time to bring down this one. There's a certain diplomacy spirit in the air. We should seize this moment to bring down this Cuban-American barrier.
So that was Jesse Jackson in Havana in 2013, one of many trips he made there. Juan was with him on one of those trips. Juan?
Yeah, and also back then in 1999, I again traveled with Jesse in a small group to the island of Vieques, Puerto Rico, where we met with the protesters who were occupying the U.S. Navy's bombing range on Vieques, demanding that that the Navy leave Vieques. And I specifically recall at one point, because Jesse got so much press coverage on the island then, that the commander of the Roosevelt Roads Naval Base demanded a meeting with Jesse to explain the Navy's point of view. And he went on, the commander, about the importance of Vieques as a training facility for the U.S. military. And at one point, Jesse looks at him and says, "You don't get it. These people don't want you here. You know, you're like a man who keeps telling a woman yes, 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 and she tells you no, 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 and you won't listen. It's up. You have to leave. The Navy has to leave Vieques." And of course, about a year or two later, finally, it was President Bush that finally pulled the Navy out of Vieques. So basically, Jesse was always there when people were fighting for some form of social justice. He could always be counted on to show up, express public support. And of all the U.S. leaders of the past half century, I believe none had a more international view and a commitment to worldwide social justice as Jesse Jackson did. So those of us who knew him are all better for having known him, and it's a tremendous loss that he's gone.
So, Juan, you're speaking to...
It is a tremendous loss. And on the international issues front, I mean, technically, he's really continuing the legacy of Martin Luther King, who later in his life was criticized a great deal for his insistence upon speaking out on Vietnam. People said that that's not our fight. But he said, no, this is the fight. It's all one fight. And that's an important thing to take from this. We can't... I've tried to continue this sort of way of thinking around here, right? We talk about literally... I at least try my very best to discuss absolutely everything. And it's never just U.S. issues. Right, we do U.S. issues at the beginning of the stream, then we switch to talking about, you know, climate change and extreme weather stuff, and then we go to talking about all the other fucking countries that I can find news on of relevance for the day. Because all of these issues are interconnected. We're one species on one planet. Injustice in one place is injustice everywhere.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
All right, last video on Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson Jr. Clip from ABC 7 Chicago on his remembering
Reverend
his
Jesse
father.
Jackson's namesake speaking movingly today about his father as the family of the storied civil rights leader copes with their big loss here and addresses the love that is pouring in from around the world for a legend.
He was strong for everybody else. He carried the burden.
In his last months, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, a man of unparalleled oratory, had his ability to speak limited by a neurological disorder. Still, he was keen of mind. His son has many stories, including how at the 1984 Democratic Convention, he went under the stage to block fans that were blowing on his father.
While he's addressing the nation and the world, closing the vent with duct tape so that he wouldn't begin sneezing in the middle of his speech. And then I returned to my seat. It was in that moment that I heard my father call a new generation of people to public service.
The Reverend's work was never finished, according to his family, including his goal of creating high-quality education for everyone and a constitutional right to health care.
I would call the unfinished business of Jesse Jackson is to build a more perfect union for every American.
Now, after serving time in federal prison for misusing campaign funds, Jesse Jackson Jr. is again running for Congress in the 2nd District of Illinois, and he's hoping to join his brother in the House to carry on the work of their father, a titan who they say that was more than just a preacher, more than just a politician. Jesse Jackson Sr. was someone who cared about you.
Okay. Well, that's it on Jesse Jackson. But we do have other things to talk about in relation to Black history. As it is Black History Month, and Donald Trump held a freaking, what do you want to call it? Reception, I guess, here at the White House.
Some friends who couldn't make it today because, frankly, this was a sold-out crowd. Has been ever since I've been president.
Sold out. Wait, am I to understand that correctly? Did Donald Trump sell tickets to the Black History Month reception at the White House? Or is that just a turn of phrase? Am I to understand the president is enriching himself by selling tickets to the White House? Or is he just speaking like a deranged businessman? Like, it's not clear to me, but it's disturbing that I don't know. Like I can sit here and be like, I actually don't know whether or not he did that. Because it would not be even, like, honestly, in comparison to everything else that's been going on, it wouldn't even be that big of a story. Like, it would be wildly corrupt and just unprecedented. But it wouldn't even be that big of a story right now, I don't think. Considering everything else going on. Everything is being dwarfed by the Epstein files. Yeah.
A lot of great friends. Here's your knockout panel, okay? For those that are interested, see that curtain? You open that curtain, and it's a beautiful funnel right into the most beautiful ballroom.
The most beautiful.
And they wanted it for 150 years.
It's like he's literally talking about the $300+ million ballroom that he's building with private funds on White House ground that he did not ask permission to do. Like, and that's my point. Is like that is part of the problem with all this. Is because it's just an ocean of depravity and corruption, like at an unprecedented scale. And it, honestly, nobody, including myself, knows what to focus on. Like, honestly, it's like, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack with a blindfold, you know, at night with mittens.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Like, everything is just like upside down. 10,000 insane things are happening per minute. Every Donald Trump speech has like 400 insane things said. Half of them are contradicting the other half. Like, how is anybody to know what to fucking talk about right now? Like, it really is. It becomes so difficult to like actually like nail down what is actually of relevance. The fact is a lot of it's relevant, but it's just hard to keep up with it. Which is why we're going to move right past all of this, because this was just deranged. This was like, this was as deranged, I would say, as the speech we watched earlier today at the Board of Peace Summit we watched live together today. That was fucking unhinged. But that speech was equally unhinged, I would say. And I wish we had time for, actually, maybe we should watch more of it. It's honestly it was such a dumb speech. He just went on and on about all this stuff. And like the fact that he's doing these like White House Black History Month events while he's simultaneously just trying to erase Black history. it's just real difficult to listen to him.
Thank you. And Ben mentioned opportunity zones. We did that, and
great
I want to
hero.
thank Tim Scott because he really, it was his baby. That was his baby. And
Thanks,
he did a
Tim.
Great job
Great
with
job.
it. We appreciate it. And again, Candy, thank you very much for being here. Special woman.
Candy,
Ben's getting
thank
the
you.
Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Who do you think Candy is? Candy who? Is Candace Owens here? Is Candace Owens at the White House? Who's Candy? A great woman, Candy.
And
Everybody
he did a
knows
great
it.
job with it. We appreciate it. And again, Candy, thank you very much for being here. Special woman. Ben's getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the biggest. That's the biggest. It's the highest award you can have outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. But it's better because, you know, a lot of people get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They're not around. You get them, they're not around. Whereas we don't have to go that far, generally speaking. But it's the highest award, civilian. And then you have the matching is the Congressional Medal of Honor, both tremendous. So, Ben, I'll be seeing you back here pretty soon, I think, and you're going to get the award. You'll probably fill up this room. I said, we'll do it in the Oval Office. He said, sir, it's not big enough. I said,
What the hell did Ben Carson ever do to deserve the Congressional Medal of Freedom? Like, what exactly did Ben do? I would love to know what Donald Trump thinks Ben Carson has ever done to deserve that. I would like a list. Just at least just one thing. Like one thing that he's done that's actually impressive. The guy is an idiot. He's been a Republican puppet for years, decades. But it's not clear whether Ben's actually getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but Donald Trump is saying he's going to give it to him. So, I mean, it wouldn't count him out. It would seem he may be receiving one of our country's highest honors. Speaking of honor, Donald Trump, of course, decided last year to stop honoring Black history by ending free national park entry on both Juneteenth and MLK Jr. Day. It's weird. It's almost like he doesn't care about Black history.
Weird.
Whoops.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Outcries growing over the Trump administration's move to drop free admission at national parks on the only two federal holidays honoring Black history, Juneteenth and Martin Luther King Day. Instead, the parks will become free on Donald Trump's birthday, June 14th.
I did everything right and they
Department has
indicted
announced
me.
a new fee structure to charge more money for non-U.S. residents to visit the parks in what it's calling, quote, America First entry fee policies. The new move comes months after President Trump signed an executive order titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History, which called for the elimination.
Restoring truth and sanity. Restoring truth and sanity. By deleting history and replacing it with the words Donald Trump. Fucking wild. We are living in truly a bizarro world. You're absolutely right. This is from 2 months ago, Heidi. I don't know if this is the first time you're hearing about it, but many people who've been watching this stream, I think they've already heard about this at least once, maybe twice.
Quote, divisive race-centered ideology at federal institutions. The Interior Department claims the new changes are part of an effort to make national parks, quote, more accessible, more affordable, and more efficient for the American people, unquote. But not everyone agrees with that assessment. We're joined now by two guests who've spent years trying to make the national parks more accessible. Audrey Peterman is with us. She's been an advocate for national parks for over 30 years, promoting the history of people of color in national parks. She's the recipient of the NPCA Centennial Leadership Award and author of the books Our True Nature, Finding a Zest for Life in the National Park System. She's joining us today from Kingston, Jamaica. And in Burlington, Vermont, Carolyn Finney is a storyteller, author, and cultural geographer who served on the National Parks Advisory Board for 8 years under the Obama administration. She's the author of the book, Black Faces, White Spaces, Reimagining the Relationship Between African Americans and the Great Outdoors. She's currently a scholar artist in residence in the Franklin Environmental Center at Middlebury College. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Carolyn Finney, let's begin with you. First, your simple response to what has just been announced, that no longer will there be free admission to the national parks on Martin Luther King's birthday and the celebration of the end of slavery, Juneteenth.
Thank you. First, thank you for having me on the show, Amy. And I love how you said simple response, because I don't think there is one. But what I will say is that you can take away the holiday, but you can't erase the truth. And it's not going to change how we feel, not just as Black Americans, but Americans in general, about honoring our history, because our
Absolutely. And I wish we could listen to more of this, but Carolyn's 100% right. Well, of course, most of us have seen this. We watched this last month on MLK Day. And we watched it when it first came out. And it's a disturbing thing, but it's not the only thing that's happening at our national parks. Remember this video? This was the same month. Prepare yourselves for those of you who haven't seen this yet. We're still talking national parks. Let's go here to CBS News from, I believe this was December?
National Park.
Early December. National parks. Trump administration ordering gift shops to purge merchandise of a particular variety.
Immediately, if not sooner.
National parks across the U.S. must clear their gift shops of any items promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is the order from the Trump administration as it expands its crackdown on DEI. The Interior Department says the goal is to create, quote, neutral spaces that serve.
Okay, maybe it wasn't clear to everybody, so I'm just going to reiterate what happened in that last video. The last video is it used to be free to enter all national parks on both MLK's birthday and on Juneteenth, the celebration of the end of slavery. Now you have to pay to get in on those days. So if you want to celebrate MLK's birthday or Juneteenth as an American, whatever kind of American you may be, you're going to have to pay to go into a national park. But they made it free to go to the parks on Trump's birthday. They're not charging more. It's free for Trump's birthday. You can celebrate Trump as much as you want. Go to the national parks, have a ball. But if you want to celebrate, Black history, you're gonna have to fork over some cash.
National parks across the U.S. must clear their gift shops of any items promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is the order from the Trump administration as it expands its crackdown on DEI. The Interior Department says the goal is to create, quote, neutral spaces that serve all visitors. CBS News correspondent Lana Zach joining us live now. So, Lana, do we know what items will be banned, and how will it be decided what's acceptable and what is not?
Hey there, Juliet. We know when they're supposed to be banned. All national parks and historic sites have until December 19th to remove from their store shelves in any of their gift shops, bookstores, or concession stands anything that runs afoul of President Trump's January order to, as he says, end radical and wasteful government DEI programs. But as far as what exactly that means, this memo doesn't spell that out. And already there's a rather robust process that vendors have to go through before anything comes onto the store shelves at those national parks and historic sites. So there are critics right now that claim that not only is it unclear exactly what can be appropriate and what is no longer.
Yeah, I think we all know what's going on here. When they say neutral spaces, they actually mean spaces where specifically some white people don't feel uncomfortable. And the thing that makes those white people uncomfortable is the existence of anybody that doesn't mirror their expectations, which are basically just looking in a mirror, right? It's basically like if you're black or brown, a woman, LGBTQ, or anything else weird, like, I don't know, like a non-Christian, well, we're gonna have to get rid of all that stuff. Or at least it's a suspect. Maybe we can't put it in parks anymore because of the decree, the kingly decree from the president to end all DEI, which just means recognizing history in America. Yep, can't have DEI items. Now, of course, all that stuff was paid for with tax dollars, and it's not clear what they would do with it other than sell it. I guess burn it? Throw it in the trash?
They make me vomit.
All right, one last one on Black History Month before we move on to other discussions. God, how are we doing on time? Jesus Christ. All right, we're doing this, and then we're going to go to break. 4.5 hours in already. 3 breaks deep on this puppy.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. President Trump is refusing to apologize for publishing a racist video that depicts former President Obama and Michelle Obama as apes. The video was posted on Trump's Truth Social account late Thursday night, where it remained for 12 hours before it was deleted around noon on Friday. It prompted rare criticism of the president from Republicans, including Tim Scott, the Senate's only black Republican. Scott said, quote, "It's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House," unquote, adding that he was praying it was fake. But speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, Trump refused to apologize.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things. I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. And they had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff on The Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud.
For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Wisdom Cole, Senior National Director of Advocacy for the NAACP. So President Trump tweets out a picture of the Obamas as apes, doesn't take it down for more than 12 hours after there is not only Democratic but Republican outcry. Can you respond to him now refusing to apologize for this tweet, Wisdom? This in the middle, we'll just add, of Black History Month.
You know, Amy, I have to say I'm not surprised. You know, this is disgusting and despicable display of racism from President Trump. You know, instead of unifying the nation and celebrating the achievements of Black America has made on the 100th anniversary of Black History Month, he chooses to continue to perpetuate bigotry. I want to be clear that this behavior is what we've seen from President Trump and the Trump administration through its countless racist policies, rolling back the efforts of diversity, equity, inclusion, deployment of the National Guard and ICE, These are all distractions that are reshaping the role of government, especially every time we see more and more information about President Trump in the Epstein files. These distractions are distractions from a failed economy where Black unemployment has increased while President Trump and his friends continue to get rich. This is unacceptable behavior in America.
Follow the rich white man.
If you could talk about the fact that actually this is not at all the first time that President Trump has posted an AI-generated image of the Obamas. In fact, just last year, he shared a video, again, generated by AI, showing Obama being arrested at the White House and later in prison, and his systematic attacks on the Black community in the U.S., calling Somalis, saying Somalis have a low IQ, and his administration recently announcing rules that will ban nearly 90% of African immigration visa application. So if you could comment on that. And again, this month, the 100th anniversary of Black History Month.
You know, this continues to show the weird obsession that President Trump has with the Obamas, right? Even going way back into his declaring or finding out of his birthright, right? And this obsession, this need to identify that, even though we do know the truth, right? We see this obsession with Representative Ilhan Omar and the remarks that he's made towards her, as well as other immigrants, right? Immigrants are a part of the fabric of America. It's important for us to understand and recognize their role here and what they've done to contribute to help build America. Recognizing that this is an issue all across this nation, where we see that they're coming from a certain subset of group. They're coming for all of us, right? And in this 100th anniversary of Black History Month, we have to double down and tell the truth and tell what is history, what are the lies, as this administration continues to retell the truth, remove history from our areas or our sanctities or our museums, right? We see that this administration is continuing to perpetuate lies.
You know, Mick Mulvaney.
Yes. Yes, it is. I mean, this is one of the most lie-filled presidencies, perhaps, of all time. I think it already beats Donald Trump's first presidency, somehow. I would say there's probably been tens of thousands of lies told by different government officials at this point. You would think we'd get some accountability on all that, you know? You'd think we'd have officials, when they lie to us, we'd hold them accountable for those lies. Right. Okay. We are going to go to break once again. But do not worry, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button and the like button on YouTube. Maybe hit that bell icon too so that you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network, ensuring that you do not miss a single one of these galactic spacecasts. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, viewers of this stream, space fam such as yourself, are the one and only reason that we have been able to keep ourselves alive for 2 years straight. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Jewels over on the vertical stream. Got bits and subs, gifted subs, prime subs over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer to get the most. No, that's not the right one. I'm not saying. God damn it. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is, as always, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I just recommend you click the link in my YouTube or Twitch descriptions. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is that time once again. Time for the galactic intermission to end and for the show to start. So, you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. All right, folks, we are back. Fourth half about to begin. You keep getting Lent ads? Lent? Like, wait, like the religious holiday? Like the Christian holiday? Lent? You're getting ads for a holiday? How do you even celebrate that? I mean, how do you even monetize that? Like, how do you, I mean, I get how you celebrate that, but how do you, let me sell you not food while you fast. Is it fasting, isn't it? It's a fasting holiday, isn't it? All right, one more clip on Black history and Donald Trump and how much he doesn't give a shit about Black history or Black people. Let's go to Philadelphia. 6 ABC Philadelphia. From last month, I think, if I recall correctly.
Developing right here and right now tonight on Independence Mall, a piece of Philadelphia history was removed this afternoon by the federal government. Crews dismantled plaques telling the stories of the 9 enslaved people who lived in the president's house and were owned by President ridiculous! Last year, President Trump ordered National Park staff to flag any displays and were owned by President George Washington. Last year, President Trump ordered National Park staff to flag any displays that might be seen as disparaging to America's past. Philadelphia Mayor
Oh, we can't disparage America's past by just discussing the facts. Just wow. Just wow. This is pathetic. This is what I've been saying, is that the existence of anything but white history is upsetting to them. If you're not a white man, and if you're saying things that upset people about white people, oh God, that's the worst kind. Criticizing our founding fathers by mentioning that they all owned slaves. Come on! So what I'm gonna do right now is unfortunately skip past a bunch of stuff due to how slowly I'm moving today. God, we're almost 5 hours into this. At this pace, this will be a 15-hour stream with 150 videos that I have. Gonna have to skip a few more. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to skip ahead to the Stephen Colbert drama situation. CBS censorship of a discussion with a political candidate, a big time political candidate right now, somebody who's in a race for Senate, in the middle of a primary, came on to the Colbert Show, which is owned by CBS, Paramount, whatever it's called, Warner Brothers, Viacom. I'm just kidding. I forget all the names. I know Warner Brothers isn't part of it. They tried, though, didn't they? They tried. It's not for lack of trying. No, no, no. In fact, a lot of hostile bids and stuff were cast out there by Larry Ellison and his son. His pawn. I mean, really, Larry Ellison is, David Ellison. Hard for me to remember which one I'm talking about because they're the same person. But they're really both Larry Ellison, right? Even his son, David, I think his name is David. He's really the same guy. And it's not important to know his name. At least not until Larry dies, right? Because he's just an extension of Larry. He's just a sperm that like grew to maturity. You basically may as well just assume that everything he does is okayed by and bankrolled by his father. Because he has no actual qualifications for anything. He's useless. Literally is empowered due to his proximity to wealth. And his actual, he himself has it because his daddy's just been giving him money to do stuff to play with. And for tax purposes, right? Gotta spread it out. And you gotta, to some degree, Larry, we gotta realize that Larry's trying to build an empire. And at some point, every emperor dies, and you have to have a successor. So you gotta groom them, and sometimes you just gotta give them companies. Multi-billion-dollar companies. You just gotta hand it to them. You just be like, here, since it needs to be my genetic heir, just here you go. Let me buy a company for you.
Late night host Stephen Colbert said his interview with Democratic Texas Senate candidate James Tallarico was pulled from Monday's broadcast over concerns it could violate the Federal Communications Commission's equal time rule. The rule requires broadcast stations to provide comparable airtime to opposing political candidates if one candidate is given airtime. That rule hasn't traditionally been applied to talk shows. The FCC recently issued guidance warning that late night talk shows may not automatically qualify for a news exemption. CBS disputed Colbert's account, saying the show received legal guidance that airing the interview.
We all agree that's what's happening with David, right? Like, literally, he's just a useless, he's like a cell. He's a Larry Ellison cell that went rogue and decided to grow to maturity, and now it has $1 billion bank account. Like a multi-billion-dollar bank account merely by heredity, right? Like just by, just being the one sperm to make its way to the egg, just by that luck, he's a multi-billionaire who now owns an international, essentially an international media organization. And it's come on, it's not a skill. He certainly didn't get there with hard work. I know that much. I know that one. Steven got here by hard work. He's not a billionaire though. He's doing okay, no doubt. And he'll probably be fine after he loses the show. But we'll all be losing something, and so will he. America is losing something as a result of this oligarchic takeover of our fucking media. All right, let's talk more about this shit.
Late Show host Stephen Colbert taped an interview with Texas State Representative James Tallarico. He's a Democratic candidate in the Senate primary in Texas. But Colbert says CBS's lawyers stepped in before the interview that they pre-taped could actually air on broadcast television.
We were told in no uncertain terms by our network's lawyers, who called us directly,
that we could not have him on the broadcast. Then I was told, in some uncertain terms, that not only could I not have him on, I could not mention me not having him on. And because my network clearly doesn't want us to talk about this, let's talk about this.
Colbert says this all stems from recent threats from the Republican-led Federal Communications Commission, known as the FCC. For background, there is an old regulation known as the equal time provision, which would require broadcast networks to give equal airtime to all legally qualified candidates.
Great, thanks, Jake. Write another book. Jake Flapper keeps flapping his gums. Don't give a shit what he has to say. Couldn't be more bored. Thank you, Jake. You are useless. Useless human being. I'm sick of you, pal. I'm sick of you. I think we're all sick of you and your stupid book writing ass. Where's the Trump book, by the way? Let me just go back to Jake real quick. Jake, where's the Trump book? While you're over here talking about all this stuff, where's the Trump book? You know how we were talking about, remember how you released that book on Joe Biden's health and all that stuff? It's like, it's a cover up. What about the literally Jerry and autocratic despot in the White House? The deranged lunatic who's clearly sundowning in front of us. Where's that book? It's been a year and a half. All right, not quite. A year and change. Feels like it's been at least a year and a half. Feels like it's been 10.5 years, for the love of God. But where is that book, Jake? I'm just waiting. I'm just confused. It feels like there's a cover-up going on. But, yeah, it's disturbing that the Trump administration would do all this. Honestly, this one I didn't watch. I thought this wasn't going to be, I thought it was going to be somebody other than Jake. I can't handle it. I literally can't handle it. This fucking guy. This fucking can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Colbert blasts CBS's unaired Tallarico interview. What the goddamn hell? Oh, it's Forbes. It's Forbes with the terrible subtitle timings. Okay, hold on. Slowing it down slightly, because they're bad, this. Colbert blasts CBS's unaired Tallarico interview tops 4.5 million views on YouTube. Late Show host Stephen Colbert mocked his network, CBS, and its lawyers Tuesday after the broadcaster denied it had blocked him from broadcasting an interview with Texas Democratic Senate candidate Representative James Tallarico and presented him with quote-unquote options to comply with the FCC's quote-unquote equal time rule. In a segment on Tuesday's show, Colbert again discussed his interview with Tallarico, which did not air during Monday's televised broadcast and was instead posted on the Late Show YouTube channel.
That's on YouTube.
Colbert said CBS lawyers told him Monday, quote, in no uncertain terms, he couldn't have Tallarico on the show because it would violate the FCC's quote-unquote equal time rule, which requires broadcasters to provide equal airtime to opposing political candidates. However, CBS issued a statement on Tuesday claiming Colbert was not prohibited from broadcasting the interview, but rather given legal guidance. Oh, it's just legal guidance. By the way, I would like to point out nobody adheres to this. Literally nobody adheres to this. Name one. Somebody name one. If anybody, it's like CNN or something. Like, but really, like, nobody does this. Nobody actually gives equal time to opposing political sides. Just think to yourself. Honestly, think right-wing media for 2 seconds. And let's be really real and ask ourselves, is that rule being at all observed by anyone? No, not even close. Not even close. That's been the case for decades now. It's nonsense to bring that up. It's literally just a way to avoid having on somebody that they don't want. It's literally a political action. Colbert said that while the FCC under Trump appointee Brendan Carr was thinking about getting rid of an exemption from the equal time rule granted to talk shows, quote, CBS generously did it for him and told me, unquote. Colbert then held up a copy of CBS's statement and said, quote, this is a surprisingly small piece of paper considering how many butts it's trying to cover, unquote. Colbert said after reading CBS's statement, quote, I'm not a lawyer and I don't want to tell them how to do their jobs, but since they seem intent on telling me how to do mine, here we go, unquote. The comedian added that he was aware he could book other guests, saying he has interviewed Tallarico's primary opponent, Representative Jasmine Crockett, twice on his show. 2 times. Colbert then quipped that he could prove it. Quote, but the network wouldn't let me show you her picture without including her opponent, so I'll just have to show you this picture of Donald Trump. He added the network knows, quote, damn well that every word of my script last night was approved by CBS's lawyers, unquote, and that between his monologue on Monday night and the second segment where he addressed the interview not airing, quote, I called backstage to get more notes from these lawyers, something that had never ever happened before. And they told us the language they wanted me to use to describe that equal time exception, and I use that language. Oh, not that language. That's highly rude. Colbert said he was not mad about this, and he really doesn't want an adversarial relationship with the network, quote unquote. The late night host then said the lawyer's decision to release the statement, quote, without even talking to me is really surprising. I don't even know what to do with this, unquote, before pulling out a something. Okay, now it's too slow. Pulling out a dog waste bag, using it to crumple up the paper with the statement, and then throwing it away. Yep, that sounds about right. I actually didn't get to watch the whole thing. I was thinking about it, but we would get hit. We would get hit big time over here watching that on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Over the last 2 years, I figured out who copyright claims their stuff and who doesn't, to some degree, although it's changed over time. People like NPR and PBS have started copyright claiming stuff that they never did before. Ever since they lost their funding. I think they need the clicks over there. Kind of makes me sad. Kind of makes me sad. That's what it is. All right, one more video talking about this situation and the race between Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico in Texas. Hassan Piker.
Okay? Just so you understand, the James Tallarico conversation, they did not want to have it specifically. I believe Stephen Colbert on this 100%. They just didn't want to do it. They did not want to do it. Because they have interviewed other people in the past. They've interviewed Josh Shapiro. They've interviewed Jasmine Crockett twice. Anyway, we're moving on from this to CBS not broadcasting Stephen Colbert's interview with James Tallarico. Milquetoast Lives Like Colbert and Don Lemon are actually on the forefront of negotiating a pushback against fascism, or are we totally and utterly cooked? I mean, they are doing more than most, especially Don Lemon. I'm not gonna disparage my new friend Don Lemon, who I think understands the seriousness of the moment. I mean, I think Colbert is still, Colbert's still like playing fun and games here a little bit, but yeah, look. We don't have the luxury right now. We don't have the luxury to, push people aside. Okay? We don't. It's just we need everyone. We need everyone we can get. And the same thing that I said post October 7 with pro-Palestinian advocacy. Anyone who joins us on this, on the side of justice, is good in my books. Anyone who is a real avowed anti-fascist is good in my books. Okay? Because we need the liberals. The liberals are a part of the masses. Self-identifying liberals are, unfortunately, whether we like to appreciate it or not, self-identifying liberals comprise the largest group of political advocates in this country.
That's a stock photo we found when we Googled.
Wikipedia updated your photo.
Heck, I'm not even, and this is true, I'm not even alive.
I don't know why they did that. There's like plenty of professional photos out there. I guess like people are around, you know. This is a crazy photo. Bruh. It can't be copyrighted. Deadass, you becoming besties in my #1 op is so on brand for you. Yeah, it has to be public domain.
By the way, did Hassan get a fucking... I mean, I'm just now realizing it. How long has Hassan had a soundboard? When did he copy me? When did Hassan start doing my stream?
Illegal.
This is illegal. He's stealing my thunder. It's unacceptable.
Consequences.
I guess. Colbert, the guy from V for Vendetta who gets blackballed for making fun of Dear Leader, happens and normies will rise up. Yeah, I mean, I said the same thing with like Jimmy Kimmel, right? I said the same thing with Jimmy Kimmel. When Jimmy Kimmel was targeted, like that actually caused liberals to wake up, and I'll take it. All right. Here's the James Tallarico conversation that took place.
Yes, I see that. Sorry, everybody. I saw the volume was really low. That's my bad. That was me. I had the levels low because of the Forbes music on the last video and totally forgot to put it back up.
I made a huge
tiny mistake. That's my bad.
That CBS, compliant ass CBS, was too afraid to show.
What is your...
Okay.
He's had it for like a week. Hassan's had it for like a week. He's clearly copying me. Wow. Wow. I've been doing this for 2 years. Hassan just suddenly...
That's really
weird. Suddenly decides, oh, I think I'm going to get a soundboard. Now that I'm blowing up. All right, I'm just kidding. I'm not really blowing up.
Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now.
There's an update. This is just in from CBS. The Late Show was not prohibited by CBS from broadcasting an interview with Representative James Tallarico. The show was provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for 2 other candidates, including Representative Jasmine Crockett, and presented options for how the equal time for other candidates could be fulfilled. The Late Show decided to present the interview through its YouTube channel with on-air promotion on the broadcast rather than potentially providing the equal time options. That's bullshit. CBS is literally an op in this situation, by the way. Like, CBS itself, under the editorial guidance and leadership of Barry Weiss, working at the behest of ultra-Zionists and people who are pro-Trump, are straight up lying, okay? You want to know why I know they're lying? Because Colbert has already interviewed Jasmine Crockett. Colbert has already interviewed Jasmine Crockett twice, okay? Just so you understand, the James Tallarico conversation, they did not want to have it specifically. I believe Stephen Colbert on this 100%. They just didn't want to do it. They did not want to do it. Because they have interviewed other people in the past. They've interviewed Josh Shapiro. They've interviewed Jasmine Crockett twice.
Now is a representative in the Texas State House who is currently running for the United States Senate. Please welcome to the Late Show YouTube page, Representative James Tallarico.
I think the reason why is because the argument they can present, because like you think that Stephen Colbert is going to say no to interviewing Jasmine Crockett? No, of course not. Yeah, this story became unintentionally hilarious. Stephen Colbert and his team decided they would rather can their Tallarico interview and move it to YouTube than host Jasmine Crockett for equal time. And notice how it's Republicans who are saying this. Very strange stuff.
Yeah, because they recognize her as being the more liberal candidate. And the fact is I was honestly, you know, like Jasmine, in terms of like being a representative and her ability like to narrate, like honestly, I think she's she's a capable like litigator, right? Like a capable what do you call it? Like just as a congressperson, I think she's capable. And I've honestly, there's been plenty of times where I've been on Team Jasmine, and you know, in a different scenario, I might be on board. But the fact is Tallarico is just better, right? Like, honestly, I was leaning Jasmine until I started looking into the race. I was like, oh, James, he actually has a better platform. And Jasmine, you know, in terms of AIPAC and some of the other stuff that's come out about her, you know, in the wake of this race, this primary race heating up, you know, I think it's pretty clear that they're hoping that, you know, if somehow the Democrat were to win, they would be more to the right. And that's why Republicans are on Team Jasmine right now. They're not at all. The fact is in every other situation, all these Republicans who are like Team Jasmine, like literally in every other circumstance, they are the opposite. They hate this woman. They hate her. They all hate her. She is a black woman in Congress in Texas. They don't want her to exist. They want her to stop existing, genuinely. And like every time she speaks in Congress, they get mad. And honestly, it's kind of fun to watch them get triggered by her usually. And it's such a strange shift for them to all of a sudden be like, Team Crockett, this Tallarico guy sucks. Why won't CBS give Jasmine more time? It's really weird vibes, Republicans. I don't know what's up with you guys, but you need help. You need help.
Problem.
Okay. Jasmine Crockett has been on multiple times. Delete your account, says Norman Ornstein. To which people are replying, she wasn't a Senate candidate. Okay. But do you think Stephen Colbert doesn't want to interview Jasmine Crockett? Are you stupid? The fact that they interview Jasmine Crockett multiple times implies they don't care about interviewing Jasmine Crockett. They just didn't want to trigger the FCC's ire. It's that simple. Also, the irony here is that there is an addendum that exempts late night talk shows from the fair rule. Regardless, James Tallarico is having quite a moment in Texas after the Colbert interview, and according to Google Trends, Texans are now searching his name at a very high rate just in time for early voting. So it unintentionally ended up boosting his profile. By the way, it had to, once again, just as everything that these dumbass Republicans do, it backfired. Just like the CBS, the initial CBS 60 Minute story on the conditions in the El Salvador CCOT facilities for undocumented migrants ended up causing people to look into it. It has the capacity to backfire once again. It backfired once again. Let's take a look at the interview now.
Now, here's the thing. I don't usually say this to a guest, but if people are watching this right now, it's because they found us online on YouTube. I did an act of the show that's on tonight explaining why.
That's on YouTube.
It's not the first time you've caused some drama. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. Do you mean to cause trouble?
I don't know why they hate this guy so much, but it is certainly backfiring because as skeptical as I am of James Tallarico, because I've said this before, he got money from Miriam Adelson back in the day for gambling. You know, he isn't aggressive enough on Israel as I would like. Having said that, however, this kind of aggressive attacks coming from the Republicans implies that they are worried about James Tallarico's success in the general. Tomorrow is the first day of early voting in Texas. All Republicans, make sure you get out, pick a Democrat ballot, and vote for Jasmine Crockett for Senate. Yep. I'm telling you right now, dude. They want Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, it's freaking weird.
Weird.
Because like I said, in any other context, like in Congress, they oppose practically everything that she ever says or proposes. She's constantly getting cut off by the Republican leader. I mean, she got into that whole, fight with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And the fact is, I think that she should stay in her seat as representative unless there's a better challenger there. But in the Senate race, I think James Tallarico is the candidate to go with. I know some people technically already voted in the primaries who chat around here. I don't know who they voted for. I am glad that you all are exercising your democratic rights, though. Big time. I noticed people, at least one person posted may have been more. I think it was only one, though. Could be wrong. They're voting in Texas. I know we have a few Texas chatters. Got people all over the place now. Now, keeping this moving. Let's do some holiday stuff, people. We can't forget. It's a holiday week. Tons of holidays happened this week. President's Day. Lunar New Year began. Ramadan starting. Carnival and Mardi Gras also going on this week. Places like New Orleans. All sorts of celebrations were happening, including the Zulu Parade. Here's WWLTV Louisiana from 2 days ago.
And welcome back. Mardi Gras Day here along the St. Charles route here. And we are just in front of the Lula Distillery, where we have had so many wonderful marching bands, so many dancing crews, and of course, the exquisite floats here as part of Zulu. So we've got Zulu Dynasty just down here, Gary Thornton, the captain, and they are definitely offloading those coconuts. They're throwing so many throws, and they are having a great time. We mentioned that when we came out this morning at 4 a.m., it was already completely packed, and this has been one of the biggest crowds we've seen. We also talked with Jess and Aaron, who are the owners of Lula Distillery here. They told me this has been one of their most ticketed events in years. They said
every
it's so
parade
busy.
I've gone to this season, the crowds have seemed bigger.
Yes.
And the weather's been phenomenal. Maybe that's the reason, I don't know, but there is a lot of people.
Whatever you did for the forecast, Peyton, is definitely working for Mardi Gras.
Taking a look at the Zulu Dynasty, as we mentioned, with its slogan, "It's good to be king." I don't think.
Now, this is actually very interesting. I had to look into this myself. Apparently, the Zulu Parade is put on by a club, a social club called the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club, which was founded over 100 years ago, 1916. It is a fraternal organization in New Orleans which puts on this parade each year on Mardi Gras. They are apparently the largest, predominantly African-American carnival organization in the entire country. It's a regular feature apparently at the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festivals as well.
Many people would disagree with that, including our own resident royal, who is here with us.
Oh, me? Yeah, guys. Oh, Zulu's been great today, guys. So far, we've seen so many marching bands, the coconuts being passed out. Leah, did you get your coconut, by the way?
I did. I saw my nanny, y'all. She gave me a custom coconut, had my sorority on it, Alpha Kappa Alpha. Also through my little girl, it's her first Mardi Gras.
And somehow coconuts play into this. I don't actually understand the significance of the coconut, but I support it. All right. Continuing on with the Mardi Gras celebrations, here's the stream from the Associated Press. Fat Tuesday 2026. Fat Tuesday is just Mardi Gras, the end of Carnival, the final day. What are the cops throwing? Lanyards? Nobody wants that. Oh, are those drink tickets? What are those? I can't tell what those are. Hard to say. Oh my god, look at these guys. I think this is the Zulu parade. Holy fuck. Look at this multicolored masterpiece of music and dance and outfits. The outfits are insane. Look at these things. Some strange combination of what seems to be sporting gear, colorful jackets, skirts, feathers. These are possibly some of the craziest costumes I've ever seen. We've seen some crazy costumes on this stream. Oh, these guys are good. They are cooking. Okay. Let's see what other marchy bands are here. There appears to be a number of them. Not shocking, it is New Orleans. These guys look like they're about to do something serious. I can feel it. It's coming. This is gonna be sick. I wish we had dual audio right now. I guess I could. I'm trying to think of the fastest way to do that. The anticipation is killing me right now. Here we go. Come on, guys. Oh, you're killing me. I thought, oh my god. I was anticipating. I've been broken. They broke me just now. You guys look at, you're passing the cameras and you're not doing a song. You're making me super sad. I was so stoked for it and now it just ruined. I bet they're good as fuck too. Listen to how tight they are. That is good marching band. That is good marching band right there. That's what that is. All right. I think that's it. I think that's it for this clip. Gonna keep this moving. Other things to talk about. Yeah, all that suspense, and then just dashed. All my hopes dashed. Got a couple of drum rudimentals in there, and that was it. It was probably going to be really good. It just deprived us of that experience. I'm highly offended. Highly offended, but it's fine. Everything's fine. I'm fine. Everybody, look at me.
I think that is the key there. You guys look wonderful, though. The Zulu parade route here along St. Charles, just in front of Lula's Distillery, is still bumping, still having a lot of good energy, a great time. You can see that they are literally crowding the floats as they are passing by. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention who came to hang out with us. Good morning, sir.
How you doing? Happy Mardi Gras.
Happy Mardi Gras.
Shorty himself. Yes.
We're happy to have you here along the route. I know you've been catching a lot of throws. You also have your studio not far from here, so this is just really home for you and something that I know you look forward to every year. Tell us just a little bit more about being out here today.
Every year I look forward to being at the Zulu. Juvenile gives me a call about 5 a.m. every year so we can meet up and hang out, and it's just a wonderful family event, and I'm happy to be here with everyone.
I'm curious, as a native son of New Orleans, I think we're about the same age, around 40-ish.
Yep.
Grew up here, been playing trombone since you were a kid.
Yeah.
What does Mardi Gras mean to you, considering that the sound that we know that is New Orleans is you?
Yeah, well, you know, the music, talking about the Neville Brothers, Dr. John, the Rebirth Brass Band, I think they created the soundtrack for Carnival time in New Orleans. And it's just a wonderful thing that I get to be out here, and it's always fresh. And no matter how many times we've been out here, it's always a fun time to be here and get inspired to see some of the great marching bands, St. Aug, Warren Easton. Listening to the style of music that they're playing is always inspiring to me.
I love that you still find the inspiration in the bands as they do their thing around here. And I gotta say, you knew what the costume was, particularly because of the shoes.
Because the one and only Allen Toussaint, that's right.
I figured that was the thing that was going to make sure that you knew it was identifiable.
The shoes are amazing. And not only that, we're talking about being out here on the Zulu route where you're getting to watch and hang out and just be yourself, but you have literally a float with your head on it. You also rode this year. Talk a little bit about that experience. You actually threw my daughter some glass beads, so thank you for that.
That's right. I got some more for her. Well, I'm the Grand Marshal for the crew of Ferret, and it's feel good, you know, watching Zulu for many years. I've saw Louis Armstrong here, and for me to be as young as I am and have my head on a float is a big idea for me. So
there we go. One man with the great honor of having his head on a float. And everybody in the community, I mean, look how many people showed up. It was wild. It was wild. Great to see everybody having so much fun together. Must be nice to be warm down there in New Orleans. Up in New York. Still very cold. But people are kicking off the Lunar New Year. Eyewitness News, ABC 7 with the live stream from 2 days ago with the annual firecracker ceremony in New York City.
Come on! You're a little chicken or what? You're not chicken, okay? Alright, this is our great friend from the community, great friend of Valentine's. Okay? Seafood Wilson Inc. He is the toilet but school. So if you're a kid, you could find him to teach your kid. Alright, let's give him a hand and say a few words. He loves to talk.
By the way, this is being held at the park in Chinatown in Lower Manhattan. For context, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Yo-ho! 新年好，身體健康，龍馬精神。每年馬年安康，馬上有錢發財。So we are the New York Trolleyfoot Lion and Dragon team. Today, you're in a special event. We have our trademark twin poles. They're 20 feet high.
All right, I'm skipping ahead.
Okay, pick up the popper. Pick up the popper. Pop out.
Pick up the poppers.
Huh?
Pick it up. Right?
Yeah, pick up the popper.
Pick up your popper.
仲有冇啊？ Any more poppers? 行開啦，都未乜嘢，你阻住 popper， get more popper。我哋挖把桶，挖把桶。
我们有非常可爱的5只小狮子。
仲有啊？嗰度係咪啊？唔係，佢攞啲 popper 嚟啊！叫佢攞啲 popper。
Okay, this is the worst view possible. This is literally the worst view possible, AP. You guys are terrible. Anyway, there you go. The AP with 0 production value on this thing. I'm sorry, this is the AP. Who am I blaming? Eyewitness News ABC. Eyewitness News ABC 7, local New York. You guys really butchered that one. Terrible job. Terrible camera work. Who's in charge of this shit? All right. Let's see. How are we doing on time right now? Jesus Christ, you gotta be shitting me. We're 5.5 hours into the stream. I'm trying to keep it at like 8 hours or so tonight. I don't want to go too far over that because I want to do a stream every night this weekend. I don't want to miss one. I don't want to miss a single one for all of you folks. So I feel like I've done that too many times in the last month. I've missed a day or two, and that's not good. Friday, Saturday, Sundays, that's when the Galactic News Network shines. Honestly, I gotta get on a better schedule, generally speaking. Like, pick more specific days. Honestly, it's just hard sometimes. Like, it's just difficult because of how many shows I do a week. Like, sometimes I just need the leeway. All right. Oh my God, I'm just looking through my list right now, so I'm just talking about nothing. Trying to figure out how many more stories we can get done in 2.5 hours. All right, while we're in New York, let's go here. CBS New York from 2 days ago. See what Zoran Mamdani's been up to. He held a press conference. And he brought props.
Mayor Mamdani says the city is in the red, and he is threatening to raise property taxes to fill the gap. Under his proposal, property taxes would increase by 9.5%. But as Adi Guajardo explains, the mayor says that's not his preferred option to balance the budget.
It's a battle of the taxes as Mayor Zoran Mamdani lays out 2 paths. Force the rich and corporations to cough up more cash in taxes, or he says as a last resort, the middle class will have to foot the bill and pay higher taxes.
The property tax increase, if the city was forced to do so, would be at a 9.5% increase. This is something that we are going to utilize every single option to ensure does not come to pass.
The mayor's financial plan says the property tax would affect over 3 million residential units and over 100,000 commercial buildings with a median income of $122,000.
Who will this impact?
In some ways, the question is who won't it impact? Because really...
Yes. No, well, everybody wants to talk about the property tax. I mean, we don't have to do it. It doesn't have to happen, because all that has to happen is that, you know, the billionaire tax goes into place, the very thing that Zoran Mamdani ran on and got elected on. All we got to do is do that thing, and then none of this has to come to pass with the property taxes in any form or fashion. That's the thing about this. I mean, I love the way that he framed all of it, honestly, because he put the worst thing first. He's like, look, we might have to raise taxes. Thankfully, all we have to do is the thing that I got elected.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Just tax the billionaires, the extremely wealthy, and then none of that has to ever come to pass. While we're talking about taxes on homes, we should talk about another thing affecting homeowners. Oh, this one's frustrating. PBS News. It's from a couple of weeks ago. This one really bothered me.
Called zombie mortgages, debts that homeowners thought were forgiven or satisfied long ago, only to learn that they still exist and that they could cost them their homes. Economics correspondent Paul Solman and producer Diane Lincoln Estes have our look at these back-from-the-dead debts. This story is a partnership with Retro Report, which is a documentary news group that delves back into major events of the past to understand their relevance today.
Single dad Terrence Harden bought this home in Bowie, Maryland 20 years ago.
4-bedroom house, single family, nice yard, very friendly neighbors.
Harden took out a $316,000 mortgage for the purchase, a $35,000 second mortgage soon after.
So I had a mortgage and a second mortgage after owning the property for a year.
But then the housing bubble burst. Home prices plunged. Harden, like millions of Americans, owed more than his house was worth, so he was vastly relieved to get a loan modification through a government program.
The payment is very much reasonable. There is no second mortgage, and I'm able to breathe.
For the next 8 years, Harden paid his mortgage. By September 2023, he had built almost $200,000 in equity. Then his neighbor called.
there was some service that was taking stuff out of my home in trash bags and plastic bags and putting it on the lawn. At which point I raced home from work in order to try to find out what was going on. I was informed by the sheriff's department that I had 4 hours to collect my belongings.
Hardin was being evicted from his home.
Furniture, dishes, medications, foods, toys, pictures, just all shoved in a black bag and strewn across the front yard.
Daughter Olivia was then 14.
How did you react?
I just saw all of my belongings on the front lawn in black bags. I was just I was just in shock.
So what happened? Kind of like a zombie in a horror film. That second mortgage Hardin believed to have been modified and rolled in with his first all those years ago had risen from the dead.
A zombie mortgage is a mortgage that the borrowers thought was dead because of inactivity by the lender for so many years, and then out of the blue recently is risen from the dead, so to speak, to claim its pound of flesh.
Foreclosure attorney Andy Engel explains that second mortgages were worth so little in the wake of the housing collapse that lenders simply didn't bother to collect on them.
However, they did bundle these mortgages up and sell them on the secondary market, often for pennies on the dollar.
The judge in New York used to talk about these loans are passed around like a whiskey bottle at a frat party.
Homeowner advocate Beth Jacobson.
That's what these second mortgages. They would be packaged and repackaged and repackaged and sold.
And the people who bought those loans then just sat and waited. And they were waiting for market values to come back on the real estate to make those mortgages actually have value again.
Post-COVID-19 pandemic, that's just what happened across the country as property values soared.
And all of a sudden, those dead mortgages that had no value at all now have value, and the owners of those mortgages are filing foreclosure cases.
Immediately, if not sooner.
You'll be shocked that this is hitting communities of color more disparately than that of white communities. This is a disturbing fucking trend. And it's predatory, in my opinion. They shouldn't be allowed to just sort of sit there and wait like a fucking vulture for the right moment and then just come in and kick you out of your home. Fuck off. Fuck right off. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. In some places, people are doing what they can to stop some predatory home investors, not necessarily this particular practice. But Denver 7 has the story here for us now. It's from last week.
I'm praying that we can strengthen our laws, our HOA laws, that we can prevent this from happening to other people, that they will get through the court system a little bit faster and they will get their homes rebuilt.
That is Linda Jones, resident of the Club Valencia apartments, who's still unable to return to her home more than 3 years after a fire. Now, Jones and other condo owners at Club Valencia are dealing with issues including increased housing costs as they pay to live for two places, lawsuits and insurance disputes, and so-called predatory investors. And now Denver City Council is stepping in to help.
So the council is considering new rules aimed at cracking down on those predatory home investors. Supporters say it would protect homeowners from harassment and unfair offers. Denver 7's Richard Butler shows us why some residents say these changes are long overdue.
We've been calling this policy predatory home investing.
At Denver City Council Monday, Councilmember Chantel Lewis laid out a plan to crack down on what she calls predatory home investors that she says are targeting vulnerable neighborhoods.
It's essentially a proposal to be able to protect folks in our city who are homeowners from being able to be preyed on by folks who are coming to our communities intending to take their houses and sell them for more without making substantial improvements in that. So not fix or flips.
Lewis says the regulations would apply to the non-licensed wholesalers who would buy property, then immediately sell that property for profit without making any actual investments in the home. Lewis shared these examples of home purchases in Denver. Most of them were resold within 24 hours with huge profits.
You can see these things on the market for 0 days, but they've made profits of, 24,000, 50,000, et cetera, et cetera.
Their proposal would require investors to register with the city, create a do not solicit list for homeowners, and ban repeated or deceptive wholesalers from doing business in the city.
There's no regulation at the municipal level to be able to have any consequences for the folks who are doing this.
I think this is overdue.
Linda Jones is a homeowner here at Club Valencia. Jones was displaced after multiple fires starting in 2022 left most of the units here unlivable. She says while she's been waiting to go home, investors started calling, texting, and offering to buy her unit at a cheap price.
I've had people call me, emailing, pressure and saying, no, you should just accept this. You should just move on. They're pressuring other people. There's other people that have sold their apartments pretty low.
Lewis says this proposal is meant to give homeowners like Jones more protection from predatory property investors.
They are just...
These people are vultures. Just looking to pick meat off of the carcass. Our system is collapsing. Speaking of home, let's talk about Canada. Because some people in Canada, well, they're not sure where they want to call home. Canada or somewhere else.
There are now confirmations that U.S. State Department officials met with an Alberta separatist group. A spokesperson for the Alberta Prosperity Project confirmed he and other activists met with those officials in Washington last month, and that it was meant to take the temperature of how the U.S. administration could respond to a newly separated Alberta. Daryl Bricker, our polling guru from Ipsos, is here to talk about new numbers related to separation. Let's get right into it. First poll numbers on Quebec versus Alberta separation.
So Quebec these days, if you ask people whether or not they'd vote to separate from Canada, it's about 31% in our polling. Pretty consistent with what we're seeing every place else. But the surprise, Ben, is that Alberta is almost the same at 28%. That's the first time I think I've ever said that.
Wow. I didn't know the numbers were that high.
Yeah, there is. There's a pretty concentrated group of people in both countries, slip of the tongue there, but in both places where they would consider it, yeah.
All right, let's look at the types of separatists.
Well, the really committed separatists, interestingly enough, are actually in the province of Alberta. And so more than half of the people who say that they would vote for separatism actually, regardless of the cost, they say we should be going for it. In Quebec, it's a lesser number. And in fact, the harder you make the costs, the quicker it crumbles in Quebec.
Okay. There we go. There's some people in Canada who would prefer not to be Canadian anymore for some reason. Although it's not clear that they would be welcomed into being Americans. Even if they did meet with American officials, it doesn't really mean anything necessarily. That would be a strange move, if you ask me. Alright, due to time constraints, I'm going to have to skip some more stuff. Please hold. In fact, I gotta do it a different way. I want to keep this thing to fucking 8 hours. There's no way I'm doing that if I do any of this. Alright, for the climate change half, I have one video for you folks, due to time-related constraints. You know, something that we've all been talking about, certainly watching clips of. I'm sure you have. I'm sure I'm not the only person who's been watching clips of this. on the planet or in this stream. I am, of course, talking about the 2026 Winter Olympics. So no matter how many crazy things that are going on, the Olympics is, at least, has been a consistent thing for us humans to go to for a feeling of togetherness, lighthearted competition, and other stuff. Feeling of nationalism, I suppose, for some. But unfortunately, as for the Winter Olympics, they may not survive very much longer with the climate crisis and them being only every 4 years. I mean, we're running out of time on the Olympics. On the Winter Olympics, most specifically. We may be at a point where we're like 10 Winter Olympics away if we continue down the path of destruction that we have been reaping on this planet, sowing, whatever you want to call it. Sowing and or reaping.
Time now for our Down to Earth segment, and this week we're looking at the Winter Olympics, with this year's edition underway in northern Italy against a backdrop of climate change and rising temperatures, casting a shadow over the future of the Winter Games. Our environment editor Valerie de Kim joins me here in the studio. Hello, Valerie.
Hi, Nat.
The Winter Olympics, Valerie, they rely heavily on snow, so there were concerns that the Italian Alps wouldn't have enough of it before the start of the Games. What's the situation now?
Well, the main venues were blessed, to say the least, with heavy snowfall right before the Games started. But high temperatures above average in the lead up to the opening ceremony had organizers on the edge of their seats. Cortina d'Ampezzo is situated 1,800 meters, which would traditionally guarantee snow. But climate change is, of course, being felt across mountain regions, and the Alps are no exception. Snowfall there has dropped by a third in over a century. Cortina d'Ampezzo also hosted the Winter Olympics in 1956, and since then, average February temperatures have climbed by 3.6 degrees Celsius. So we're now 70 years later, and according to organizers, artificial snow will account for 85% of snow at the Games. This to guarantee the same snow cover for athletes throughout the competition, even though it did snow at the beginning of the Olympics. Snow machines will be pumping about 50,000 cubic meters of water. That is.
So you gotta pump 50,000 cubic meters of water to make 85% of the snow that's used for creating the necessary terrain for these games to happen. That's not always been the case. Not even close. Although it has been used for a long time, but certainly not to this extent. Not even slightly. 85 is practically 100%. Might as well just say 100% of the snow. All right, you can't. But still, 85?
This is ridiculous!
This is why I say it's likely that it'd be difficult to have winter games, 30, 40 years from now. If we continue the trend that we are going down right now, the path, and not doing everything we can to halt the fossil fuel emissions that we have, just been wantonly disregarding, in terms of the detriment that they are causing right now. We just completely ignore and just continue on. At least, certainly in the United States, we're heading backwards. We're heading backwards in the United States. Granted, not everybody is ignoring that. Other countries are doing actually a hell of a lot. China, Spain, other countries out there have been really making huge progress on their energy on their energy
equivalent
mix.
of 20 Olympic pools, and artificial snow is also criticized for being a very, energy-intensive technology. The use of artificial snow is not new. It's now been almost 50 years since artificial snow was used for the first time at the Olympics in the state of New York in 1980. But the reality is that now more and more hosts are having to relying heavily on that technology to compensate for unreliable snowfall. The 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing were the first to rely only on artificial snow.
Good God. Our way of life, our planet is collapsing in front of us, and it just doesn't seem like we're taking it seriously enough. In a way I worry is going to be detrimental. Alright, sorry, but that's all we're going to do on climate change today and the weather stuff. Mostly just because of time, and I want to at least cover everything we have on the thumbnail and in the title. It's like one thing I've been trying to make sure I do every stream. So that people will click the video and they know what they're going to get, you know? The other thing I need to do is start putting in timestamps. I've got so many things I need to be doing better. Gotta be doing better at these things. You have solar panels, but you live in California. Hey. Yeah, some states are doing better than others. Honestly, one of the states that's doing very well, even though they won't admit it, is places like Texas. Because they're in a very sunny place, just like California. So solar panels are very effective. Granted, solar panels are effective, just full stop. It's just in terms of timing of year and in certain localities, they're less effective, right? You got sun, you got energy. I own solar panels. I mean, they're like portable ones. They're not hooked up to the grid or anything or to my apartment down on the earth. We got some solar panels on the space station. Provides us energy up here. Honestly, it's incredible that we can get free energy. And it's weird that not nobody, but that anybody would be like against it. Like, you kind of got to be a fucking weirdo at this point. You got to be like a weirdo boomer type. Or just like a complete moron to think that we shouldn't be using solar energy in every place possible. It's just getting better and better and cheaper, more accessible, and just quite clear that it's financially more viable than pulling oil out of the ground to burn it. And it doesn't destroy the planet. Texas is having a water crisis. A lot of people are having water crises right now because of climate change. It's because we don't have enough snow, right? It's a result of the thing we just got done talking about. The reason we don't have enough water is because we don't have enough snow. We're running out of snow because in the winter's shortening, right? Places are seeing more days of warmer weather than ever before. And therefore we have less snow. And that snow in the spring, when it does melt, when it's supposed to actually melt, there's less of it. And so it makes its way into the streams, but it maybe doesn't make its way all the way to the reservoir, the lakes that we depend on. It's very disturbing. It's all interconnected. I feel like everybody should understand these things. That's why we talk about it every goddamn day. And I refuse to give up. But you know what else we talk about every goddamn day too? Space. The final frontier of the news. Let's go here. Talk about this fascinating story from this week. President Barack Obama made some interesting claims on the Brian Tyler Cohen podcast.
Now to tonight's social story, where we post 3 stories on our social media and you decide what we cover. Today's choices: aliens are real, President's Day deals, intermittent fasting study. So with 39% of the vote, you voted for aliens are real. So we're going to talk about it. Former President Obama going viral for his comments on extraterrestrial encounters. In an interview with Brian Tyler Cohen over the weekend, the former president got some attention when he proclaimed that aliens are real.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy and they hid it from the President of the United States.
Okay, so he is clearing things up, saying in a post on Instagram that, quote, statistically, the universe is so vast that the odds are good there's life out there somewhere. But the distances between solar systems are so great that the chances we've been visited by aliens is low. Astrophysicist and ABC News contributor Hakeem Oluseyi joins us now for more. Hakeem, it is great to see you.
Okay, all right. We're not going to stay on the story too long, but we already talked about this one time this week. However, at that time, we did not have the comment of the president, and he was asked about President Obama's comments about aliens, and he took it way more seriously
Barack Obama said
than I was
that
expecting.
aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
Well,
he made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it.
I don't have an opinion, but it's classified. I don't have an opinion, but very classified. Can't believe he did that.
A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so if you want to make an announcement.
Maybe I'll get him out of trouble. What is he talking about? Look at Caroline back there. Look how excited. She is such a strange woman. She genuinely loves the president. Like, I think sexually, possibly. Romantically, no doubt. But she looks at him like I don't like she loves all of his antics. She is she is the definition of a sycophant. Like, honestly, it is wild just how much she supports him. At every moment, no matter how dumb what he's saying is, she's back there smiling and supporting him. And it's wild. She's a disturbing
this woman
being.
is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Did I see Donald Trump's alien post today? Wait, did he post it again about aliens again? He made more comments about aliens. No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. I'll look into it. We'll do it part 3. We'll do a part 3 on this goddamn Obama alien situation. Jesus Christ. This is the second time we've covered this thing this week. I just can't. I don't have time. I gotta try and cover as much of this stuff that I've got right now. I'm not prepared for that. I'm not at all prepared for that situation. Fuck. Why did 150 videos tonight, people? It's a massive list, all right? I'm trying to get through as much of it as I can. I just can't take too many segues. We've already taken a bunch of tangents. Taken a bunch of random, paths. It's on me. It's my fault. It's all my fault. It's really all of it's my fault. She's the perfect ignorant cult member. Yeah, exactly. She's a true believer. That's why she's such a great leader for the Ministry of Truth, the Tsarina of Truth, Caroline Levitt. Just glassy-eyed punch drinker over there. It was 8 hours ago? Jesus. See, this is what I'm saying. If I look away for 2 seconds, I miss everything becomes irrelevant. Granted, 8 hours ago, let's not forget, 8 hours ago was 2 hours before the stream started. So, like, I would have had to be, like, while I'm in the middle of going through my already prepared list of stuff, I would have had to been doing more research on things at that point. Because 2 hours before the stream, I was, like, literally, watching some of the videos that I had for tonight. So I make the lists ahead of time, right? Like, I usually, like, I mean, granted, I'm adding stuff in as I go sometimes. I can't help myself. It happens. But, like, I am preparing these somewhat. Like, the second the stream ends, before I go to bed, I start making it, right? So, often, like, 12 hours behind. Like, I can't help it. I can't help but be slightly behind. The stream goes on for too long for it to not do that. Literally impossible. He already did this, though? What? What does that mean? All right, let's move to the United Kingdom. What do you say? Got a couple of stories there, in fact. First, before we get to the Epstein files, the big story. I want to get to one other story that people aren't talking about as much. Probably because the media hates anyone who's pro-Palestinian. But even though, as the court ruled over, I think, the weekend, I can't remember the exact timing of this, may have been earlier this week, but a court ruled earlier this week, in like the last 7 days, that the pro-Palestinian, the Palestine Action activists could not be deemed as, like, criminals, essentially, right? And the charges were dropped against almost all of them. However, 6 activists are still facing trials, while the rest of their fellow comrades have been dismissed, had their charges dismissed. Wait, god damn it, I just clicked the wrong button. God damn it.
So first off then,
go back, shut up. Channel 4. Yesterday.
In any self-described anti-war movement, there are different sorts of activists. There are hands-off supporters and hands-on. This subgroup of Palestine Action is the latter. This morning, they heard they'll face a retrial for their alleged actions during this break-in at Israeli defense firm Elbit Systems near Bristol back in August 24.
Okay, leave that.
They say they were trying to impede what many, including a UN Commission of Inquiry, have called Israel's genocide in Gaza.
Illegal.
And it broke my heart to watch children in Palestine learn what hunger is, how to grieve, how to hide from soldiers, run from drones, know what pain is physically from amputations without morphine, and what pain is mentally from watching everything that makes them feel safe. Their homes, their mothers, their fathers, their brothers and their sisters be bombed in front of them.
The specifics of the case against them are complex, but this is the wider context. In July 25, a year after the Elbit break-in, the government officially prescribed Palestine Action as a terrorist group, the same as Hamas or Al-Qaeda. But last week, campaigners were jubilant when the High Court ruled the state had gone too far. The government has indicated it will appeal. Meanwhile, police say they've stopped arresting people for just holding placards. The implication? Many of the roughly 2,500 people arrested may face no further action.
Palestine action! Palestine action!
But acts of destruction against property, or indeed people, are a different matter and have long been covered in detail under existing criminal law. Which brings us to today. The 5 appearing at Woolwich Crown Court had already been found not guilty last week of aggravated burglary. This morning, another 18 who are accused of helping them organise the Elbit break-in were also all cleared on that specific count.
Free the 5, free the 6, whatever, however many there are left. Just, come on, Britain, just do it. We're counting on you to have some amount of sense. This is a genocide we're talking about that they're protesting. You know, a genocide that you're helping, that you've been helping, that you should probably be facing charges for, right? Somebody over there. Lammy or somebody, I don't know. Trying to think of who exactly. Possibly multiple people. Certainly not as complicit as the United States, I guess, in terms of volume, but complicit nonetheless. And that's the objection here with these folks. Silly to jail them for that. But of course, I'm talking from the United States, where we have people sitting in detention for exactly that. Just a different kind of jail. Slightly more lawless jail, I guess. Ah, boy. We live in terrible time. All right. Now, just because I want to keep this stream going and I want to get as much stuff in as I can in the 8 hours that we got. At this point, I'm calling off the 4th galactic intermission. We are going to go straight through to 8 hours here, I think. So we still got a ton of stuff left to talk about. 150 videos was a bad idea from the beginning. I knew this going into this, but it's gone worse than I was hoping. I'm not going to lie. I've skipped dozens of videos at this point. I'm doing a terrible job. But I can't have this stream take 12 hours tonight. I just can't, because I got to do a Friday and a Saturday and a Sunday stream, and we started it so late that if I did that, we'd be going until noon. We'd be going until noon Eastern Standard Time. Just untenable. You know what else is untenable? The billionaire PDF elite. The Epstein class. However, the first real consequences that I think we've seen since last June, since around the time that we really started talking about this at all, the first real consequences I think we've seen happened yesterday morning at around this time. I guess it was afternoon. I think it was around noon. I don't know exactly what time. It was actually, no, I think it was noon. I think it was before noon over there as well. It was quite early. It was actually possibly earlier than this.
So first off then, that news that's been coming into us a short while ago, that the former Prince Andrew, now of course Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
Right away.
Just a few details emerging at this stage from the police, but Philip Tell is with me here on set. Philip, just tell us first of all what we know about the latest situation.
Well, the police have been saying they've arrested a man in his 60s from a home in Norfolk. That man is Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew, who has been arrested and brought in for questioning by police. This is something that many have been calling for in the United Kingdom, particularly the press, over the last few weeks. But it is a really significant development in the Epstein inquiry, and also a huge significant development for the British royal family. This is the first time that I can remember that a member of the royal family has ever been brought in for questioning under arrest by local police. I think that what we're seeing here is a rapidly developing situation where, until the most recent Epstein documents were released, these 3 million documents just a couple of weeks ago, there was an inquiry into what the Andrew Mountbatten Windsor had been up to with Jeffrey Epstein. This was led by Scotland Yard, but Scotland Yard decided there wasn't enough evidence to bring him in for questioning. Since the release of the latest Epstein files,
They were arrested for protesting. You didn't hear about that, Princess Mouse? Yeah, they were arrested and charged. I mean, Palestine Action was declared a terrorist group by the United Kingdom, although they had done 0 acts of terrorism. It was it's been a fascinating clusterfuck It's just some of the most incomprehensible shit I can imagine. They've hurt no one, and yet they're being charged like they're terrorists.
Been a new inquiry by Thames Valley Police in the UK, and they are the ones who have brought him in for questioning right now. And this could last for 96 hours. Now, he is accused of abuse during public office, which is a very grave crime in the United Kingdom, could lead to him being sentenced to a very long term in jail if he's found guilty. So as things stand at the moment, he's going to be questioned. There will also be, and I think there is they are searching 2 premises that belong to him for evidence. And I think probably what we're seeing here is this decision to go in and arrest Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is a way of surprising him so that he's brought in for questioning without being able to prepare himself beforehand, knowing that he'd been called in for questioning, but maybe in a few days' time. The fact that he's actually got police going around that take him in immediately without by surprise means that will give them more leeway to try to find or uncover evidence that they need to press charges against him.
It's obviously a terrible look, isn't it, for the British royal family?
It is terrible news for the British royal family. I think they've been really split between themselves over what to do.
I love that they chose this particular footage right after he said it's a terrible look for the royal family. Well, these guys are wearing the silliest possible dresses anyone has ever seen. These fucking nonsense. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at these guys. Look at these twits. They look like priestesses.
And we've seen in
church.
recent times that King Charles himself has made as much effort as he can to try to show that the royal family is in charge. Even the Queen, Elizabeth II, the late Queen, stripped Andrew of many of his titles back in 2019 after that disastrous interview about Jeffrey Epstein that Andrew gave to the BBC and Emily Maitlis. He was no longer allowed to call himself His Royal Highness. Then with the latest revelations, King Charles stripped Andrew of his title of Prince. He's now just Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. He has been forced to move out of his house, Royal Lodge, which was situated in Windsor Great Park. He's now living in a much smaller house in the park at Sandringham in Norfolk.
So sad.
The royal family have made it pretty clear that in a more recent statement, they would help.
I mean, it's smaller than a literal castle. I mean, anything's smaller than a castle. I mean, all right, it's not an actual castle, but it's like, you know, it's like a pre-Gilded Age, like it's a royal, like, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, going from anything royal to not royal is gonna suck. But like, let's be real. Like, he's been living in perfectly comfortable conditions. Honestly, better conditions than most of us are living. I would say the vast majority of us are still living worse than Andrew Mountbatten
Any inquiry
Windsor.
by police necessary into the activities of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. So this is really a way of cutting him loose from the royal family in a bid to try to calm the situation down. But I don't think anybody in the royal family actually thought it would come to this, where he was now under arrest and facing questioning and possibly charges, and if he's found guilty, a possible prison sentence. This is really uncharted territory for the British royal family right now.
Of course, Philip, this is a story that we've been talking about an awful lot over the last year or so, but accusations against the former Prince Andrew have been whirling, if that's the right word, for many years, really, haven't
Well, there are 2 different sorts of allegations here, Stuart. The first one is the allegations of sexual misconduct, which Andrew has always denied, and there's no evidence, even though we've seen that photo up just behind you of him over this girl lying on the floor, obviously taken at a party held by Jeffrey Epstein, and Andrew looking at the camera, so obviously in the knowledge that he was being photographed. We don't know who the girl is on the floor, we don't know what the circumstances are, but many are saying that Andrew was part of the close-knit friendship group of Jeffrey Epstein, and many questions being asked about his relationship with Virginia Giuffre, a girl who was photographed with Andrew back in 2010.
Yeah. Yeah, this was breaking news at this point. This was like one of the first videos when all this was happening. Got it all in chronological order here. With all the reactions, France 24, BBC, LBC, even Democracy Now! At some point in this list.
Start with breaking news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The BBC understands that he has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. That's from our correspondent who has found that information out. Just for context, we heard this morning from the Prime Minister in an interview that nobody is above the law when he was asked about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. But he declined to say whether the former prince should volunteer himself to the UK police. We now understand, though, that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. So just to give you some more context on this, this is clearly linked to the files that have been coming out about Jeffrey Epstein. And we understand that Thames Valley Police has been assessing allegations that a woman was sent to the UK by Jeffrey Epstein for a sexual encounter with Mr. Mountbatten Windsor. And the encounter allegedly occurred at the former prince's residence, Royal Lodge, in 2010. The woman, who's not British, was in her 20s at the time. And the woman's lawyer said that after spending the night with Mountbatten Windsor at the Royal Lodge in 2010, the woman alleges she was given tea and a tour of Buckingham Palace. Now, we've also, clearly, those are some of the links that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has always denied any wrongdoing on the matters of the links with Jeffrey Epstein to do with sexual matters, but he is also being investigated for his role as a trade envoy. MPs might be looking into his conduct while he was working as a trained envoy for the UK.
One thing that I found interesting about all this is that he's being investigated for conduct as an official relating to his relaying information to Jeffrey Epstein, but not for the sex crimes that he's accused of. It's fascinating, sort of selective.
The Today programme heard from Liam Byrne, who said his committee, the Business and Trade Committee, which is a cross-party committee, would be meeting next Tuesday to decide how we might or might not take this investigation forward. Now, we understand from the latest files released by the US Department of Justice that the former prince forwarded sensitive government documents and commercial information to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. As I've mentioned, Andrew has always denied any wrongdoing. MPs have been taking the allegations acutely seriously, according to Mr. Byrne, and they said that they guarantee that MPs are not in the market for letting anything slip through the cracks. For context, the former Duke of York served as UK trade envoy for between 2001 and 2011, and in this role he travelled globally and enjoyed privileged access to senior government and business contacts around the world. In 2010, Andrew appears to have forwarded government reports from visits to Vietnam, Singapore and China to Epstein, according to the recently published files. And the documents also appear to show Andrew forwarded Epstein information on investment opportunities in gold and uranium in Afghanistan. So to recap, if you're just joining us, the BBC understands that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested.
Okay, let's keep this conversation moving. Oh my God. This is disturbing. The Epstein class. Just seems to be everybody powerful. Had some kind of tie to Jeffrey Epstein, some more than others. Oh, yeah, just to be clear, Prince Andrew can sweat, and he will be sweating when he's in jail.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's just a claim that he made. Really just an attempt to discredit the claims of his accuser. We all understand this, right? Like, he can sweat. Like, it's bullshit. He's lying. That is, like, in my opinion, that couldn't be any clearer. I can't sweat. Bullshit. You're a liar. Also, there's photos of him sweating, and he's like, no, it was on set. It was an on-set situation. It happened. It's not like a chronic situation. It's there was a time. In the time, very conveniently, during the time in which I am being claimed to have been sweating like a pig, I was actually incapable of sweating. Therefore, can't be true.
I don't want reality.
And it's an overused phrase, isn't it, these days, breaking news. But in the moments that have passed since I told you 6 unmarked police cars appeared to have arrived at the King's estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, where his disgraced younger brother, Andrew Windsor, currently resides. In those moments, he has reportedly been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. That, at the moment, is all anybody knows. But it is, in the context of events, dear boy, events, it's a cataclysmic moment for the royal family, and because the royal family is so intrinsic to this country, intrinsic to both perceptions of and constitutional and unconstitutional realities of, it's enormous. It's pretty close to unprecedented. In fact, it is unprecedented. The former Prince Andrew, the younger brother of the King, has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This, of course, as a consequence of some of the revelations to recently emerge in the so-called Epstein files. But at first glance, and I don't know how many times this morning I'm going to have to remind you of 2 things. The first will be that Andrew Windsor denies all wrongdoing, and the second will be that this is all anybody knows at the moment, even though it's a developing story, breaking news. The only available facts can be contained.
Now, one picture that I just want to make clear to everybody, if it wasn't made clear enough in the thumbnail of this stream. But this day, yesterday, was in fact the birthday of the former prince. And so this was all going on while he was, I don't know, starting his day. You know, maybe eating a crumpet or a muffin or something like that, or some cereal. I don't know, you would assume it's more princely breakfast, even though he's no longer a prince. Eggs and bacon, perhaps? Some flapjacks? And then all this happens. Oh, God, that's... Oof, it's got to be rough.
In a single sentence. But you know that this is not about the girls and young women who feature in the Epstein files, sometimes in very close proximity to Andrew, both in photographs and in reportage, but about the possible or the alleged sharing of information, commercial information, to which he would have had access as a consequence of his curious role as a sort of make-believe trade envoy for the United Kingdom. And here we are. It's a moment of, well, I've never done anything like this before. When breaking news involves the royal family, it is normally, sadly, a death or a funeral, possibly the occasional marriage, but they never take us by surprise. Breaking news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he calls himself at the moment, being arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. And I have to be honest with you, this is live radio, and there's no earthly way that anything else of comparable importance is going to occur in the next hour, and I might just repeat myself until then.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Obvious responses include, I bet he's sweating now, as about 30 people have already texted me. And I was going to ask you, and I suspect I still will, but if you didn't have an answer lined up before this event, before this moment, then I suspect you've probably got one lined up now.
I gotta say, it's a great line. I'll bet he's sweating now. Abso-frickin-lutely. Line of the day. I'll bet he's sweating now. Yeah, I'll bet he was sweating into his porridge. What? Who are you? What?
I was talking to Eleanor before we came on air. I'm obsessed with the Clapham Omnibus. Younger listeners won't know what that involves. The Clapham Omnibus is a sort of byword for public conversation. Will the man on the Clapham Omnibus care? Or will the man on the Clapham Omnibus be talking about this? It's very much of the age in which the phrase was coined, because, of course, most people don't travel by bus these days, and it could just as likely be a woman. But that was the phrase, the man on the Clapham Omnibus. And they're the subjects that I... what's the word that I want? They're the subjects that I simultaneously love and hate the most. The subjects about which we just don't know how deep the public interest is. Until this point, I'd been saying in pre-programme conversations, I just have this weird sense that something else has to happen before the gravity of the situation will become clear, will properly crystallise. There is always denial of any wrongdoing, and it still may, of course, turn out that Andrew Windsor has no case to answer on this, the question of why he would pay £12 million to a young woman accusing him of rape when there was absolutely no wrongdoing is a question that, of course, only him and...
Yeah. Yeah, what's that calculation there if you didn't do it? £12 million at this time? That's probably, at the time of this alleged payoff, it's probably worth closer to like $16 million, maybe more. Like, so we're talking about like nearly $20 million for something to just... For what? Unless something bad happened, who's paying $20 million? Doesn't make a ton of sense. Maybe a much, much, much smaller payoff you could imagine for a prince. But like, even for him, I mean, like, he had to ask his mommy. Had to ask his mommy and his brother for money just to do it. So you know just how, like, you know, like, you have to go groveling to mommy. Mommy, I have a problem.
Family could answer, but the idea of not knowing, nobody knows. It's like my old geography teacher, you remember? Don't know, don't need to know, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody can actually measure, even in the days of the internet. I could probably have a word with the online team, and they would tell me what is currently gathering most of your interest, what is attracting most of your interest. But that doesn't necessarily translate into conversations. It doesn't necessarily translate into questions I can ask you and you can ring in to answer. But the idea that this is no longer enormous disappeared 8 minutes ago. The idea, the argument, the opinion that this is just another who cares about the royal family, the idea that this is not an existential threat to the actual monarchy, would you go that far? That's probably going to be the phone-in. This is one of those rare moments where you can hear the programme take shape in my brain exactly as the words emerge from my mouth in an even more fresh and entirely unplanned way than normal. But this is the moment. 9 minutes ago, this morning, on the 66th birthday of Andrew Windsor, the monarchy came under, I would argue, greater pressure than it has at any point since the death in Paris of Diana, Princess of Wales, and the hideously inadequate response of her estranged family.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this whole thing is... I mean... Throughout all of it, it would seem. I mean, and it calls into question how much people knew. Because he's surrounded by, you know, like royal police. He was receiving money for payoffs from the queen and from the king, the former queen, the now king. Calls so much into question. But what people knew, when, and why nothing was done, and instead it seemed like people were just helping with the covering up of the crimes of the former prince. Fact is, they can unprince him, but doesn't... I feel like they're trying to distance themselves from this, right? Like by unprincing him, right? By like de-royaling him. But the fact is this happened while he was a royal, right? All this stuff happened while he was prince. So it's sort of like after the fact, and they had an opportunity at the time to be like, maybe we should do an investigation into this, you know? Maybe we should take away his princehood now. But no, they waited years until all of this started hitting the boiling point. And then they're like, all right, fine. And it was not that long ago. It was like, what? It was like a month ago that was announced? I know things are moving really fast right now, but it wasn't that long ago that they took away his royal manse. I mean, really, this is apparently, like, something people have known about possibly for decades.
Mention, of course, the brutal treatment of her sons, particularly the youngest, compelled to walk like a lost boy behind that coffin in an attempt to shore up the public relations of much older members of the family who had failed signally to recognise the public mood. This is a story of an altogether different order. This is an entirely different moment, but in the context of pressure brought to bear upon the palace, in the context of this question, how much trouble is the palace in at the moment? I would argue possibly more than it has ever been in before. 10 minutes after 10 is the time. As part of the investigation, a statement from Thames Valley Police. We have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. The man remains in police custody at this time. We will not be naming the arrested man as per national guidance. Please also remember that the case is now active. This is for you as well, and for me, by the way, not just the statement that's been issued by Thames Valley Police. Please also remember that this case is now active, so care should be taken with any publication to avoid being in contempt of court. Assistant Chief Constable Oliver Wright said, following a thorough assessment, we have now opened an investigation into this allegation of misconduct in public office. It is important that we protect the integrity and objectivity of our investigation as we work with our partners to investigate this alleged offence. We understand the significant public interest in this case, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. And the Press Association confirming that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, Thames Valley Police said. So, with the constant caveats that will run through at least the first hour of this programme, like Blackpool through a stick of rock, he denies all wrongdoing and no further details are known. I think we can still ask the question of how much trouble the royal family is currently in. I was poised to ask it before this story broke. I was poised to ask it, actually, because I record that little snippet that goes out towards the end of Nick's show, about 2 minutes before you hear it. So I was asking you how far up the family tree these problems, perceived and now actual, will reach before we knew that Andrew Windsor had been arrested this morning on suspicion of misconduct in public office. So the phrase I used was, how far up the family tree does this reach? I think we can simplify it still further now, can't we? The King's brother is currently under arrest, facing allegations of misconduct in public office. Will this affect the monarchy? 0345 6060 973. How much trouble is the institution of the monarchy and, of course, the current monarch actually in? Remember the very, very slow process of stripping him of the various baubles and titles in which he has rejoiced for his entire life, some of which, of course, bestowed upon him for unspecified services to the public weal. What, I wonder, is the first reaction that you have to this story? Just the very first reaction. Mine is just wow. can't really articulate much beyond a sort of sense of extraordinary events unfolding in real time right under our very noses. So we have to be cognizant of contempt of court. We have to be cognizant of repeated denials of any wrongdoing, and we have to be cognizant of a paucity of any further detail or further fact. But this is what we know. The Duke of York, as he was until incredibly recently, is under arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. This is a radio phone-in programme, and at moments like this, I have little more to ask you than how you respond to this moment, how you respond to this breaking news story. 0345 6060 973 is the number that you need. The man who was, for most of his life, second in line to the throne, or for much of his life, second in line to the throne of this country, is currently under police arrest. And I want to know, A, what you think it means for the monarchy, a question that I don't think has carried this level of weight since Diana, Princess of Wales, passed away, and crucially, the royal family acted with almost unbelievable incompetence and callousness in the immediate aftermath of that tragedy. So that's question number one. What does it mean for the monarchy in general? How far up the family tree do you think this is going to reach? And your first reaction to this story, your first response, what is it that you find yourself thinking that you've never thought before, because we are in a moment the likes of which we have never seen? And let me clarify that, if I may, very briefly. It is not a question about whether you think we should have a royal family. It's not a question about whether or not you think the monarchy is an anachronism or republicanism is a hideous force. It is a simple reflection of how the country we all love and grew up in, well, not all of us grew up here, some of us haven't grown up at all, but it is a simple reflection of how our country is constructed. Our population is a pyramid. And at the very top of that pyramid, for good or for ill, this is not an opinion, it's counting, at the very top of that pyramid sits the royal family. It is a monarchical institution that has barely changed since 1066. It underpins almost every level of our society. Some of the great injustices of our age can still be traced back to the institution of monarchy as imposed upon this country by William the Conqueror. The ownership of lands, the ownership of huge swathes of our islands goes back to the divvying up undertaken, to get my numbers slightly wrong, give or take 1,000 years ago, by the monarch. And that institution, I think, uniquely and incredibly has sustained in its current form for hundreds of years, since they chopped off Charles I's head, or at least since his son Charles II returned to the throne. Things have barely changed. And I think today, and I'm always a little bit allergic to hyperbole, because when you're live on air and you're in the middle of a moment, there's a tendency to think, wow, this is huge. And then you're on your bus home later today and you think, well, actually, it wasn't that huge at all. I don't think it gets much bigger than this, of course, short of the events that often follow arrests. But, of course, and crucially, not always. So how far up the family tree do you think this already reaches?
There you go, James O'Brien. I let that go all the way to the end, partly because I was trying to finish my snack. But I listened to this whole thing. I felt like the end part was actually, perhaps, the most, well, salient, I suppose, the wrong word, but the most, I think, hard-hitting, right? Like, makes a great point. The monarchy hasn't changed for 1066. It's the very tippy top of power in the, in British life. And it would seem that everybody, at least a lot of people, most important people, former queen, and now king, perhaps knew about this and actually helped to cover it up. gave him money to do a payoff. That's quite disturbing. Everybody should be disturbed regardless of how they feel about the existence of the monarchy. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point. I know LBC has a fairly sort of neoliberal, sort of centrist almost audience. So he's speaking to a lot of different people at that moment. Really certain. Alright, let's keep talking about the former prince. Is my cat inside a plate carrier? What? A plate carrier? That's my puppy, my space puppy. Our space puppy. Named by the space fams, I'd point out. Laika. Laika the space corgi. Okay. She deserves your respect. And that is a helmet, not a plate carrier.
How
Incredibly
rude.
rude. I need to respect Laika's authority right now. And Amy Goodman.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We end today's show with breaking news. In the United Kingdom, police have arrested former Prince Andrew, the brother of King Charles, on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Authorities say they're investigating a complaint over allegations that the former prince had shared confidential material with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The former prince was the UK's trade envoy between 2001 and 2011.
Back in November, King Charles stripped his brother of his title as Prince and Duke of York and evicted him from his royal residence over his relationship with Epstein. We're joined now by Michael Walker, contributing editor at Novara Media, where he hosts the organization's flagship live news program, Novara Live. Today is, I was going to say Prince Andrew's, but it's Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and he has been arrested on his 66th birthday. Talk about the significance of
I'm
this.
staying in the race.
Yeah, I have to say, on our show, we're still calling him Prince Andrew because I don't think the royal family can get out of this so easily. Just saying we're taking the title off and it's got nothing to do with us, Gov. They obviously knew he had a relationship for a long time before they stripped his title of that. In terms of this particular case, it's actually remarkably similar to the row. Well, it's more than a row, isn't it? The investigation into Peter Mandelson, which is that what these emails appear to have revealed is that when there were powerful men in positions of responsibility and influence, they used that influence, they used that access that they had to forward on confidential information that was that should have been kept secret to Jeffrey Epstein. In the case of Mandelson, that involved what was going on in number 10 Downing Street. When it comes to Prince Andrew, this seems to be what was discussed on trade trips. So emails indicate Andrew forwarded official confidential trip reports from Singapore, Vietnam, and China to Epstein shortly after receiving them. So that seems to be what the police are currently investigating, and their job is to judge whether this reaches the threshold of misconduct in public office.
Yeah, and it's clear that misconduct is a really complicated offence, misconduct in public office. This is, I'm reading from the BBC, quoting the legal correspondent. It essentially boils down to an allegation that someone who was doing a job on behalf of the British public did something seriously wrong, knowing it to be wrong. But there are 4 elements or factors that the police must investigate. If you could elaborate on that and also tell us, where has he gone and what comes next? Where was he taken?
Well, so he was taken to a police station for questioning. Now, people think that's significant because he wouldn't have known he was going to be arraigned. So often when it comes to crimes which were committed, well, I should say alleged crimes, investigations into alleged crimes committed in the past, you might get forewarning, you might get invited to speak to the police. Now, it seems they didn't want to give him forewarning. I suppose there is an understanding that Andrew is someone who likes to prepare for interviews, and I suppose they wanted him potentially to be a bit more candid, to not have his lines prepared. When it comes to the actual crime, which, I mean, he's being investigated for, political journalists are sort of desperately trying to catch up on this because it's not something which has appeared in sort of political debate very often. It's the sort of crime which, as far as I understand, tends to be levelled at people like prison officers. So it might be someone who's working in a prison office, or working in a prison, I should say, in a position of responsibility, and they help a prison officer, sorry, a prisoner speak to a gang member outside and potentially arrange for some sort of crime to be committed. So I think normally you have a very high threshold and it's a bit more open and shut. What's interesting here is that, I'm not sure what they'll be investigating because we've all seen the emails. The question is just whether or not this meets this threshold. I suppose they'll be discussing with Andrew whether or not he knew that what he did was a breach of his responsibility in that role.
It's astounding, Michael, is you have Andrew being arrested. And here in the United States, we have not seen as much fallout. In fact, I think President Trump just said that the millions of pages of documents have exonerated him, though he was named over 1,000 times.
I did everything
Next
right
up
and
could
they
be, is that
indicted
right?
me.
The former British ambassador to the U.S., Mandelson.
I think Amy just misspoke. He was named 1,000,000 times, not 1,000. 1,000,000 times.
Who also, interestingly, was a trade envoy, and there are questions about revealing information that was given over to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting here and what's disappointing to some people, actually, is obviously this is a story about sex trafficking, about the abuse of numerous women. And it seems like where justice might be brought, it's on a different charge, which is sharing confidential information with a powerful person. In both cases, Mandelson and Prince Andrew, there are suggestions that maybe there were quid pro quos here. So when it came to Mandelson, he was sharing this information, which was market sensitive and which would have been useful to Epstein. And it seems that in return, what he was getting was Epstein's help in helping his lobbying firm after he left government or getting a job with JP Morgan. These seemed to be what he was considering. He didn't end up getting a job with JP Morgan, but he was clearly from the emails angling for one. With Andrew, we know that...
We're going to have to leave it there, but we thank you so much for being with us with Novara Media in London. And today marks Democracy Now!'s 30th anniversary on the air.
Bonus segment, everybody. Bonus segment. I just realized? That's really, really weird. Is that fate? Do I hear fate? I just... We celebrate the Galactic News Network and Democracy Now! Have the same, well, kind of the same birthday. I mean, they've been going a lot longer than we have, 15 times as long. But today is our second birthday. Today is our second anniversary of Galactic News. Yeah, I'm just realizing that right now. Because when I was watching this earlier, I wasn't thinking about it. It was not the furthest thing from my mind. Anyways, bonus segment, 30th anniversary,
Democracy Now!'s 30th anniversary on the air. Our first show, February 19th, 1996. We've got a show, Nermeen, as well here in this image. On Monday, we'll be celebrating Riverside Church in New York. Guests will include Angela Davis, Naomi Klein, Maria Ressa, Michael Stipe, Wynton Marsalis, Masaba Butoha, Hooray for the Riff Raff, and more. We'll be streaming the event live at democracynow.org. Happy anniversary, everyone. Happy anniversary, Nermeen. Thanks for watching.
God, I love those ladies. They deserve all the cake. Absolutely. Oh, my God. They've been going... I mean, honestly, Amy has been going at it for so long. I can't remember exactly when Narmeen joined. 1, 2, everybody over there who've been fighting the good fight for 30 long years. Truly incredible. I deserve cake? Aw. Aww. That's sweet of you, Ravy baby. Maybe I should put a way for people to buy me a cake on Throne. I should do that. Yeah, by the way, if you want to buy me a galactic anniversary present, Throne is a good way to do it, but really, I mean, honestly, right now we need your help more than ever completing the galactic deficit, the financing of it at least. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Keep the Galactic News Network alive another year. Into 2027 and beyond. All right, one last video on the... Actually, I'm sorry. 2 last videos. Last one's a very quick clip. But 2 last videos on the Prince Andrew related Epstein files. And his arrest, specifically. And who better to talk about this? Haven't even seen this video yet. I'm reacting to this right now. This is an actual react vid. So Galactic React, I have no idea what this guy's about to say, but I trust him. Voidzilla. Okay, pal, what do you got? Don't disappoint me.
Andrew has been arrested because of the Epstein files. He got stripped of his title, and now the king is saying, let me state clearly, the law must take its course. I have learned with the deepest concerns the news about Andrew and the suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, if you're like me, you'd think that misconduct is related to women and the accusations that have been levied against the prince. But that is not the case. It's actually about the leaking of private information while serving as the UK's special representative for international trade and investment. This is because it was discovered that the Duke would sometimes forward information to Jeffrey Epstein that was obviously sensitive, like this Helmand high value.
Like, this really tells you what the priorities of the people in power are. I gotta say, the more I talk about it, the more it makes me mad. Like, we're not gonna charge him for the sex crimes, but we will charge him for the financial crimes. Money is more important than people. It's fine, yeah, maybe, so yeah, maybe he, you know, raped a underage girl, but what about financial crimes?
Right to jail,
Right to
away.
jail. Sex crimes, fine. Financial crimes, illegal.
Commercial properties for foreign investment, or this, a trip report for Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shenzhen. Obviously, the former Prince Andrew would have access to insider information or confidential information as part of his role, and forwarding that to a financial trading file is probably not a great idea. This is also deeply concerning because it blows a hole in Prince Andrew's big lies where he said he cut off Jeffrey Epstein in the late 2010s, because this is right about the time that he's engaging him once again in all of this contact. So for him to previously had said, oh yeah, I found out he was a bad guy and I cut him off, I had to travel to visit him to cut him off. Suddenly that doesn't hold water when emails come out where you're sharing possible state secrets with this guy. Here, Andrew, the former Duke, is sending a message to Jeffrey Epstein asking, I am checking, but as this is a US institution, do you know of anyone who might take a look? Talking about a company called Aria Petroleum, which was sent to him, which says the company needs a $200 million working capital line due to significantly increased business from US DOD. So Andrew would have had access to all this deal flow, all these things, and it looks like, at least in some instances, he would actually seek possible investment from Jeffrey Epstein for some of these companies. I want to call back your mind to this interview because it's so important to realize how this guy has lied to our faces for years before we address the bigger elephant in the room.
He was released in July. Within months, by December of 2010, you went to stay with him at his New York mansion. Why? Why were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
Right. Now, I went there with the sole purpose of saying to him that because he had been convicted, it was inappropriate for us to be seen together. I felt that doing it over the telephone was the chicken's way of doing it. I had to go and see him and talk to him.
Well, there you have it. Prince Andrew says he had to go see and tell Epstein personally
Aren't I a good guy?
that, oh, we can't be friends anymore because you're convicted. I can't do that for you. And
You see, he's a gentleman. He had to go in person. He was so outraged that he had to fly there immediately.
If not sooner.
Say, no, bad Epstein. I do not like you. Will not be seeing you anymore after this time. Good day, sir. I said good
late in December 2010, where he says he went to cut off Jeffrey Epstein because he now knew that he's a convicted. But again, if you look at the dates of all these deals being passed along to Epstein, all these messages being passed along, it's right around the 2010, specifically December 2010 line where supposedly he had one thing in mind, and that was to cut off Jeffrey Epstein. actually he might have been passing along state secrets. Now, obviously, a formal investigation by the UK police is going to commence, but that's what this arrest appears to be about so far. Misconduct in public office, his responsibilities to the people of the UK at the time, and how these emails could have affected that. But it's this larger context of Andrew lying about his association with Epstein that I want to bring to the front of this next conversation, because obviously Prince Andrew's biggest problem with the Epstein files isn't necessarily the confidential information he shared. It's obviously the allegations made against him, specifically by a woman named Virginia Giuffre, who was captured in an image with Prince Andrew at the time when she was a young lady, and then later she alleged to have been trafficked to Prince Andrew and that they had together. Andrew was asked about this in an interview and famously denied it. Not only denied it, but said it all couldn't have happened because he didn't sweat at the time.
She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have baths, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat. Or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was, oh, actually, yes, I didn't sweat at the time.
There's the quote. I didn't sweat at the time. I didn't sweat at the time. Don't you see? There was a period of time, in particular, just inconveniently, whatever you want to call it. I couldn't sweat, don't you see, at this particular time, this very strange condition I just made up. And I definitely don't have any proof of having.
Because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. And I simply, it was almost impossible for me to sweat.
Well, there's another monster whopper from the former Prince Andrew, because of course, he claims, oh, I couldn't have been there because she describes me as sweating, and it's impossible for me to sweat. But of course, some photos emerged where Prince Andrew appears to be sweating like a pig. But of course, all of this is the lead up.
By the way, has anybody here ever had anything scary happen to them? Did you suddenly stop having the ability to sweat? It's a ridiculous claim. It's like one time something scary happened to me. I had like a near life ending experience, and I stopped sweating. I just stopped. I never sweated ever. Like, you know, I can sweat now. It's fine. Like, what?
The bigger denial, right? It's not about whether he sweats or not. It's about his word versus Virginia Giuffre's.
You can say categorically that you don't recall meeting Virginia Roberts, dining with her, dancing with her at Tramp, or going on to have sex with her in a bedroom in a house in Belgravia.
I can absolutely categorically tell you it never happened.
It never happened. And I want to say Virginia Roberts was her maiden name. Giuffre was her later name. That's why they referred to her as Roberts there. But what's so interesting about what the Epstein files have revealed, remember that we were told it's a big nothing burger, nothing's going to come out of this. But nearly all of Prince Andrew's lies in this interview have been discovered now that we have contemporaneous communication, such as this communication between Jeffrey Epstein and a guy named Thomas Landon. Now, Landon formerly worked for the New York Times until 2019. Thomas Landon says here, I think the big issue is separating yourself from Andrew. I mean, in the end, he had consensual sex with Virginia Roberts, and Virginia Roberts worked for you. The rest is atmospherics. Now, this is a huge allegation because Thomas Landon is basically admitting, yeah, of course, Virginia Roberts had sex with Prince Andrew. And of course, she worked for you. So this is a tacit admission back in 2015, I mean, way early on, that the substance of the story of them actually having sex is true. But the prince.
Yep. And this is shocking that they're not more worried about this than they are the financial crimes. That's the thing about this that disturbs me. Is that Coffee's talking about it, I'm talking about it right now. But everybody's talking about this stupid financial crimes. I mean, granted, it's illegal, but how is that the worst of what he did? It's not even clear that he's a public official. That's the other thing about those charges. It's betraying the public trust as a public official. He was part of the royal family. He wasn't like elected there or like put there. He was born there. So like, it's not even clear the charges are gonna stick for that fucking thing. Meanwhile, you got this thing going on over here. Somehow that's not, no big deal. No need to bring him up on any of those charges. I must have heard at least 2 or 3. All right, one last Prince Andrew story. Donald J.
I did everything
Trump.
right and they indicted me. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing.
Oh my god, that photo though. I think that was him leaving jail. I think he got out on bond or something like that. Look at Andrew. Look at him. Or was it? I can't remember if it was him. I think it was him leaving. Look at him. He's clearly having a very good time over here. I'm glad the jail didn't break his spirits.
It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother,
very
who's
sad.
obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's.
I love how he clarifies the thing that's sad. Very, very sad to see it. It's still not clear exactly what he means by that, but it sounds to me like he's just sad that he got arrested. Like, he doesn't care that he did the crime. He's just like, it's very sad that they would want to arrest a great man like Andrew. A perfect Epstein class man. Classy Epstein guy. And it's very weird that they would want to arrest a perfect man like that who can't sweat. A man incapable of sweating like Andrew. Why you would want to put him in jail? It's basically a death sentence. Okay. Well. Boy, oh boy. We're going to have a long stream. We're going to have a long weekending report stream tomorrow. I can already feel it. Boy, oh boy. And I feel like we've talked about a hell of a lot. I mean, I've been talking for like 7 hours straight. Over 7 hours straight. And yet, I have skipped so many videos at this point. It's actually shocking. Perhaps more videos than ever before. Many people are saying it.
Buyer said.
But the fact is, timing-wise, I started the stream at freaking 11 o'clock at night. Really, I can't let this go over 8 hours. It will ruin me. Can't do it. He was the trade envoy. Yes. True. Wasn't he like appointed by his mother? Whatever. You're probably right. Like, honestly, let's hope that let's hope you're right. You know, like, let's hope that you're right, and that in fact that counts enough as a public position, and that somehow him being prince at the time. Honestly, he's still prince. Hopefully that doesn't usurp this. Investigation. All right. Let's go. Really quickly. One clip for the Olympics. One more clip. We've already done one Olympics clip. I had more, but I just don't have time for it. So I want to get in as many of the big stories and the holiday stories as I can. So, let's just do this one. This one pissed me the fuck off. Honestly, I don't follow this guy. Maybe I should. This was a decent video. This one really bugged me because we talked about this. We talked about this frickin' thing. Oh, it makes me so mad. A bunch of effort. If you recall, we watched a video weeks ago talking about the efforts that went into the making of, maybe it wasn't even weeks ago. It wasn't that long ago. It's like around the starting of the Olympics. We watched this video talking about all the effort that went into making the Olympic outfits, the uniforms for the Haiti Olympic team. It enshrined different aspects of Haitian culture, including the Haitian Revolution. But guess what? That glorious costume, outfit, uniform, whatever you want to call these things that people wear at the Olympics, was banned. That's right, the second instance of the International Olympic Committee banning an outfit at this year's Olympics. For what reason? Politics.
What you talking about?
Fun fact, the Haitian Olympic team was forced to remove an image of one of their nation's founding fathers from their Olympic uniform after the International Olympic Committee said it violated their rules on political neutrality. Haiti sent 2 athletes to the 2026 Winter Olympics, and their uniforms were made by Italian-Haitian designer Stella Jean, who took inspiration from a 2006 painting of Toussaint Louverture riding a red horse. In 1791, Toussaint participated in the world's first successful slave revolution, where the slaves overthrew their colonial rulers, took control of Haiti, abolished slavery, and established the first free black nation in the Western world. Toussaint was named Governor General for life under the 1801 Haitian Constitution, but stepped down in 1802 as part of a deal with France.
1800, 225 years ago. How is this politics? How is this political? Explain it. Dude's been dead for 200 years. And you want to tell me that this is political? An image of Toussaint Louverture? It is the most nonsensical thing I can imagine. It's even dumber. It's somehow even dumber than them banning the images of the dead Olympians from the Ukrainian helmet. It's somehow dumber than that. It makes even less sense. Like, it's so far removed from anything political for them to claim it to be political is just wild. It's colonialist. It's colonialist, like, snowflakery is what it is, right? The only people who think that that's political are a bunch of, like, people at, like, the World Bank and, like, the IMF or something. It's like, you know, I'm trying to think of who it offends. Like, honestly, it's, like, offensive to, like, the Rothschilds or something. Like, it offends no one. Literally can't think of a single person. I'll bet you 99% of people watching the Olympics don't know who Toussaint Louverture is. I can almost guarantee it. All right, that might be too high. That might be too high of a number, but you get what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, they still allow Israel to compete in the games.
Yeah!
While they continue to do crimes and murder Palestinians in a genocidal rate, outrageous genocidal onslaught.
Let's speak to our correspondent, Noga Tanner-Polsky, to find out more. Noga, what's the latest information that you have about these strikes this Sunday?
The last information that we got, Will, remains what the Israeli army announced as its intention. It said specifically, and this is quite rare during the ceasefire, it did say specifically that it was launching an operation, a counter-terror operation in Gaza. I'm highlighting this because during the period of the ceasefire, we haven't heard much about military operations.
Yeah, so Israel, during a ceasefire, did a military operation in which it conducted airstrikes for an extended period of time, murdering at least 11 Palestinians, possibly more. And yet we're being told that there's a ceasefire going on here right now. This was 4 days ago, something like that. It's fucking disturbing. Meanwhile, Israel is illegally seizing and annexing the West Bank, formalizing an international crime. Knesset
Israel
voting
is to tighten its grip
to
over the
annex the West
occupied
Bank.
West Bank. The Israeli cabinet voted to approve the start of a land registration process. Any pieces of land in a certain area that are not privately owned that a person can show a deed for will be considered state land. This will make it very easy for Jewish Israeli settlers to acquire it. It's the first time such a measure will be introduced since 1967, when Israel took control of the territory in the Middle East War. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it's essential for his country's security. For Palestinians who live on this land, it will be difficult to prove ownership. Many will not have the correct documentation as the plots have been in their families for generations. The Palestinian Authority, which governs parts of the West Bank, criticised the move, saying it amounts to annexation.
It's literally annexation. There's no other way to put it. It's already completely occupied at this point. It's just formalizing it. And at least it just reveals exactly what's happening here to anybody who's just trying to ignore it, living in fucking denial right now. But that's Israel's parliament, right? This is the parliament. That's the Knesset. They're the ones who decided this, okay? It's the governing body of Israel, okay? So it's pretty clear that it's government policy at this point to do a literally illegal thing. You can't deny it anymore. It's already been ruled to be illegal, this act, in just generally speaking. Like it was ruled like a long time ago to be a crime. Every single settlement is a crime. So this is clearly just the finalization of it all. Just basically declaring all of it as part of Israel. And under Israel's complete and total purview. It really is disturbing to me. We've been doing this for 2 years. The genocide's been going on for 28 months. Really fucked that this can continue in this supposed modern era that we're living in. All right, here we go to the occupied East Jerusalem, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, where people observe the first day of Ramadan. This whole thing. Just wanted to give you a view of people attempting to call in the beginning of Ramadan together at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in the occupied East Jerusalem. Ah, God. I'm having a hard time.
I'm having a hard time.
I don't know about you, space fans. All this sad shit is weighing on me. When are we gonna get some solutions? I feel like I've been proposing solutions for practically every single one of these problems that we've been facing. Nobody wants to do any of the things that I'm suggesting, though. Probably because no one's interested in listening to me. Some random spaceman. Now, some people have been coming up with solutions to the lack of supplies in the Gaza Strip on this Ramadan. This young boy crafting an incredible solution to the lack of Ramadan lamps. This is the nicest lantern you'll ever see in your life. Well done. So creative. Because there are no lanterns in Gaza, because of the Israeli occupation does not allow them in. Mohammed used empty Coca-Cola cans and turned them into lanterns for the month of Ramadan. He used them to decorate the tent. You're very creative, Mohammed. Now we have these lanterns. It's the atmosphere of Ramadan in Gaza. Yep, people doing everything they can to still have a happy holiday together. Hard to imagine being happy in a open-air concentration camp in the middle of a genocide. That's literally what's happening. I mean, this reminds me of, like, images of the ghettos. People doing little things with what they could find. People in severe deprivation. Still trying to practice their faith and enjoy the holidays together, no matter how difficult. And honestly, when that's what's going on, that's really somewhat all you have is other people and these moments, no matter how little you have to share. This is a view from inside Gaza on the first breaking of the fast, the first iftar. I mean, the fact is, it's such a... Oh, God. I hate to say this because it sounds crass, but it's just such a big fucking joke. Everybody's fasting every day. They've been fasting for basically 2 years. Getting a little food now and again. It's just... I don't know. It just disturbs me. Just, you know, like something about it is just so perverse. These people, you know, should be like, this should be, the fasting should be the exception to the rule, not the everyday fucking disaster that people in Gaza are living in. The forced famine and starvation that we've been witnessing. It's disgusting. Makes me so upset. Makes it hard to watch this. It feels like you're watching like an aid, like it's like you're not watching a holiday. You're watching like a freaking, like an aid event or something. Like if anything, like this meal, this iftar is probably the exception. Is probably the one meal people are gonna be able to fucking get, regardless of the holiday. Regardless of any sort of interest in being pious. I mean, you gotta assume most people are like, this is maybe their first meal in Who knows how long? Someone from Gaza said it was 14,000 or 24,000. 14,000 or 24,000 what? Oh, Hamza raised 14,000 for Gaza. Is that true? I didn't hear that. I did not hear that. It's pretty impressive. Now, shock of shocks, the United Nations said that Israel's actions in the West Bank are an act of de facto annexation. Oh! Something that, as I said earlier, is obvious. Just incredibly obvious to anybody looking with any sort of objectivity on the situation. You cannot tell me that even if you go and look at it, I don't have time to like get into the exact details of it, but if you look at what this Knesset bill says, like it's annexation. There's no other word for it. There really isn't. And honestly, what else is left considering, right? Like what else is left for Israel to do? At least in this direction. Of course, they could do some other intelligent things, like not this, but you get what I'm saying. Like, this is it. This is it in their campaign of seizing this territory from Palestinians right now. This is the final solution.
They're
gonna move everybody down. They're gonna move everybody down. Everybody down to Rafah. They're gonna excise everybody from the West Bank, or maybe leave like one ghetto in the West Bank and push everybody into that, just out of ease of, rather than having to put people in trains, I guess, or trucks, and taking them down to Rafah. I guess you could just put them in like a corner of the West Bank. It's probably easier. That's what it feels like is about to happen next.
The gradual de facto annexation of the West Bank as unilateral Israeli steps steadily transform the landscape. I echo the Secretary General's grave concern regarding the Israeli Security Cabinet's reported decision to authorize a series of enforcement measures and transfer of authorities in areas A and B of the occupied West Bank. If implemented, these measures will constitute a dangerous expansion of Israeli civil authority in the occupied West Bank.
Nearly 300 structures were built per month only in 2025 by Palestinians in Area C.
Dude, this shit is fucking insane. This Israeli guy came in here and started complaining about Palestinians building in Palestine, in the West. He's like, people were building in the West Bank, and it's unacceptable. We cannot have this. People building, Palestinians on Palestinian land. It's unacceptable. It's called Judea and Samaria.
Massive illegal building. It's blatant violation of
illegal
our
building
agreements.
on their own
Yet you
land.
aren't saying a word
On their
about
own
it.
land.
The condemnations are reserved solely for building intended for Jewish communities.
This guy is fucking out of control. Like, he's talking like he's like a genocidal maniac. Like, he's outraged that Palestinians would build on their own land when thousands of people have been like ousted from their homes or had their homes destroyed. Like the Israeli army has been doing mass demolitions of Palestinian homes in the West Bank, and he's complaining about people building more homes. It's like, you guys are the ones destroying them. What the fuck do you expect, you piece of shit? And of course they know what's going to happen. They just object to the existence of Palestinians. Right? It's not the laws that break. The law is meaningless to Israel. right? They all they just object to the existence of Palestinians. It's a racist project based upon the hatred of Arabs. That's literally all it is. This guy just went off just the fucking reservation with this one. Said a bunch of very disturbing things. God. All right. What do we have time for right now? It is, oh my God, 7.5 hours. All right. We're going to do 2 more stories. A bunch of clips left. 2 more stories. It'll probably go a little over 8 hours. I'm fine with that. We gotta talk Iran. We gotta talk Iran real quick because we're on the brink of a potential war with them. There were supposedly talks which started a couple of days ago in Switzerland. But it's not clear what those talks yielded, if anything. I mean, we haven't seen any actions yet, which I guess is good. I guess that's something.
It's dual high-stakes diplomacy here in Geneva today. Top U.S. officials are holding indirect talks with Iran over its nuclear program, followed by 3-way face-to-face talks with Russia and Ukraine in a bid to end their nearly 4-year-old war. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are leading the efforts yet again, follow-ups to similar meetings in the Middle East in recent weeks. Across town from here, in a location long kept secret, the U.S. team was holding indirect, not face-to-face, talks at the residence of the ambassador of Oman, which is playing host. Shortly, the 3-way talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. are expected to begin in this hotel behind me. It's uncertain whether the U.S. will make any headway in getting Iran to back off its nuclear program. Tehran insists it wants international sanctions lifted in exchange.
Yeah. Now, Iran temporarily closed the Strait of Hormuz, which is an important shipping corridor, during some military drills on the same day that negotiations were going on in Geneva.
Iran has temporarily closed parts of the strategic Strait of Hormuz for several hours, citing security precautions during live-fire military drills. But this move could have serious consequences, which comes at a time that Iranian officials hold their second round of indirect talks with the United States over the nuclear program in Geneva. It's the first time in years that Tehran has announced such a closure of this key international waterway.
Yeah, rather abrupt, but Iran clearly trying to show its power, essentially. Closing down this key strategic waterway, as the AP just said. Yeah. All right, let's go here to Democracy Now!, where Trita Parsi spoke with Amy Goodman yesterday about this U.S.-Iran.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to news from the latest round of talks between the U.S. and Iranian officials, which took place in Geneva, Switzerland, Tuesday, against a backdrop of heightened saber-rattling between the two nations. President Trump's ordered a buildup of U.S. forces in the region, including 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of warships, hundreds of fighter jets, and multiple air defense systems. On Friday, President Trump told reporters regime change in Iran would, quote, be the best thing that could happen, unquote. Shortly after the talks began, Iran temporarily closed the Strait of Hormuz, a key international waterway, and Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned, quote, the strongest army in the world might sometimes receive such a slap that it cannot get back on its feet, unquote. After Tuesday's talks, Tehran's foreign minister cautioned more work still needs to be done on reaching a nuclear deal, but expressed some optimism about the negotiations.
I can say that in this round, there were quite serious discussions and a more constructive atmosphere than in the previous round. Various ideas were raised, and these ideas were seriously discussed, and finally we were able to reach a general agreement on a series of guiding principles. From now on, we will move based on those principles and enter into the text of a possible agreement.
3 unnamed Iranian officials told the New York Times Iran had indicated an openness to suspend nuclear enrichment for 3 to 5 years in exchange for lifting sanctions and the embargo on its oil sales. Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking on Fox News, painted a more mixed picture of the talks.
I think the president has a lot of options. We do have a very powerful military. The president's shown a willingness to use it. He also has a remarkable diplomatic team. He's shown a willingness to use that, too. And so what the president has been very clear with the Iranians, and actually I just talked to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner this morning about some of their negotiations, is the United States has certain red lines. Our primary interest here is we don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Trita Parsi, talk about what's happening in Geneva, the U.S. moving in aircraft carriers, one the largest in the world, the USS Gerald Ford, which he had just previously, Trump had, off the coast of Venezuela, where they attacked Venezuela and then abducted the president, Maduro, and his wife.
We have a very dangerous situation because both sides actually believe that a short, intense war may improve their negotiating position. The Trump administration, of course, believes that because of its overwhelming military power that it has now gathered in the vicinity of Iran, it will be able to take out Iran militarily rather quickly and then force it to capitulate. The Iranians have a different calculation. They believe that they have the ability to inflict significant damage on the United States in the short term, including on civilian oil installations in the region, closing down the Strait of Hormuz that would shoot up oil prices. And the initial cost of this to the United States would be so immense, and the United States would recognize that it would have to go for a longer war, which it cannot afford. And as a result, it would get the United States to back off. Essentially, the Iranians are counting on the U.S. having a much lower threshold for pain tolerance than what the Iranians have. And they're basing this partly on how the Houthis fought back against the U.S. for several weeks, and eventually Trump essentially lost interest in it and did not want to have a prolonged conflict and backed off. The difference, however, is the Houthis never managed to kill an American soldier. They tried, but they didn't manage. And we have not been in a situation in which 30, 50, perhaps 200 American soldiers are killed under Donald Trump's watch. So we do not know how his psychology will react to that type of scenario. So this is an extremely dangerous situation in which both sides are actually incentivized to escalate.
Fuck, I muted myself. One would assume really bad. I mean, we saw what happened when one soldier died. One soldier died in Syria. And we did like hypersonic missile strikes on ISIS. Like we took it to like 10. Immediate, all right, not a 10. I guess 10 would be like a nuclear strike. So I guess we took it to like a 9.
With calculations that are completely contradictory to each other's.
And Trita, what is your sense of if hostilities do resume again and the U.S. attacks, the impact on the wider region, the potential, let's say, worst case scenario for the region?
Well, the region, by and large, with the exception of Israel and perhaps the Emirates, are completely against this for a variety of reasons. And they've played a very crucial role in trying to de-escalate the situation and find a diplomatic solution. The talks in Geneva, for instance, were hosted by the Omani foreign minister at their embassy. You have several factors here. On the one hand, of course, these countries are very worried about the instability. They do not believe that there will be some sort of a clean regime change in Iran, but rather that it will be a state collapse, potentially civil war, massive amounts of refugees flowing into other countries in the region, secessionist movements on the borders that will take advantage of the situation, a scenario that would be very problematic for Pakistan with the Baluchis, for Iraq with the Kurds, for the Turks with the Kurds and with the Azeris. And as a result, they've really stepped in. Now, one thing that is very important to understand is that these factors were present in the past as well. And in the past, some of these countries were favorable towards a military confrontation, such as Saudi Arabia. They've changed their minds, not just because of these consequences, but because of a deeper geopolitical change that has occurred in the region. Right now, Iran is much weakened, and Israel has become much stronger and completely unrestrained. The United States, since the time of the Biden administration, has essentially lifted all constraints on Israel. Israel is allowed to not only violate international law, but also violate American law. And then the governments or the administration of the Biden team, as well as the Trump team, have essentially violated American law by lying on behalf of Israel in Congress. At least the Biden administration did this. This has now created a situation in which many of these countries in the region have now realized that their alliance with the United States does not protect them against Israel. Israel has attacked 7 countries in the region since October 7th, including Qatar, who has some of the best air defense systems that the United States has put there. But apparently those American air defense systems were not activated when the Israelis attacked. So if an alliance with Israel, with the United States, cannot help balance against Israel, then these countries have concluded that they need to create their own arrangement to be able to balance against what they see an increasingly aggressive Israel that is seeking regional hegemony. Iran is not part of that constellation, but it is a de facto buffer between these countries. And this is Turkey, this is Saudi Arabia, this is Qatar, this is Pakistan, perhaps Egypt. It's a buffer between them and Israel. And as a result, they have this added reason to want to prevent this war because they need that buffer. Otherwise, they believe they will be the targets, the next targets of the Israeli state.
Yeah, it's a disturbing fact that's been ever present this entire time. It's been sort of implied throughout this entire conflict as things have progressed. Is who's next? I mean, because it's not just Palestinians who have seen the wrath of Israel at this point, right? Syria, Lebanon, Egypt has lost territory, essentially. It's like Israel just came and seized territory of Egypt, who was supposedly their ally. They struck Iran multiple times. In fact, they did an assassination. They carried out a political assassination on Iranian territory. Like, it's quite clear that they feel that they can do whatever, act with impunity, not worry about the consequences, and have the full backing of the U.S. government. All right. Jeez. Seven hours and 45 minutes into this puppy already, hey?
On Wednesday, a senior Trump administration official.
I'm going to skip this one. I don't think we need this. I am going to continue this stream in a different place. China. Where, of course, the Lunar New Year was rung in just a couple of days ago. Of course, Lunar New Year, the Lunar New Year festival, if you will, is still technically ongoing. Officially, all the Lunar New Year stuff goes on until March 6th this year, I think. It's like 15 days every Lunar New Year. At the end, you get the Lantern Festival, of course, as we've talked about before. Oh, God. Let's go here. Yeah, this is the one. Associated Press from yesterday. The Lunar New Year fireworks display in Hong Kong. Once again, the reason why that can be the case is because every single day is a celebration till the end. Fireworks. Lion dances. This year, horses all over the place, as you can see. Look at the little horse over here. Look at the cute. Look at the tiny, cute horse. You missed it. You missed it. God damn it. There it is. It's not that little. It's the size of a building. But from here, it looks little. Well, there you go, people. Lunar New Year. Your second chance to make some new, or perhaps restart your New Year's resolutions. That's a great thing about Lunar New Year, right? You got Gregorian calendar New Year, and then you got Lunar New Year. And so you have some amount of time between those two things to make mistakes, perhaps, and then be like, all right, that was a practice run. Now the rest of the year, it's going to be really good. There's no way it can go wrong now, since I already practiced. Now, one thing that is going wrong this Lunar New Year, for some, specifically one country, that is Japan. Due to the comments of the new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, as well as things like the U.S. trade war, Chinese tourism to Japan, a once top of the list thing for Chinese people to do on their New Year's, all of a sudden slipping in the ratings. And people shunning Japan.
China. I have to have my China.
Lunar New Year, one of China's biggest holidays, began on Sunday. The period is known for a massive Chinese travel rush, with Japan formerly one of the top destinations.
Right, but this year, things are different due to chilly relations between Tokyo and Beijing. Chinese tourists appeared at Hokkaido's new Chitose airport on Sunday when the holiday began.
We like the anime. Yes, so we like to travel to Japan.
But their numbers seem to be small overall. A leisure facility in Hokkaido, which used to attract Chinese visitors, also saw a decline in their number.
Last year, we had about 600 Chinese tourists a week during the holiday. This year, we have 50 reservations.
Wow, that's a massive drop. That is massive. It's like 90%.
The drop follows a warning from Beijing, which called on its citizens to refrain from visiting Japan. This came after remarks by Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi about a possible Taiwan emergency. Before the coronavirus pandemic, Tokyo's Ginza district was bustling with Chinese visitors during the holiday. This second-hand brand goods retailer used to offer products favored by Chinese shoppers, but it's changed its marketing strategies.
This year we see more tourists from the United States, so we're tailoring our product line to them.
Well, Japan having to make some serious changes on a dime with Chinese tourists not showing up for Lunar New Year's. All right, people, we're almost done with the stream. I'm not gonna lie. We've almost completed the stream. Got 2 topics left. 2 topics left. South Korea and the very last on our list, the Board of Peace. That's right. We're going to rehash the Board of Peace quickly. Even though we did a stream earlier today, I felt we should revisit that momentarily, because that's a doozy. And I figured I would leave it to the last because, of course, it feels hilarious to say this sentence because it's not clear that this is actually true. But it affects the whole world, technically. You know, if its supposed stated goals are ever come to fruition. But it certainly will have some sort of effect, you would think. Okay, now, moving on to this. And I just realized I went out of order, but I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Because technically that last story was it was China related, right? So it could be China news or it could be Japan news. We'll call that China news. And all of a sudden we're fine. South Korea. We have been talking about this situation for like a year now. But Yoon Suk-yeol, former president of South Korea, declared martial law at the beginning of last year, was then brought up on charges, convicted on those charges, and has now officially been sentenced. Oh boy, this guy he has got to be regretting having done this martial law thing now. Just wait. South Korea is not fucking around. While the United States is pretending like the Epstein files are no big deal, South Korea is treating martial law like genocide. Like we're supposed to treat genocide.
Once embraced by world leaders, the ex-president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, now faces life in prison. He was sentenced this Thursday for his role in imposing martial law on the country in December of 2024. The court found Yoon guilty of leading an insurrection, with the judge saying he damaged democracy in South Korea. He had earlier been found guilty on further charges of abuses of power, falsifying documents, and obstructing justice. The state of martial law only lasted 6 hours because the South Korean National Assembly quickly voted it down and citizens flooded the streets in protest.
This is an actual example of actual democratic accountability at the highest levels of government with one of our closest allies, South Korea. It's incredible. It's fucking, honestly, it's glorious. I can't believe it. And you won't believe, I mean, we got to keep watching this, but it's wild. Can you imagine putting a guy in jail for doing a little bit of martial law for like 6 hours? Meanwhile, back in the United States. Fuck yeah!
Facing a huge public outcry, Yoon was later impeached, removed from office and arrested, with prosecutors accusing him of conspiring with military leaders to take over the legislature and to detain his political enemies. Also sentenced was former Defense Minister Kim Yong-hyun, who received 30 years in prison for his role in the insurrection. Former Prime Minister
30
Han
years,
Duck-soo
dude.
was convicted last month for his role in the affair and sentenced to 23 years in prison. The ex-Interior Minister Lee Sang-min was sentenced to 7 years. The disgraced president still has some supporters.
So the former president is going to jail for life. And then the combined years being served by his cabinet, it's over half a decade. I mean, sorry, it's over a half a century. It's over a half a century. It's approaching a full century. These guys are serving like 100 years combined in jail. This is wild. They were actually thinking about doing the death penalty, apparently, and they decided against it. So I guess Yoon Suk-yeol is lucky. Imagine that this guy is getting off easier with a life sentence. And Korea means it when they say life sentence. This guy is literally gonna die in jail. They almost killed him ahead of time. They're like, they were genuinely thinking about it. For 6 hours of martial law. Meanwhile, we've been under, what, a year of occupation back in the United States by federal troops. Checking everybody's papers. Literally doing martial law. Maybe we should take a page from the South Koreans. I've been saying it. They're quite good at protesting, I'd point out. They're quite good at protesting, as you can see. I mean, look at them. Look at them. Look at them. They're in perfect lines. But the streets are completely filled, as well as the sidewalks. It's radical order. It's extreme order. And yet also democracy simultaneously. I'm actually kind of blown away. Now, granted, those were actually his supporters, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, the protest life or the protest, what do you call it? Like the protest, the history, like the Koreans have experienced this kind of stuff recently. More recently than the United States has, right? Generally speaking, like they went through a period of martial law in the 80s. They eventually had to fight back. And so they when they protest, they mean it. They get out there and they're like militant about it. Like literally everyone has a flag or a sign. From like babies to grandmas. Honestly, we've been seeing a little bit of that in the United States. And that's been nice. All right, people, it's time. I've delayed it long enough. We must go to the Board of Peace.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do.
Now, for some, full of hope. For others, already full of controversy. This is Donald Trump. He's today set to preside over the first meeting of his Board of Peace. Unresolved questions on the future of Gaza still hanging over the event, expected to include representatives from more than 45 nations, the disarmament of Hamas militants, the size of the reconstruction fund, and the flow of humanitarian aid to the war-battered populace of Gaza among the major questions. That is, the board still includes Israel, but not Palestinian representatives, and of course Trump's suggestion that the board could eventually address challenges beyond Gaza. Well, before we talk about all the latest, let's hear from the White House.
President Trump will host a Board of Peace meeting at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace, where he will announce that member states have pledged more than $5 billion towards the Gaza humanitarian and reconstruction efforts, and have also committed thousands of personnel to the International Stabilization Force and local police to maintain security and peace.
Yeah, you all heard that correctly. Little Marco Rubio had the American Institute of Peace renamed the Trump Institute of Peace. You know, in 2029, we're going to go around and take down Trump's name off of literally everything and get the smell out of all the upholstery. Oh, God. It's going to be a longer process than I don't think anybody wants to accept that, but his name's going to be on literally everything by 2029. Including your baby. His name's going to be tattooed on all babies after 2028. After we don't have an election.
For Gazans.
Caroline Levitt there with Philip Taylor, International Affairs Editor, is with me here on set. Philip, just remind us first of all then what this Board of Peace is, what it actually intends to do.
Right, well, first of all, this Board of Peace is basically all about Donald Trump. I'll just sum it up with a statement that was printed in the US press this week. This, quoting Donald Trump, the most consequential international body in history ever assembled of any kind. And these talks are taking place today at the Donald J. Trump Institute for Peace, which was named the Donald J. Trump Institute for Peace by Donald Trump. So this is what the Board of Peace is all about. It has a $1 billion joining fee for countries who want to come on board for a permanent seat. 50 countries have been invited. About 26 or so have accepted so far. That's according to the French newspaper Le Monde. There have been 14 refusals.
Now, this was one of the most ridiculous fucking things I've ever witnessed. We watched this live on stream, and I genuinely recommend people go watch that live stream when you have a chance, because it was really disturbing. I mean, for like 15 minutes, Donald Trump talked about like the Dow and the S&P, like GDP, and then like it took a even further right turn, and then like people like Jared Kushner came out and started talking about their ethnic cleansing plans. Now they want to build 200 hotels on top of the rubble and all of the dead bodies. It's just, it was perverse and disgusting. Truly, this is just depraved display of just indifference and like oligarchic power. The fact that they could just sort of like whip this up, this is like this farcical organization, the Board of Peace. Like, just out of nothing. It's ridiculous.
Now, this Board of Peace, as I said, is all about Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been given the job of...
Wait, donkeys as an asses? Wait, you don't know who led by donkeys are? Christopher. How's that even possible? The led by donkeys guys or gals honestly don't know fully who works for them. They're somewhat like clandestine... They give me like anonymous vibes sometimes, because they are literally anonymous. Most of them. Although I think one person was arrested recently for the video they did at Windsor Castle. But they've done like a ton of different like stuff. Mostly, the things that I think they're most well known for are like the projection videos they've done, like the one they did on Windsor Castle, the one they did on the Tesla super factory in Germany, with Elon Musk and the salute.
Chairman for life, which means that he can carry on being head of the Board of Peace even after he is no longer President of the United States. There are executive members also on board, including Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, the one who's usually in Russia or the Middle East. There's Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law, Mark Rowan, the CEO of Apollo Global Management, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, Robert Gabriel Jr., who's a Deputy National Security Advisor, and two consultants. One of them is Tony
Yeah, Tony Blair and the president of the World Bank, as well as an Israeli billionaire. A bunch of billionaires and oligarchs. I think there's like a couple of Russian oligarchs in there. I can't remember the whole list. An Indian oligarch. The whole rainbow of oligarch. And the oligarchy rainbow. And then a few countries who were like, yeah, I guess we'll show up. Mostly people who want things from Donald Trump. It's truly a disturbing display. And they claimed that they were going to solve, that they basically had already solved peace. Not going to, but that they had already solved peace. And the aid crisis in Gaza. It was just nonsense. It would have been nonsense if it wasn't so like important. Right? If the United States' like actions as it relates to Gaza weren't so important, this would be just nonsense. Like, nobody should have paid attention to it, but like literally we are the thing that is that like the future of Palestinians is hinging on. The United States is the linchpin. All right, second to last clip, everybody. Oh god, I just got like a big wave of headache. Oh, why? What did I just do to deserve that? Okay, I'm good. Everything is fine. Speaking of Gaza, I think this thing is supposed to fix. Now, Donald Trump, if you were at the stream earlier today, we talked I can't remember. Donald Trump, a couple people said there was going to be a police force in Gaza that was going to and do the law. It was like gonna bring about law and order in Gaza somehow. A police force. It was not clear. I was asking myself, who? What does that mean? What police force? Christopher DeBlante with the sweet super chat. Hey, I appreciate you, man. I really don't want to be alone in my head all night. Next time, Cash App. Yeah, the Cash Apps really, really help us out, especially right now, since we're trying to complete the galactic deficit. But truly, every dollar counts and helps us out, so I appreciate you. So you might be wondering, who's that police force going to be? Lord, you kind of trailed off there. Oh, don't worry. We're going to go here. To Owen Jones. He'll explain to you who the new police force is going to be. It's going to be great. It's going to be really good. So write that down. It's going to be perfect. And there's no reason for you to worry
Donald Trump
about
wants
that.
ISIS and its allies to police Gaza on his behalf. Now, some of you might think, come on, Owen, you're being ridiculous. This must be hyperbole. It must be exaggeration. However bad you think Donald Trump is, surely he wouldn't be wanting to use ISIS in Gaza. But it isn't an exaggeration. This is an exclusive in the Daily Telegraph of all newspapers. It's a staunchly right-wing, pro-Israel newspaper. As their opening sentence says, the White House wants to recruit organised crime and drug-dealing gangs to form the new Gaza police force, the Telegraph can reveal. Donald Trump's administration has presented plans for a new security force heavily staffed by members of existing anti-Hamas armed militias, according to multiple Western officials. Now, we've covered this before. The Israeli state has armed and backed criminal gangs which have systematically looted aid in Gaza. As the Telegraph notes, these armed gangs have also committed murders and kidnappings. And as the Telegraph also notes, at least 2 of the major clan groups include members who have either actively fought alongside Islamic State or declared allegiance to the terrorist organisation. And why are they recruiting these gangs? Because according to one US military source, Donald Trump's so-called peace process, which is nothing of the sort, will not work without reliable security partners. So what's their idea of a reliable security partner? ISIS and drug dealers and criminals. Astonishing. But it isn't astonishing, is it? We'll talk about this and why this, the wider significance. Involved in all of this is Jared Kushner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have it in me to watch this whole thing. I think we'll, like, follow up on this tomorrow. I just wanted to give you all that. Just put that in your head. For those of you that watched earlier, like, and listened to all of that nonsense. Can you imagine? An ISIS-based police force in Gaza?
Give me a joke.
Is that a joke? Is that a fucking... I thought we were fighting a war against ISIS. Aren't we literally doing a whole thing in Syria? We're, like, literally right next door bombing and, like, fighting ISIS. But we're gonna arm them in the country, the next one over. Are you joking me? This is the most childish... Like, this is the most naive and idiotic.
You're a little baby.
Oh my God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
I'm just sort of at a loss right now. How do you do that? How do you fund ISIS in one country and then fight it in the country right next door? It's worse than Obama. I mean, I guess it's sort of the same thing. I guess he's really just speed running the Obama thing. That's really, it's like, I mean, I guess he's like doing both timelines simultaneously, right? He's just getting way ahead of himself. He's like, I'm fighting it. I'm also funding it. Because you have to know what you're fighting. You have to know what you're funding to fight. And you have to know what you're fighting to fund it. Okay? So write that down. Perfect plan. The perfect concept of a plan, there's no way it will work. I mean, everybody knows here, right, that Syria was funded originally. I mean, the ISIS was originally funded in Syria by the Obama administration. And then they went and decided, actually, these guys suck. And started fighting them instead. Everybody knows this, right? We all know this? Thank you. Okay, good. Wouldn't exist without the good old US of A. Fuck yeah! This is just American exceptionalism. But when I say that, I mean in a good way. Just this is exceptional Americanism, really. This is just great American stuff right here, okay? Simultaneously funding and fighting the same war at the same time. That's innovation, okay? Anybody who says President Trump isn't doing new and bold things, I point you to that. That's a new strategy, never seen before. It's bold.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's totally not clown shoes. I don't know what you're saying.
This is
That's ridiculous. All right, people, final video of the night. Held it off long enough. Here is something Donald Trump said at the Board of Peace earlier today. Perhaps one of the dumbest things ever said by anyone. I guess not earlier today, earlier yesterday, sorry. Sorry, it's Friday already. God damn it. Felt this was the best way to end the
Many of
stream.
our friends in Europe are attending today, and we're eager to have them become full members. They all want to become full members, and we've had a great response from Europe. And Europe is, you know, it's where I come from, where so many people come from that are in the United States. But we have a great relationship with Europe. We have a great head of NATO. He is a fantastic man, and he's doing a great job, really great job. I'm excited to announce that Norway has agreed to host an event bringing together the Board of Peace. Oh, I thought when I saw this note, I'm excited to announce that Norway, I thought they were going to say that they're giving me the Nobel Prize. Oh, this is less exciting. Oh, it says, I'm excited to announce that Norway, and I'm saying, oh, great, I'm getting the Nobel Prize, finally. Finally, they got it right. But I don't care. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives, just so you understand. We play, and we all...
It's just as stupid the second time I'm hearing it. He talks about the prize. He's like, ooh, goody. Wait, oh, rats. I don't care. I don't care. It's totally fine. Like he experiences every single emotion on the spectrum in a fraction of a second. You know, in the span of like 5 seconds. He's like, ooh, look at this. Wait, oh, that's not what I wanted. That's fine. Actually, no. Actually, everybody is fine. He goes through the 7 steps of grief, like in 30 seconds. He's like, ooh, is that the Nobel Prize? Oh no, it's not it. Could have done better, Norway, but it's fine because I don't care. I don't care, and I've moved on, and I'm a better man for it. Okay, but just gonna point out, just want to say it again. I deserve the prize.
What we
very
have to
best.
do. I only have one thing. I don't want to see people killed from parts of the world that are very far away from the United States. And if I have an ability to turn off wars, I want to use that ability because it's people, millions of people. It's like the Prime Minister said, 25 million people maybe. And that's a small number compared to what it could have been if you really think about it, right? No, I want to save lives, and I don't care about prizes.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS.
I just want to save lives.
Donate.
I just want to save lives. I don't care about prizes. I'm just going to bring it up a bunch of times, and it's not a big deal. Not a big deal, everybody. I don't know why you're talking about it. It's really weird.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And we're done. Totally normal. Don't care at all about the prize. Everybody write that down so you remember not to ask me about the Nobel Prize anymore, which I totally deserve and I don't care about. Speaking of which, Norway, why haven't you given me the prize yet? It's very weird. But I don't, it's totally fine. Not even going to bring it up ever again until the next time you give it to the wrong person, and then I'll forget about it again. Because I don't actually care. Totally normal. Very perfect. Perfectly stable individual. I am a perfectly stable individual, and that's what you need to know. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You thought I was done? can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdox, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoap, Nadia, Jokey, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Willa, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks to the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the vice president recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea.